Yesterday.
The loot they got and what they were playing with at times. But ultimately, right, it's a battle royale. These things happen. You need to make the most of these last 6 games. And it's a big comeback to make because they have to make it to Globals, right? They're a big name team that hasn't made it to Globals. They haven't qualified to Globals yet. They have to do really well today.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about earlier on these fights here at the Nitrodrome where Trulex is going down. It happened twice, actually, and it's I think it's a little bit of an effect of those removal of the cacti, the regenerating cacti, because this team rotated all the way down to the Nitrodrome before when the cacti were in, able to build a massive surge-based farm some storm surge attacks on other teams. Now they're actually forced to fight there, and yesterday there was a couple of instances where that didn't go too well. So if you see them rotate there today, keep a close eye out on that fight, because they might not go the whole distance there and maybe rotate on out to find more success.
Boys, we've got just about enough time to play a game I'd like to call Where's Cammy and Seti? So let's bring up the leaderboard, Levin, and just take a look. Because I do recall that yesterday we were not exactly seeing them in many endgames.
No, we didn't. It was a torrid day for Seti and Cammy, really. And a lot of it came down to obviously the meta and things changing in that sense, you know, last minute. But of course, being contested, I think, was the biggest problem. It's always been a question for Cammy and Seti, right? What happens when a really good off-spawn team actually decides to rock up and deal with them? It was only at Globals, right? I remember one of the Asian teams, Daedus and Stain, decided to contest them game 1. They actually beat them, and everybody was panicking of like, oh my goodness, what's actually happening with Cammy and Seti? They did bounce back then. Hopefully they can bounce back now, but honestly, I think the damage might already be done for them potentially, Mini, because the implications for this at Globals, right, is huge. Cammy and Seti are qualified, so ultimately, if this FNCS doesn't go too well, boo-hoo, womp womp, right? It's okay. But at Globals now, will teams start to look at them and go, actually, maybe we can have them off spawn since, you know, it doesn't look like they're the best off spawn fighters.
Yeah, 100%. That's absolutely right. I think we'll see some teams that do look at them now as a less favorable spawn team, much like Chicho and Trulex we've seen in the past, having that same sort of time. They did have a couple of decent end games yesterday. They made something of them. And this is a position in the game where you really expect them to do a lot better than they have been doing. They've been trying to play high a little bit, trying to play those high layers. Hasn't quite worked out for them. And I think the key element to this duo having success today is their loot path. The way that they can navigate that off spawn is going to be absolutely vital. This is something that we saw them do yesterday. And as you correctly mentioned, Levin, they were getting dominated off spawn when Akira and YZY were able to get their loot. So what they decided to do, they thought, right, you know what? We're getting outplayed here. Whenever they come over and fight us, we're the ones that are going down. So let's actually go on out of our drop spot, rotate around and literally wrap to the bottom of this area. You can see Akira and YZY there actually at Cammy and Seti's original drop spot. So in a moment here, you'll see them actually end up just swapping places. And this is what actually worked out so much better for Seti and Cammy in the long run, because they can get the Storm Surge tag, from a little bit further back. And that seems to be the way that they're able to find a little bit more success. I did see them in the last game, I think it was, where they actually did try and W key them and thought, right, we're a little bit confident now, we can take them on. And yet again, as we saw throughout the whole day, it didn't work out too well. So I think the key takeaway from this is if Cammy and Seti are fighting Akira and YZY, when they both have loot, Cammy and Seti are going down more often than not. So they need to try and avoid that today.
Mini Miner, knowing Cammy and Seti, do you think they'll have made even more adaptations between day 1 and day 2?
I think so. I think they'll be hitting the VODs 100%. I know Cammy in particular is a winner. He'll want to do well. I don't think he'll be taking a back seat here. He'll want to make sure to get into that top 10, get into that top 5 if he can. There'll be lots of changes coming today, and I think that's going to be a key element to their success if they find.
But Levin, do you think they can trouble the top 10?
No, I don't think so. I think top 10 probably is a bit out of reach for them. But to be fair, it's never out of reach. We saw last major people coming from the 40s up, but I don't know if that's the type of team Cammy are where they're going to have the big, 10 elimination wins or like double-digit game wins. Like it's probably out of reach in that sense, but we'll see, right? Hopefully it can go better for them.
And I've got one last question before we do get into Game 7. Just how important is high ground going to be today? Because yesterday we didn't see the madness of the semi-finals crash contestation, shall we say. I'm just wondering, was it going to get wild today with those multipliers on the points, Levin?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think people would have been voting height yesterday and seen actually it's grabbable. We can take this. So I think some more people will be going up for height today.
Well, it's game number 7. It's time to kickstart day 2, I should say, of the Major 3 Grand Finals. So let's do it with Jacob PR and Takata.
Thank you so much, Frank. Yeah, I'm excited. I heard Levin ask that question. Look, let me tell you a story, Jacob. Chapter 5, Major 2. Andelec Sado, they were 46th place after day 1. Day 2 comes along with a new format change, same as we're seeing today, and they finish 5th place. From the bottom half, 46th place, all the way up to 5th place. The battle bus is ready. Let's kick off day 2 of the EU FNCS Grand Finals.
This is it. The first game of Championship Sunday, the 7th game in the 12-game series to crown a champion, the Axe of Champions, that prize money. But there's still so much more after that. The top 10 make it to the Global Championship. And we're already starting off with a fight that's 4-2 in Kaido and Hydro's favor. And Phantom QNDX, they're ready to fight it all out with the last chance to make that Global Championship.
4-2, we were talking about it. Are they going to continue the challenge in day 2? And it looks like they are. Phantom QNDX are going to get the better drop this time around, as you do have the Slurp truck on the further end of this drop spot, meaning that they were able to secure 200 effective HP and shield quicker than their opponents. But with the time they gave them to breathe, Hydro and Kaido also were able to get a good amount of shield. Issue is, initial shots were connected. Kaido's been cracked now. QNDX and Phantom kind of put into an interesting situation, but they're going to be able to clean it up. Shield bubble went down. They were like, do we walk in? Do we not? What's the right play here? But looks like Phantom is going to take home game number 1 of day 2.
Yeah, that was just an interesting situation to be put in very, very early on. It's not every day you see people fight in a shipping container at the bottom half of the map, but great job for them for noticing that we're just kind of squeezed in that situation. Really not an escape. You see the wall behind them. They immediately push in a lot of the damage. You even see them bait and switch because QNDX went in first. You see Phantom ending up in front after that. All the damage has been soaked up. That was just a perfect view of teamwork in display.
Camiseti, things did not quite go their way yesterday. They finished in 37th. We talked about it just a moment ago. The potential of a comeback here in day 2. All they got to do is get some pop-off matches. Some other duos that are kind of on the borderline who have yet to qual to the Global Championship. Trulex Chicho, 23rd. Nebs Kiruo, 17th. Camiseti, we said, are in 37th, but they're already qualified to Global Championship, so it's more just for their pride and a little bit of that prize pool. Ryan and Kai, though.
Next is separated. Yeah, it's just a straight 1v1. He went underneath. They have the walls, no builds to really protect yourself. Ryan and Cade starting this one off nice. You saw them yesterday, not necessarily having the consistent day that we were hoping. He's asked for some Clown starting off good over here towards Pleasant Piazza, but another team slowly but surely rotating in is something that was happening throughout the day yesterday, so they are going to be prepared, at least mentally, I hope so. Around every turn, though, Chroma locks. They're just taking that high ground. They're trying to take 2 different angles. Axforce almost getting caught off guard. At least he has some shield. They just need to get some time. They went from one fight to the next. They didn't really get a chance to heal up, but third parties again, fourth partying the third party.
You need more air. You don't want to run out of breath in these early game situations. We saw this fight continue throughout the whole day yesterday, basically. I believe Clown and Axforce were the ones who were taking more of the early game wins, you could say. I know some of the times they didn't necessarily get both eliminations, but they at least picked off one and then caused the duo to kind of disengage, which is something similar to what's happening here now.
Got to be able to take advantage of those opportunities. Of the 6 games they played yesterday, Axforce and Clown ended up in 19th place. Decent place to start today, especially since some of the comebacks we were talking about already. The Andelec Sado one was a 509-point day 2. And it's really possible 10-point or eliminations, 10 A victory royale will get you 160 points in a singular game. There's plenty of time for comeback. Malibu and Mustache know that as well. Even though at the top half of the leaderboard, they had a couple troubles to start the day early on yesterday, and they're trying to minimize those struggles here today. Destro, Pyro switching up their drop. They were going towards Mount Olympus yesterday, fighting on the outskirts, and now they're challenging Malibuca and Mustache, and doesn't look like it's playing out so well. Destro down to about 50 HP, getting chased around, and not really given a chance to survive.
Titans starting off strong. Issue is now the third party is going to come through. Malibuca is put into chaos as he gets taken out by Cammy and Seti. The clash of talent. Looks like Cammy and Seti are going to start off the day significantly better compared to yesterday.
It almost makes me feel like there was a couple VOD reviews going down yesterday. Not every game Malibu and Mustache were winning. Not every game were they safe off the drop. They did have some struggles, and I think some teams will begin to notice that, closing on the direction, especially when they see the medallion up for so long. Chap and Teeny, we saw them getting aggressive yesterday, which is why they have 223 points so far. Everybody just trying to take advantage of the hot spots on the map in the early game.
I feel bad for Clown and Axe Force. First, they have a duo on top of them, just applying pressure and not allowing them to loot up. The duo disengages, and now you look at the mini-map, there's another 3 duos surrounding them, Chapantini being one of them, applying even more pressure. All they want to do is loot the POI, come on.
And
good news is, though...
Oh, good.
Go ahead.
I was like, I know we talked about the massive change in the cactuses, but from day 1 to day 2, I think people are really taking note of how yesterday's surge was being gathered from the majority of the lobby. It's fights like this, early game, before everybody's boxed up, 6-7 zone, trying to avoid surge.
I mean, Livin talked about it. Vico and Flixie didn't expect surge to be as easy as it was for them at Reckless, but without the cactuses, all these duos that kind of originally had a surge strat now kind of need to put themselves in a location that's going to have a lot of players. That could be Rift Island, or that could be a POI. Reckless being one of the most open POIs now caused so many duos to just kind of rotate towards there and try and get tagged on the other players that are also going towards the POI. So Vico Flixie had free pickings in terms of damage, just like they had free pickings for the Forecast Tower yesterday, but it looks like this time around it might be a little bit more difficult.
It's just interesting, though, because that's a whole different Forecast Tower than one by Reckless Real. So already it seems like they might be putting a little bit more focus on getting that Forecast Tower. You can see every zone ahead of time, plan those rotations accordingly, and try to just get there ahead of the game. Maybe even gatekeep some teams out. If you stagger yourself back, you can kind of launch pad, crash pad your way into zone. There's plenty of options you can do. Mystic, Maxi, we saw them in a ton of early game fights, particularly against Dexy and Eclipse. All these guys kind of rotate south from Rebel's Roost, a couple of split drops that are over there. And just like everybody else, you see them boxed up in close proximity. One of the few ways that teams in the early game are getting their surge. Yeah, we have some surge bases set up, but as long as teams continue to put themselves kind of stacked together like this, those surge towers might not get as much success today.
Yeah, I know we saw yesterday the duos that originally were putting surge towers on top of the cactuses. Now we're kind of going towards, I don't know what to call them exactly, like those little farms that have a lot of bananas, coconuts, fruits, any sort of heal you could possibly find alongside spare big pots and minis, and just chucking kind of like an arsenal of heals down below under their surge base and using that to recuperate what they can instead of those cactuses. It's not as good, but it still can work out in the long run. Kovacs has gone down already. Issue is Easy now seems to be pushing, but Easy is not a solo.
Yeah, but Hootie's just trying to bounce around. Maybe it caused some confusion. He went low, switched layers, trying to go back up. He's doing his best to try to hit the Nitro Ring, but even if he made it there, I'm not sure he would have found much success. Radion Praj is there on the other side, ready to fight Kira and Easy at any moment. But I don't think they like this fight. They don't want to drop down into that elevation, especially since they already have the Nitro Ring up there. So they're just going to go ahead and disengage on out, give the position up to Akira and Yeezy, and try to continue on with the rest of their game. Some players are using the early game fights to get surge. Others are still thinking it's a bit too risky to add in their game plan is down.
Back at it again. Clown Axe Force inside another conflict. Good news is they've already picked up 2 eliminations, so good amount of damage. And even looking at their loadout and materials, although they were constantly put under pressure, they've done a great job of maintaining a solid loadout, now securing a bunker on top of that, and still having a decent amount of materials, showcasing that they were farming up, even while duos were kind of pressuring them from above.
Suzy and Vanya, 298 points. It's funny to see, kind of look at the top 5, and you kind of look like these are a lot of the favorites that people are thinking, even some dark horses to win it all. Suzy and Vanya have a chance to go back to back, but today they're starting in 4th place. When they won their major, they were able to go from 1st place to day 1 and hold on to that 1st place going into day 2. Let's see if they can have a little bit of a comeback, even though they already got their global championship spot secured, as Velusi is just trying to disengage. He's going to have to expend a ton of resources to get out, and even then it's not going to be enough. The Scroll slides in on the side and lands the elimination shot.
Sky and Scroll, another duo, kind of a little bit of ways from the top end of the leaderboard. 27th place is where they were going into this match, so they're going to need to have a pretty big day too to secure their spot in the global championship. There are 10 spots available. Of course, if a duo that's already qualified to global championships gets in that top 10, then it could be top 11, top 12, really just depending on how many players are in that threshold. Nice little pickup from Vernine and Della, though.
And you can see he got eliminated. Loot dropping to the ground, which means Mappy's probably already gone too. That duo's already out. 38 still left in this game. Dell and Vernine just trying to go ahead and get as much surge as possible. Farm up. There's not going to be a lot of metal in this situation. When it comes to that wood and brick, there is going to be plenty around their POI. They just need to figure out a way to get out. That's going to be the tough thing. There's a lot of open terrain in Shipwreck Shallows, nowhere to really hide. You're going to have to build, and then others will start to see the shots coming in your direction, and the potential for a lobby focus is real, but it might be too early.
A little too early for a focus, in my opinion. But Cammy and Seti, they were looking so strong. Cammy's now crawling on the ground. Seti's been left alone. Is Radion and Predage going to continue with the aggression? There are a couple duos surrounding them. Seti seems to have disengaged quickly, so it should be enough to get out. But now the issue is it's third zone. It's going to start coming to a close here in just 35 seconds. So Seti doesn't even have too much time to run back, get the reboot card, and then try and reboot if he even can. There's so many duos in the area that it's going to be possible, but it's definitely going to be difficult.
And my only question is, I didn't see the medallion get dropped. I saw the Mythic AR, but I did not see the medallion get dropped. So it's going to be double trouble because they know exactly where he's at every step of the way in case he does come back for that reboot. Reason and Vidil, big clutch just to get into this grand finals. They're trying to figure out a way to make it count. Kind of contested over there towards Sandy's steps, but they already got their global championship spot secured. So for them, it's all about passion. It's all about taking that first place spot, proving they deserve to be the champions of EU.
Pagan Rocks, on the other hand, they had a strong day 1, third place with 307 points. So now it's just kind of about maintaining that same performance as they did yesterday, and that should be more than enough.
Overcharged Underworld. I think it's kind of been their game plan. You know, when we were watching them yesterday, they had some of the most surge in the lobby, game after game after game. They kind of start off slow in Underworld. They kind of bully a lot of those teams out of there, and then they slowly but surely move in, either tagging players from across the map. Because at one point we did see them at almost 800-900 above the threshold. As Queasy Thomas going to be the first one to claim the top of Rift Island. And hopefully they're able to get what they need, because Thomas, with that Mythic hand cannon, that's something that'll definitely start to pack a punch and accumulate those numbers for Storm Surge.
I don't know if you saw that stat that just came up that said the top 5 teams from day 1 were only contested once across all 6 games. I mean, going into yesterday, 64% of games were won in set lobbies by uncontested duos. So showcasing once again kind of the pros of not being contested. However, we've seen some duos pop off from contested drop spots. For Ping, though, it looks like he's lost Watts.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Depending on where the reboot card is and where the next zone pulls, like if he has it, zone pulls towards the east, I'm thinking it's possible. And if you kind of look at where the zone's at now, it already has been pulling towards the east. Rebel Roots is no longer here. Lavish is the closest POI, and it is on the northeast side. So there is a chance Might be a small one, but there's still a chance if the zone pull is Ping can get Walks back into the game.
Gotta believe. Queasy with 1 HP. We saw Thomas and Queasy going towards Rift Island. Now they're down in the bunker. Chaptini are the ones on Rift Island, and somehow Queasy was at 1 HP. I'm not sure kind of what went wrong there. Did he trip and fall? Did he get an engagement? Who knows? Teeny, though, has been fully cracked. No shields. 44 HP, forced to pop the med kit. As now, Chap is going to have to hold him off.
Does have the Cola, luckily, so shields are going to go up in an instant, especially with the big pot. Just needs the time. That's Chi Chips. That's Desi. Positioned right above. This is Rift Island, so pretty isolated. You see Queasy and Thomas, they wanted nothing of this. As soon as more and more teams start to populate the top of the island, too congested for their liking as Teeny Chap really not backing down, hitting some shots that matter. Teeny's now taking the top angle, gets the piece control, but doesn't land the shot. Sneak attack coming out from T-Chips. Teeny's going to have to rethink that one. Back up, reposition, and possibly reunite with Chap, because right now things are not looking good as they're separated here in this fight.
Chap needs to apply that pressure. Meanwhile, his duo heals up. Nice little crack from Chap as he has the opportunity to continue with the aggression. Nitro's popped to grant him that permission. Knock, knock. Desi, can you get taken out? Huge shot connected with the knock now. Put at an advantage. The upper hand for Chap and Teeny. They have split up, but with both players now grouping with full HP. Looks like it's been a successful engagement for the duo.
I hope he's not running around anymore. That would have been a perfect time to hide. Chap and Teeny, they got aggressive and chased one, and we see them chasing throughout the day yesterday. They said this is an easy elimination. 1.5 time points. We need this, especially if we want to take first, but the Rift is going to keep the chase going.
Just those 2 eliminations, Jacob. 12 points from 2 eliminations. If Teeny's able to pick this up, 58, and it was enough. Sniped out of the sky with the DMR. Look, Jacob, if Chap and Teeny somehow later on end up either qualifying, getting first, or whatever by 6 points, now you know why. That one shot.
I almost want to see. I need to see that again, because did he even have a scope on his DMR? Who knows? But either way, you talk about those 12 points already starting to build that momentum. But like I said, zone continuing to move towards the east. Ping wastes no time going towards the north, back towards Rebels Roost. It's not their original drop spot, but they know all the teams that were there have already passed them, so it makes for an easy reboot opportunity. Big question is where they're going to get their loot, where they're going to get their surge, because one of the first times all weekend long, they're below that threshold.
Shots getting applied. Pixie Yanis looking to see if they can get into Cole and VoltX box, but you got to be careful being 82 below. It kind of puts that pressure on your shoulders. Are you strong enough to keep yourself up, though? Nitro going to be popped. Aggression's going to continue now. They do have that Flowberry if they need to recuperate even more shield, but with its clock ticking, they have to get right into the box. Unfortunately, Pixie is going to be on the opposite end going down. Yanis as well, with just 14 HP, has a flopper, but it's not going to be put to use as Voltiax and Cole will secure those 2 eliminations, but still, they have to get out of this situation. The shots are coming onto them, but hopefully enough.
Yeah, just a really tough situation for Yanis and Pixie to be in. You can kind of see the timer. As soon as that Fist zone closed, Storm Surge was activating. So it's almost like now or never. Do it while we have as much health as we can instead of continuing to try to fight this fight. Unfortunately, Voltiax and Cole were just ready every step of the way. They pre-fired some shots. They even let him get in the box and just kind of got both of those eliminations. 12 points right there for them as they're looking to make their climb today.
Just 20 above for Vico and Flixie. They were talking about how easy Surge was for them yesterday. Have the duos that they were kind of farming, put in the work, put in the homework to make sure that they do not repeat what happened yesterday. As we can see now, the difficulty level for this damage has increased. I don't like what I'm seeing here, Jacob.
It's a very tough situation to be in, but it's almost like a must for Vico and Flixie to perform well in this game. You're not going to get a chance like this. Look at the leaderboard. Second, third, both down. Fourth place is over 60 points behind. These are one of those games, especially with the 1.5 multiplier, that'll start to build that momentum to start to pull away from it, to where even if you do have a bad game later in the day, maybe game 10, 11, you have enough cushion build up so you don't really have to worry and build those mental struggles. So this is a very important moment here for Vico and Flixie to survive.
Flowberry's been split. I don't think they have any med kits, bandages, floppers, so Flixie's going to be stuck at pretty low HP for the time being. Good news is they have more than enough shields, so it should last them for now. Thomas on Queasy, on the other hand, looks like they are significantly below Surge, now forced to put themselves into a risky situation where Queasy's gone down. Thomas HD put into panic as he's just at 6 HP. It's one more tick needed. Mini's going to be popped to hold him off just a bit longer.
Yeah, he's going to have to use every mini here. One shot if he tries to pull in and take down Pablo and Bevies. He will go down. He's 37 below. So on the other hand, all it does is take one shot to get above that threshold, stop the active surge, but look how defensive they're playing. They're waiting for it. Try to get the pre-fire. The edit is in. He goes in to try to get the damage. Thomas goes out. Pablo and Bevies are able to get both bodies of loot and try to pull themselves into this game. They weren't doing that bad yesterday, and now with 1.5 times multiplier, they can instantly get into that top 10.
That's a huge refresh for them, too. I love the position that Dexy and Eclipse are in. With a bit of fortunate zones, they've positioned themselves in a location where they basically have line of sight on every duo in the lobby currently. Scroll, though, not only having lost his duo partner, but now it having caused them to be 210 damage below the Storm Surge threshold, is making him play a little bit more for tags here, but putting yourself in these situations, Jacob, is what can end your match.
Yeah, so always try to think to be as proactive as possible. I know Surge isn't easy and might even make it sound so, but this is where you lose control over your game, your destiny. You can no longer play according to your game plan in which you practice, because you have to get a full elimination almost worth of Surge. And now that Stormy, weak, they're low on Surge as well. There's basically 3 players here in this close proximity to Fernayan and Della that all need Surge. Stormy gets a good shot, but it's still not enough. They're still 33 below. They're backtracking in their steps. They probably realize they're down on Surge. Activates as well. They're taking damage. Stormy's doing what he can. Nice knock onto 1, but he stays persistent to try to get 2 and goes down for it.
Fernayan with the great loadout, the uncommon weapon, still going to be able to pick up those 2 eliminations, and Della in the meantime. Bandages is going to allow them to recuperate a bit of HP. I don't see any shield on Fernayan, though, so hopefully Della has some. Take a quick look at the replay from Vico and Flixie. Were they able to pick up more eliminations? They were, which is huge, as they were almost below on Surge.
They got some sort of medallion. I didn't see what medallion it was. I know it was not Brutal Beachhead. I'm thinking it could be Redline Rig. And Redline Rig medallion in the hands of Vico and Flixie is actually scary to think about. Free shield, you just got to drop it, pick it up, it instantly starts. That's a scary sight. So Izzy and Vaniac, they're trying to move up. You know them, Takata, they never like to stay on those lower layers as long as they have a choice.
They're going to hope that they can pull zone here. They've used a significant amount of mats to claim this elevated position. In just 23 seconds, we'll be able to see where this 9th zone is going to pull towards. Is it going to give them the better end of the dice or not? Kaid Marine are the duo right below them. I saw the Deal and Reason close by as well. Nebs and Kiduo, middle half of the leaderboard, still waiting for their spot in the Global Championship. They need to perform today.
So he's just trying to go ahead and attack from the bottom. Vico and Flix all the way on the bottom. 114 above. They still need to find some sort of med kit, HP, because as of now, Flixie's just not looking too healthy. Doesn't matter how dominant they are, picking up Elim after Elim. 18 points of Elim's alone this game with a couple placements sprinkled on top. And this is where I talk about half of the placement points, around top 8, top 9, 50 points of just placement alone. That should be every team's goal mark at the minimum.
Talked about the difference. It was 65 points yesterday if you were able to secure a VR just from placement. Today it's 100, Jacob. Alongside those 6 points per elimination, one big game could literally jump you from the bottom half to the top half in the leaderboard today. The Deal and Reason, 60 above. I mean, you could say they're comfortable, but in my eyes, they're not. You need to constantly look for more damage, more shots, and Art Skill might just be the target. Unfortunately, Not enough shots are going to connect, so the Nitro's going to come through. They're going to build up. They might just go for height.
Yeah, trying to go for a cheeky little flank, but as soon as Daisy Podeside noticed it, they just disengaged immediately. Badil trying to get to the front side of the zone, ends up next to Vanya. Good damage there, and he's trying to follow up, get into the box. Vanya's doing a good job of escaping and even firing back, but it's Marine who actually steals the knock. Reason's under pressure from all around, scrambling. He's forced to let that player escape, but he does not let his duo go down without a chance to at least get him back into the game.
Will he have time? The Cola has been dropped. It looks like he just might. Issue is they're going to have to be rushed to the front side of the zone here. They also have the option to play it slow, ride the wave, but Vico and Flixie, 232 above now. Looks like they might even pick up one more. Marine's been cracked, just a couple shots away for another elim.
Yeah, rethinks that one, backtracks in his steps. Not wanting to get too greedy. Swizzy, Vanya found a clear layer ahead of the zone. Vico, Flixie, they're trying to catch up. Daisy, Podeside, they quickly drop down just to reinforce their high ground. Everybody knows what they need to do to try to find some success.
Vico continuing to take shots. Swizzy, Vanya continuing the aggression. They want an impact. They want a refresh. Issue is on the other end of the door. It's Flixie. It's Vico. The mechanical Titans as they continue to work their way through the layers.
High ground's getting challenged. Daisy, Podeside, they got a challenger and they immediately give it up. Phantom, QNDX, they're the ones going up for it. Statusy with a last chance. He gets beamed out of the sky. Red line rig loot is going around. That's the mythic AR in Phantom's hands, and that's high ground for QNDX.
Snazy put to sleep. Now Phantom bumped up to 5 eliminations in the sky. He has more than enough position to continue up above. Not a single duo in sight contesting them. Chap and Teeny looking incredibly healthy. Issue is they don't have mats.
Yeah, they don't really have much in terms of HP either. They continue trying to go through unnoticed. You see them crouching when they can. They see a team. They're trying to surprise attack. That's Vanya on the other side, but they get cut off, cut short. Nebs, Kiduo, they're able to get the knock on the Teeny, but it is going to be a trade. Chap trying to stay alive, but it's Turtle who also joins the mix along with Chief to take down the full team.
Continuing down below on the road here as they find a little package, little surprise. Chicho, Trulex continue to take shots. So many duos are still up.
This is it. This is a chance for Chicho and Trulex to rise to the occasion. Vanya, Swizzy, 5 eliminations so far, 96 points, over 100 in this game alone, and they're continuing trying to move forward, but their health, their HP, that's what they're lacking, and they cannot stack her in zone as one's going to get chopped down, the other one's going to follow suit. Phantom and QNDX are checking every name off their list.
6 elims already. They've dropped down from height. They want a bit of that aggression. They want some of those eliminations. They know how beneficial it can be. There's still 2 duos down below. If they play this correctly, they can take the fight. It's a perfect moment to get a potential third party as Chicho's going to knock down one. QNDX now capitalizing on this engagement as he drops down, takes down another. Chief's on the ground. Phantom, QNDX now in a 2v1.
Yeah, Turtle's trying. He's in the back of zone. How many medkits do you have? That's the question we're wondering. And he's already on his very last medkit. He has to go all in. It's this or second place, and it's definitely worth the chance, but he's running out of time. The HP's just getting dwindled. He doesn't even make it to zone. All the way from the Middle East, winning game 1 in the EU FNCS. That's Phantom. That's QNDX.
Finishing day 1, they were 35th on the leaderboard with 86 points, and they've just secured a victory royale. That's at least 100 points, plus the eliminations close to, if not double-digit elims. 6 points per elimination. Jacob, look, all I want you to remember is going into this match, they were 35th place. Once we see the leaderboard, I'm sure they have bumped themselves up into the upper end of the standings.
Yeah, you were talking about comebacks, and what a big game this was overall. 100 points from the win alone, and they had to have gotten maybe around an extra 40, an extra 50. Look, they have 8 eliminations there, another one onto Turtle. That was near a 160-point game that we were talking about.
54 points from eliminations, 100 points from placement, from being contested off spawn. You know QNDX and Phantom are going to be motivated to continue that fire in the next match. But before we check out how the leaderboards changed, we got to head to a quick break, and then we'll be right back. See you soon.
No, no. I don't know why I did pull. 0% that is. Oh turn the lights. Something a bit lighter. Okay. You go back down. Oh, 445, damn. Okay, I'll be right back.
Well, our Middle East duo, Phantom and QNDX, may have booked their spot in grand finals with a golden ticket victory royale in the semi-finals, but now they have proved on day 2 of the Major 3 grand finals that it wasn't a fluke, because this was such a well-played tactical endgame by this duo, Miniminer.
Yeah, it really was. The way they took it was absolutely beautiful. Of course, they used the crash pad to get up there. We talked a little bit about height at the beginning of the day, and it seems like the crash pads are still being used, you know, to take over that high ground. Snazy and Prototype didn't stand a chance, and it was really nice to see these guys drop down here, find some eliminations as well. It wasn't an easy one for them. They still had to do a lot of the legwork here, 11, but they did it really, really well.
This is an absolute nightmare for Hydro and Kaito, right? That's the team they've been fighting off Spawn at Lil Dirty Dog. And you know, Hydro and Kaito were doing really well. They won 4-2 yesterday. They were sitting in 6th on the leaderboard, right? Looking incredibly good. And the worst possible thing that can happen to you, I feel like, as a team fighting off Spawn in an FSH Grand Final, is a team you're competing against beats you in the first game of the day and then go on to have a spectacular game now. Because now QNDX and Phantom have belief. They have hope. And that's the worst thing you can give a team that you're trying to dominate off Spawn.
Do you think, though, that Hydro and Kaito are going to be put off by losing that first off-spawn battle?
No, they lost yesterday, the first game, right? The first game yesterday, Hydro had a terrible drop. They fluffed it completely. They go on to win 4-2 on the day, right? I feel like they'll be locked in enough to not let it affect them. But for QNDX and Phantom, they're going to have even more hope, and they're going to be even more on point in those off-spawn battles, you'd think.
Miniminer, I wonder if our duos in the top 10 have got one eye on the elimination feed, and whether Vico and Flixie notice that the teams directly below them in second and third position on the leaderboard had early exits. That's got to be playing on their mind a bit.
Yeah, if they can see them in that feed, I'm sure they're gonna give them a little bit of a boost of confidence, I'm sure as well. But this is a team that don't really need a boost of confidence. They were playing incredibly well here. Vico popping off. I like the way that they played this early to mid game as well. They went for that forecast tower a little bit further away, Levin, and it seemed like yet again they're alphaing it. It just seems like the aura that these guys have right now is next level. It doesn't even have to be their own forecast tower. They can get another one if their one doesn't spawn, and they still get it with ease.
I think that game was just a great example of how good of an IGL Flixie is. Really good zone read, right? Of course, the forecast tower near Reckless didn't spawn, so they go for the one a bit further away, like you said, Mini. But the key thing is there is that the way the zone's pulled as well, not many people would have needed to rotate through Reckless, which is meant, that was a big part of their surge strategy yesterday. So they go away from it completely, right? They go away from it, they move more towards congestion. And even though they were teetering around the line of surge, they still were above it, right? Really, really nice plays from Flixie there.
I'm guessing that Swizzy and Vanya didn't quite have the mats to take on the guys at the top of height, that being Snazy and Podeside before Phantom, and QNDX took it by force, so to speak. But they're so good at going, well, we don't need to. We're just going to get a ton of elimination points, Levin.
Yeah, absolutely. That is just what they do. We highlighted it so much yesterday. They are a team that their individual brilliance will just carry them through end games, right? Really good timings as well to match that. So they're always just going to get in position to catch people out and just shred players, really, and that's what they've done already here today.
Yeah, and even yesterday they were setting up for height in a couple of games. They held height really well in a couple of the games as well. And it's really nice to see, although they played that really well yesterday and found a lot of success on height, they were actually set up for it in this game. They were looking for it, but they saw that there wasn't an opportunity for it. So they have that maturity, they have that experience to say, you know what, let's not take height this game. Let's try and ride out some placements and play those mid-ground layers, which, as you said, Levin, they are fantastic at.
And another duo that were fantastic at playing the lower ground levels in that end game were Trulex and Chicho Miniminer.
Yep, nice to see these guys having a better game here. Of course, we want to see these guys popping off. We highlighted them at the beginning of the day. And this is what these guys can do. This is what they can perform in end game. They have this ability to be very, very close to each other. We saw Trulex right there going into the storm for the med kits. We talked about how important that is in their strategy. And it seems like they fixed that mid game, which is what they started towards the latter stages of yesterday. So it seems like they're picking up where they left off, Levin.
Absolutely. I mean, Trulex and Chicho, again, it's always tough when you see a team struggling as much as they seem to have been. But the better results in the last two games filled me with a bit more confidence that coming into today, they're going to have a better read on the meta and they're going to be in a much better position to avoid some of the problems they had in day one.
Yeah. They're looking super confident at the moment. I feel like a duo that's growing in confidence, maybe not enough to trouble the top 10 in Snazy and Podeside, although I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see them creep in there towards the end of the day, Miniminer. They just couldn't hold high ground against that surprise launch from Phantom and QNDX.
Yeah, it becomes very difficult when you're a team up on height right there. You can see them, they're running a little bit low on material, so they had to just give it up at this point. You can see them with 24, 21 bills there. When it's a team that's jumping up on you with a lot more builds, it becomes almost impossible to hold on to it. But I like the way they held on to it earlier on as well. They were spraying teams down that were trying to take it from below. Of course, you can only do that for so long. So I'm excited to see this duo. I know I highlighted them at the beginning of the show yesterday as well as a potential candidate to qualify for the Global Championship. So I'm liking to see what I'm liking what I'm seeing right here, I should say.
Yeah, and day two, remember, 1.5 times multiplier on those points. So the further you go, the higher you're going to soar up that leaderboard. So let's head into game number 8 and see who can maintain their cool in the face of FNCS with Takata and Jacob Pierre.
Thank you so much, Frankie, Levin, and Mini. And Takata, things are already heating up here today. Game 1, we've seen our top 3 players that placed in that top 3 moving up from outside of the bottom 23 of that leaderboard. And it's top 10 that go to the Global Championship.
Yeah, and you said top 10 Global Championship. Guess who made it to top 10 with that Victory Royale? QNDX and Phantom from what? They were 36th, 38th, all the way up to top 10 in a single match, literally starting off the day. The issue is they are contested. All it's going to take is one off spawn fight that does not go their way. The battle bus is ready. Let's get into game 2 and see if they can keep that momentum.
Our top three of that last game, QNDX, Phantom, Turtle, Cheeps, Trulex, Chicho. The best placing team out of that was 23rd place. So way to start the day off, right? As Lunex Monier just trying to get a little bit of revenge from that last game. Cade was down in an instant, but it is going to be a whole lot of trading that goes down. Cade gets both of them.
I don't even know what happened. All I know is I blinked. Cade has 2 eliminations, but he's also on the ground. Good news is Marine is still up. So Marine, Cade are going to be looking like they're going to start off this match with a bit more confidence.
After you win that 50-50 just like that, you gotta start to build confidence. It's not every day you're able to get both of them without minimal help. As you kind of see everybody towards the south side of the map still needing some time to fly in, which gives Kaido, Hijo, QNDX, Phantom a lot of time to really think what goes right, what goes wrong, which side do you land at, because that's something that we saw already yesterday is sometimes Phantom and QNDX are going to get brave. They will start to land on that slower side where a lot of the loot is at.
I can't even imagine how many times they've practiced this drop. In the previous match, QNDX Phantom had the better side where they did get that slurp truck. But this time around, I'm not sure. Kaido and QNDX look quite even.
Are they going for the double floor loot? Is everybody kind of going for that floor spawn? Kaido looks like he's a little too short. Phantom as well. QNDX got the first weapon. Kaido's just getting one as well. Harbinger versus AR. I'm not sure who really has the advantage, but Kaido's just doing what he can to quickly loot up. He has the cola. He has the bubble shields. And now for some reason, there's a third team here. Who invited them?
Who invited them to the party, Jacob? They came uninvited, as now there's 3 duos in this tiny little dock, and they're all battling it out.
They got the slurp truck on the other side. And already, you see, I think it's QNDX and Phantom trying to disengage on out, but they run into another team, a 4th team there. I don't know what happened to the south side of this map, but it's not something I think anybody wants to be a part of, and that's why you see so many players just disengaging outward.
Look, especially after coming from a victory royale, if you're QNDX Phantom, you see another duo here, you start walking out, you see another duo coming for the 4th party, you're like, okay, we don't even want to take an engagement anymore. It's fine if we play shambles, let's just get out of this early game.
Uh-oh.
It's Mally Murstache. You have to be kidding me.
That's one thing for sure, especially if they got that red line rig loot as well. But I think I saw another off-spawn fight not favor Seti and Cammy Kieran. Easy doing it yet again. Malbuka Mustache. You see they instantly get that red line rig loot and try to beeline it for Surge. No builds, no materials in their inventory. Not even a shotgun on Mustache, which means they're prioritizing early game Storm Surge here. Once they don't get the look that they want, then they're going to backtrack and try to farm up those materials.
The crucial part of that was Phantom and QNDX spotting out Mustache Malabuka just as they took their 3-2-1, so they were able to block a lot of the potential damage that was going to be coming at them. So we'll take a look at kind of what happened to Cammy and Seti. You said it yourself. It might have not quite went their way this time around, as Akira and Easy once again taking out our FNCS Invitational champs.
Yeah, I can't necessarily blame this. Once you go through day 1, you realize you're winning more of those off-spawn battles. You get more and more confident to actually take the fight to Seti and Cammy. Even in game 1, you saw Seti and Cammy kind of rotate away. As long as they stay there, I feel like Akira and Easy are feeling confident more and more as each game passes to actually push over in that direction, start a fight, and even take the chances to finish it.
Repeat from yesterday, not a single duo contesting their forecast tower. They got uncontested Reckless, uncontested Forecast. It's a good place to be in, to be fair, especially if you get good odds with the Forecast actually spawning.
I think as well they've been fighting. They just demand a lot of respect towards Reckless in that POI. Focus and Blue Sea, nothing really to concern you there. Just kind of farming up. Very little metal to be had over there, so probably just trying to get every drop of that. Clips is by himself. Takes down Sky. Scroll just immediately runs into the box. Just trying to waste no time following up on that damage that his teammate did put down. He finds the success and quick enough to where he can get the revive back on the Sky. It's almost like they never went down in the first place.
I don't think they did, Jacob. I'm what you're talking about. Sky Scroll, perfect cleanup, 2 eliminations, 5 nitros now left over. Medkit minis. All you got to do is recuperate a bit of mats, find that metal, as it is the most scarce resource. So if you can get it early on, it's always better, especially if you have kind of that metal route. I see a lot of loot on the ground here in Pleasant Piazza. I see a duo that we don't see in this POI too often. Normally, it's Clown and Axe Force. battling it out. I do see Cloud and Axe Force close by, though.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that so many players are coming over here towards Pleasant Piazza, because even though they won the off-spawn fight, you saw how many teams rotated. They were only really to get points from that off-spawn fight. They placed 34th in that last game, probably struggling to get loot, materials, because so many teams kind of scavenged it before they're even able to leave the POI. Vico Flixie, we saw them at their forecast tower not too long ago, but they know they have time before the forecast tower even spawns. So they kind of look around for loot, take a lot of these high elevations on mountaintops, and as soon as it gets near that time of forecast tower about to spawn, they just go ahead and return back.
They had a bit of trouble in the last game in terms of Storm Surge, especially compared to day one. So maybe this time around they said, not going to let that slide in game 2, as they tried taking an engagement. Didn't fully commit to it, but I can assume, or at least hope, that they got a bit of tags, bit of damage. So now that Storm or Forecast Tower is going to appear, like you said, they will be going for that if it does spawn.
I think we had, what, 3 south zones, 2 south zones, maybe a little bit of a southwest on one of them. So far, it might be too early to tell, but it does look like we got a far pull towards the west. Not too worried for Gudenbra and Forzen, because they do have the launch pad. If they hope Flowberry Fizz, they can go from launch pad to launch pad on the south side of the map. And if any cactuses are left over, they can regenerate any lost HP through that.
I mean, yeah, you talked about zones. It was like a dart player hitting the same spot over and over again. I think basically every zone was on the west side of the map, little southwest, except for one. One zone kind of went a little random. He like sneezed as he was throwing the dart that time or something, but we'll take a look at Vidil and Reason. See if they can continue their momentum.
Like I said, when you already have your global championship spot secured, it's a different type of pressure. It's not necessarily the same, but when you're a team like Vidil and Reason, it's sometimes not always about a global championship spot when you already have. Now they just need to prove that point, win this FNCS, go into the global championship with the confidence of being the best team in EU.
Just thinking about it's got me excited, Jacob. Global championship. Ooh, that's going to be a lot of fun. The best of the best from every region battling it out in an in-person event. Top 10 today. There's going to be 10 more slots from EU. 10 slots on NA as well, if you stick around for that, to be qualified to the global championship. So that's what some of these players are playing for. You got, the prize pool from the grand finals, but also those 10 slots. So you don't have to get first. You don't have to get second. You might not even have to get 10th if a player that's already qualified to global championships gets top 10. So for a lot of the players that are kind of on the mid half of the leaderboard going into today, that might be their main goal.
Yeah, I think it's got about tempering those expectations just a little bit. Don't want to lose hope halfway through as Walks ping. Saw Walks go down early on in game 1. Ping was able to get his reboot, but it's because of these early game skirmishes that they're not afraid to trade off with. Trash and Splash, they do land, I do believe, just north of the Underworld towards the outskirts. A little bit of a split drop. So when the zone is in their favor, you see they don't have far to rotate. I can see teams like this kind of positioning, tag each other, the extended box fights for the little bit of surge that they can. And then on top of that, you see not too far away and currently about to open up is the bunker.
What's interesting is I saw Ping in Pleasant Piazza a bit ago when we had our eyes on that. Now they're back over here, kind of just wandering all over this area of the map to get tags, but then eventually ending at that bunker. Looks like another duo that's found their way to a new POI. It's QNDX and Phantom with an elimination as well. This is a good comeback from the, I guess, surprised early game that they had.
Now you can say the shambles early game, they disengaged, they got pushed off, but it was the smart decision. Like, it's not all about proving I can fight off spawn, I can win off spawn, because the games that these guys were able to survive, they were actually able to play out. They got 13th, they got 8th, they got a first place. So as long as these guys are able to play to their strategy, I feel like they have confidence in themselves to not only perform well, but to come back here on day 2 and oh no, I feel bad. That happened to me the other day. I got jump scared. I felt so safe in my surge tower. I felt so safe, and then the team landed on me. I jumped, and I was like, am I playing Fortnite?
Yeah, it's the crash pad Flowberry. You can see the amount of elevation you can get with that combo. Cantry Cry False. Nice little elimination. Only one, though. Just take a replay. What actually happened here?
Pojus on the other side.
Oh,
That's just one of those things that do kind of catch you off guard a little bit, or maybe that's just me when it looks like they're going for a full revive. They're trying to hold the wall. Then out of nowhere, they just push out. And with the Nitro, they bump you around, land a couple of shots, and in an instant, you realize the tables have turned. You don't even know how.
what's going on here, Jacob? So we got Reason Vidil crouched down below at the bottom half of a Surge Tower.
Who is that up there?
And if I look at the mini map, I see 2 green arrows. So I think the duo is split up. Yeah, technically it's a solo up there. One wrong decision, Jacob. They might even know that they've kind of made a split Surge Tower, and the likeliness of them dropping down to kind of group up again is quite high. So if they just wait it out, or even their duo groups up, no, this could be huge.
I feel like they could have set up a trap. Maybe they hear him coming. They got one floor. It's edited out. They're trying to do it. Is it going to work, though? Because they have the Nitro. They have Flowberry Fizz. He's dropping down. Vidil, Reason under pressure. I'm not sure if they really wanted to get put in this situation. But again, the way the meta has shifted, having to fight for a lot of the Surge. You see him going up, ready to challenge. Vidil taking the side angle. Genio is just trying to get out alive, and he's scrambling around, forced to separate from his teammate.
Scavi showing up like a guardian angel just in the right moment to tell his duo partner, they're chopping you down, get ready. The shots that he took caused them to connect to the builds once again, which didn't break down the Surge Tower, and it might just have been enough to keep the duo alive.
I was almost thinking they could have set up a trap. If Ski would have seen him a lot sooner, Chino could have went down, tagged him with a DMR, edited the wall. I felt the possibilities were cooking, but just the timing wasn't there. The reason they realized not to stay too long in this situation, especially since it's a short distance away, Rift Island is about to spawn.
And you can see Vidil Reason making use of that, as they're going to be the ones to hopefully claim that flag first. Chicho Trulex have secured a bunker, it seems. So although they are in the zone, they've got a bit of extra loot now, and they can make their way back in, basically unharmed. Not too many materials, though.
Almost makes me wonder how they even ended up in this situation. Was that even their bunker to just kind of get the scraps that are left out of it? But Queasy out of nowhere, Wild Queasy appears deep in his zone. I don't see Thomas, so I got to make the assumption that they are split up. You do see him in the distance, probably trying to catch up with that Nitro ring. So hopefully Queasy plays this one just a little bit slow, steady, calculated even. Because otherwise, he is a solo separated from Thomas.
CZB Nathan, we saw how they can perform when the zones kind of favor them up north. However, this time around, I'm liking their loadout, but I'm curious to how much damage they've actually done.
As another team, you kind of look at where they finished on day number 1, 11th place, 172. We kept talking about, the change of the cactus, the north zones, and how it correlates to their placement. If they can start to play well and play more like they have during the qualifiers, during more of those open lobbies, I can see them definitely catching up. Instead of being in 11th place, I can see them getting inside of that top 10, and the next thing you know, they're on the international stage playing for millions of dollars.
That's what I hope, Jacob. I'd like to see them there, just like a lot of other duos in this lobby today. Murstache Malabuka, 9th place going into day 1. Well, finishing off day 1, going into day 2. Hasn't quite went their way today. They've been dropped down to 14th, but all it takes is one decent match.
Just trying to see everybody's up here. So I think there might be a third team. Yep, Malabuka Murstache, Rift Island turned into Superstar Island here for a moment. You got pings and walks even on the outside. Right now it does look like a contested flag. That's going to be after the fact. Actually, you do see the loot there. Vidil's going to get that hand cannon. We know how dangerous that hand cannon is in the hands like someone like Vidil. We've seen it happen almost all day yesterday. All you need is that opportunity.
Can you make use of those opportunities, though, and capitalize on them to make the most of them is the big question. Chapentini currently at 301 points. I believe they maintained their top 5 position from yesterday going into today now after this most recent match. So they haven't went up or down, but that's not a bad thing in day 2 because the issue is, although you can make huge comebacks, you can also get dropped down significantly if you have a poor performance. Scavi now. We saw what happened earlier on with Vidil and Reason. Looks like they've traded an elimination, and now they might be trading the res.
which sounds easy, but when that third team comes in, Cantry, Cryfalls, it's going to make it a little bit harder, especially for Ju and Asa. They're the ones getting a lot of this focus, especially since the revive just came out. Kvi and Chino just taking their time, healing up first, and then I see them becoming from in the fight to now becoming that third party. This Cryfalls, the brutal beachhead loot, he can crash into any of these boxes at a moment's notice, but you probably heard the footsteps of that third team being there and said, hey, it might be a little bit too dangerous. We already have one elimination. We have some surge because we rotated in. It might be too early to risk our game here.
I think this is the second time Kvi and Chino kind of got surprise attacked at one of their surge bases. Not quite the best of luck, but I mean, it could be seen as the other way as well, because now they're 244 above the Storm Surge threshold. They've given up a bit of materials and potentially shield and heals to be there, but it's better than going down to Surge later on. T-Chips and Desi also 326 above, looking quite healthy, but they are going to be playing a bit more edge zone here, as with the amount of duels already based up, it's going to be difficult to get more centered.
Yeah. You know, I thought I saw something like this go down in the feed. T-Chips, Desi, they get QNDX off guard. Phantom's doing a good job of fighting back. Takes down the shield of T-Chips, which allows him to get a little bit of that freedom. And I did see him go back of zone. I thought it was going to be a little bit dangerous with Stacey and Podesai being there, but Phantom realizing, hey, this zone is going to begin to hurt. I don't have HP. I can't continue to stagger myself this far back, so I have no choice but to move forward.
Oh, he's not done. He's confidently putting himself into a 1 versus 2 here. He's kind of out of options, so he knows if he can land his shots, this could be more than enough. All the way from Middle East to EU, looking to represent as he goes for the nitro shot, but his dream is quickly crushed.
I give him A for effort. I give him an A for effort, even an A+, because at least he tried it. He's not one of those players that just went down without a fight. He realized, I got no heals. I can't go back to zone. A third party's even tagging me in the distance, and if this team wants to push me, they can, because I'm out of bubble shields. So might as well take the fight to them. I was just talking about the surprise attack sometimes works.
I don't know why that was so funny to me. He just ran in and instantly got pumped, put to sleep. But hey, starting off game 1 with the Victory Royale, you know it's fine. They're not going to be too let down from that. All they got to do is kind of figure out the early game going into the next match because of what happened there with the triple con 4th party. We'll have to see if it continues, but for now, we're going to focus on the moment. Thomas HD, Queasy, 76 points. They need to make something happen.
Yeah, they definitely 44th place. This is somewhere on the leaderboard I would have never expected to see these two teams. And now seeing them 683 above the damage threshold, I just hope they get off these bottom layers, because this is where I usually see them kind of getting lobby sprayed, another team trying to break into their box. They're just a little bit too low to the ground, which makes them easily accessible from any of these teams that might be low on Surge.
Feeling reason something might have went wrong here. 2 HP onto the deal. No medkits, no bandages to help with that. Does have a significant amount of shields, but is it even going to be enough to outlive the damage from these players? One tick of storm, Jacob. That's all it's going to take. But Pablo going to go down. Bevies was already eliminated. Pixie now making it into zone. CZB and Nathan, one of the duos capitalizing on these players rotating in late.
Let's see, you even got another team just like focusing down on them as soon as they rotate into that spot. And that's why I say elevating yourself is kind of the name of the game this season, because of those nitro splashes. It's easy for a team to break in your box. Then obviously the Thunderburst, the consistent spray, especially if it's coming from a full duo, some of those shots will sneak in. As Vidil and Reason, they're just looking for any way to gain HP or to rotate the zone without really being noticed. They could go towards the left side. That's where a less and less amount of players are at, but they're going to have to go through the water to do that.
Vanya Swizzy playing it calm, collected, controlled here. Just taking shots of the duos rotating in. They're already inside the edge of the zone, so no repositioning going to be made yet.
Doing pretty good. I like them. Like Swizzy.
Looking to the backside of zone. They rotated very, very early to be able to do this, stagger themselves back, even if the zone does pull, but they already found their safe spot. So every team that needs to rotate in from that south side is an easy target for Swizzy and Vanya, and they know that team rotated in. They might not know it's Axe Force and Clown, but they do know somebody is positioned there, and you see them reinforce that ground, making sure no easy pushes are going to be possible at a moment's notice.
See Reason using that dash on through. There's kind of the pros and cons of having a late game by the Underworld. You have that water of sticks, that green water down below, that if the players dip their toes in it, they get 3 of those dashes that can be replenished just by stepping in the water once again. Yannis making use of one of those dashes, propelling himself towards the loot. As he's still 54 below, though, he's going to have to find some damage.
Yeah, you can see how active the lobby actually is right now. Players getting taken down, others moving up the threshold. Yannis was able to find some build, but it's very, very little. Maybe a little bit more than Siphon Mats overall, and they're just quickly gone. They're out. And he has another rotation to make, so we know for them, this one's not going to be easy. And you see how stacked the lobby is around that line from top to bottom. Some teams on high ground, others on the ultimate low, and then others are just making and wasting no time getting to the front side of the zone.
So after this 8th zone, it will be first moving. So this is where these players have to decide kind of what their ultimate game plan is going to be. We know players like Swizzy Vanya, they have enough materials to do so. They like elevating themselves. Others just like staying ahead. Jinyo and Skavi, though, although they've had a bit of mid-game action, it looks like they've done a great job to put themselves back into it.
Just beamed Nathan out of the sky. Dashes or no dashes, crash pad or not. That 2 ARs just beamed him where we get the elimination. Trying to keep themselves moving in this game. 49 HP for Swizzy. That's not a confident fielding for him. But on the ultimate low ground, he's hoping with different elevations here in this next zone. Not too many teams will find themselves in the mud just like him.
Hopefully he has enough strength to get his feet out of the mud as the rotation begins here. Nice crack going to come through, but you got to be careful. Opposing end also going to land their shots. 22 HP for Yannis. As now Pixie has gone down while he was looking for that loot. No time to pick up your duo, but at least you can secure the mats.
Yeah, he timed that one perfectly. So when Pixie went down, he not only gets his resources, but he gets that little bit extra from the Siphon Mats, but instantly gets beamed out of the sky as soon as he makes that rotation over. That was Reason who got that. I believe Vidil was lost long ago, so he's going to be left as a solo.
Neil Goodenbury are going to be the duo that has the most elevated position, with zone pulling quite in their favor. They're so high up that they might even be able to maintain this, considering the potential crash bad flowberries that are going to come through on this rotate. I think they still should be pretty good.
Yeah, even if a team does go up for that high ground, I think the plan should be to stagger a little bit, steal the high ground away because of that crash pad, especially since they won't hear you coming. The zone is opening up, forcing this rotation out of everybody here. Some above Surge, others might not be so much as Hootie takes down Chari, separates them as Gears goes down to Clownsky. That duo's full out of this game. At least they were able to get some placement points. 19 teams still alive, so there's still more to come as well.
So Zivanya, great job elevating themselves, giving themselves more eyes on the players rotating in. Now, the issue is they need to take shots on the duos rotating up, but they've been kind of blocked off here. Now with a little bit of vision, it's going to be a 41 tag, bumped up to 123 above the threshold, but they need more damage.
Yeah, just like this, they're not getting too greedy. They're taking shots. They're taking opportunities as they come. They're not forcing anything here as they quickly, once again, rotate to the front side of the zone. They don't go to that ultimate low ground. They don't know how much of a roller coaster there is because you see it going, dipping down that mountain, back up on the other side. If you're not ready for something like this, it is going to become a nightmare.
On the bottom right, we also have Vico Flixie trying to see if they can get closer and closer to that second height position they'd like to play for the potential retake. Looking to maintain their spot on the throne. They didn't have the best game one to start off the day, but they're looking healthy for game two.
Yeah, this is how you bring it back. They built themselves a little bit of a cushion versus the majority of the playing field. So one bad game isn't necessarily too much to cause any concern just yet. As Guden, Forzen, they're just trying to maintain their position. They find an elimination onto Sky as well. Hopefully they were able to backtrack and pick up those mats because there's only so long you're going to be able to elevate your position just like this, especially with Chap, Teeny in the lobby. They're ready to contest, and they're ready to go all out for it.
The Flowberry, the Nitro, everything's activated for this retake, and it looks like they might have just done it. They need to maintain it now, though. That's going to be a massive knock. Continue to apply that pressure on the duos looking back up. Going to even drop down a couple layers here. Issue is, eventually they might have to find a refresh.
Yeah, it's going over a little bit more flatland, making it easier for some of those players down below, but not if the pressure continues. Gleezy by himself, still figuring out a way to make it work. It's these comebacks today with the 1.5 that makes anything possible for anyone. And Swizzy's just jumping around, 15 HP, flank coming in. He's going to get dropped. Vanya's now stuck by himself, and he gets the nice elimination on Mustache. The elimination is in, the medallion is picked up, and this is giving Vanya a second chance at life.
It's giving him a bit more shield per second. He's going to get up to 50, but he has the big pot. He has the flow barrier to continue on forwards. Issue is so many players are down in the dirt that all it's going to take is one slip up. But Vanya now gets knocked out, gets eliminated, and we continue with Teeny and Chap on height.
He just did not have the time to get to the rest of the HP into tip-top shape. Teeny, Chap, they're above. Nobody even has a chance to look up. They're just getting pressured and caught off guard by every player that's down below. Pings and walks, they're able to make it far into this game this time around. 3 eliminations. They're able to get the siphon mats and claim so much space down below.
They have space on low. The issue is medkits being popped, and all these players that are running out of materials are going to be dropping down like flies, so they're going to have to continue with their aggression if they want to maintain this position.
Yeah, doing well right now, but now it's going to come down to fighting because they run out of builds. Nice shot on Axe Force. Clownski's there, but so is the high ground. Teeny trying to take advantage of all this commotion. He's able to get the elimination credit for that, but Pings is still alive. He's trying to go under the radar, but he gets spotted out yet again. Teeny looking like he's on a rampage here in the end game. The final 2v1. It's easy as the first. 6 eliminations and a big win for Chap and Teeny.
Great way to finish off the second match of the day. They held on to height for as long as they needed to, and once they wanted to start playing aggressive, they executed it perfectly, securing those last eliminations to pick up the win. After both game one, after both day one finished, they were 5th place, maintaining that spot. But now with this victory royale, I would not be surprised if it's bumped them up to top 3, even top 2 on the leaderboard.
Yeah, these are those big point games that we're talking about. 136 points for Chap and Teeny. And as soon as they got the high ground, they did not look back. They pressured everyone from above, didn't allow them to look up until they finally dropped down and sealed that deal.
I love how they executed the high ground retake during the right moment as well. We had so many duos continuing to try and get height, but they waited for the opportunity to strike, and it played out perfectly. Now all they got to do is maintain that consistency to see if they can take home the first place spot. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we're back, there'll be a lot of action to see, so don't go anywhere.
Who's in here? What? Dang. He's up. Oh, he's up even more. Beat up the team. Look at
Welcome back to the FNCS Major 3 European Grand Finals. We've just got a handful of games before we find out who'll be taking the third Acts of Champions of the year, and things are getting very interesting in terms of the leaderboard, especially after Teeny and Chap conquered the third victory royale of the day. Mini Miner, this was a hype masterclass from them. I mean, we are continuing on the hype taking theme now, but yeah, they just timed it perfectly here.
Yeah, it was timed really well. The position that they put themselves in to take height there was really nice as well. We saw Guden and Emil just trying to spray out other players down below, and it was just Teeny and Champ just thought, right, we're just going to sneak up on there, use all our Flowberry Fizz, and then use those Nitro dashes as well to be able to get their way up. Apart from that, it was just a really, really nicely played endgame. We saw it yesterday as well. Played really, really high layers, managed to get a win in game 3 yesterday. Today, they're doing it again, Levin, and it seems like this is where they feel most comfortable.
Yeah, just as I said at the start of the day, I think we're going to see a lot more of these teams who we know like to look up for height, be a bit more aggressive for it compared to yesterday. I feel like at times it was too easy. We saw people try, but not many retakes after that. Like a bit too passive for my liking, at least compared to what we saw in the semis. And Chap and Teeny are a top height team, and they showcased that perfectly.
Yeah, and actually, I should correct myself because that was the second victory royale of the day. I'm getting ahead of myself because we've already seen so much action so far that I'm just imagining we've gone through one extra game. Let's take a look at the leaderboard, though, and see where we're at after 2 games of day 2 games. 7 and 8, and Vico and Flixie, they are still managing to hold on to the top 11.
Broken the 500-point mark. Things are looking good. You know, the big question I think coming for them today would have been like, are they going to be able to maintain that pace? Are they going to be able to keep it up? And Mini Miner, again, they are just consistently making it to end games. It's like there doesn't seem to be anything that's going to really cause them too many issues, or at least stop them from getting to end games consistently. And as long as that is the case, they are going to continue to lead the pack and, you know, sort of try and create distance between them and everyone else.
Yeah, their game plan does seem to just be indestructible at the moment, doesn't it? I know going into the weekend, we had a couple of questions. Is Vico now going to be able to live up to the hype, you know, be able to play under the big pressure of grand finals? Now, of course, going into day 2, are they going to be able to keep up despite all of that pressure of day number 2? And they are continuing to prove why they deserve to be at the top of the leaderboard. Another really nice played low ground game from these guys. They're not really making any crazy height takes, not trying to go for height too much at all. It's just really nice, consistent games. And even that game, we saw it a little bit earlier on in the game. They rotated further out to get that surge all the way out to the east, and then went back to claim that forecast tower, which again is completely free for them. So this strategy, this game plan that they have is being played out to perfection right now.
But Mini Miner, should they be slightly alarmed about the fact that Swizzy and Vaniac are also having a really consistent performance?
I wouldn't be too alarmed looking at their eliminations. I just saw that right now. 44 eliminations to their 24. They're absolutely dominated. But Swizzy and Vaniac have started the day very well as well. I'm sure they'll be meaning to continue that way as well. This is an 8th place with 2 elims. So not a crazy high elimination game, Levin. But again, they're getting to these mid-ground layers. They're getting to this end game consistently. They've only actually had 1 game outside the top 10, which is a 28th. So the consistency that these guys are showing right now is unbelievable.
Yeah, when we saw the top 3 after day 1, and obviously Janice and Pixie were in there, Pings and Woks were in there. Again, both of those teams, top teams are expected to do well. But this for me is the real, you know, A and B of the region right now, or 1A, 1B of the region, where it's like, these are the teams that I expected to see battling it out. Vico, Flixie, Swizzy, Vaniac. You know, it's funny, right? Coming into grand finals this weekend, Vico said the only team that's better than them is Swizzy Vanya, right? And we're seeing that here so far, where those are the 2 major teams. Chapentini and some of the others just a bit behind, again, still in that race. But no surprises, Mini, that the meta shifted. It shifted in the favor of both of those 2 teams. And both of those 2 teams lead the way so far in the competition. No surprises there.
But Levin, do you think the Ping and Woks could surprise us? Because I know we keep mentioning, but it is very important that 1.5 times multiplier on the points today means that if they have a massive victory royale, they could potentially take that top spot.
I mean, yes, but then with the way the other 2 are playing in 1 and 2 right now, you're going to have to rely on those guys having bad games. And if you've been watching the last 8 games, those guys don't really have bad games, right? So, you know, it's going to need some luck on their side. But ultimately, yeah, Pings and Woks are a top team. They are a team that I'd expect to maybe pick up a nice, you know, double-digit win game at some point of the rest of today.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is a team that we didn't see too much of in the first game. Of course, they went down. I saw it was Ping who was trying to go for the reboot, just set their entire game back a massive amount. They came 36 in that game. To see them bounce back in this game, get that third place, few eliminations as well. Really, really nice to see. And remember, they didn't have a very good start necessarily yesterday either. And then they went on this insane run of really good games. So hopefully now they can continue that momentum in today and hopefully get some more good games on the trot.
Well, as you both mentioned, Vico and Flixi, they are so confident at the top. We're expecting their consistent performance to continue, and they have hit the 500-point mark. In fact, they've crossed it. So looking at that second page of the leaderboard, Mersash and Malibuca, for example, being in 11th, do you expect to see much of a change to the top 10? 11?
Slightly. I think Malibuca and Mersash will end the weekend in the top 10, but do I think they'll start to become a contender to win it all? I'm not at that point yet, no.
Yeah, I feel like we've probably seen our Acts of Champions winners in the top 5 mini minor.
Yeah, I think so. I think the consistency that we're seeing from the two top teams right now, even just the ability for Ping and Wox to pull something magical out in different games, even Janice and Pixie as well, a team that haven't really had a good start today. We saw that yesterday. Their first 2 games were not very good and had an insane run on the last 4 games. So lots of exciting storylines to look forward to, and hopefully we'll get an excitement towards the end.
Yeah, especially as when you look at that top 5, they are all such incredible fighters. So expect some hotly contested victory royale still to come your way. We've got 4 more games. Let's make the most of them with Takata and Jacob PR.
Thank you, Frankie. Look, the top 3 duos are also uncontested, Jacob. So that's good news for them. They just got to keep the momentum going. However, the borderline of that qualifying range to the Global Championship, the top 10, a lot of the duos around there are contested, just like QNDX and Phantom. I don't know what went wrong in the last match. Triple Con, we'll have to see if it happens again. Let's get right into the 3rd match of the day.
I'm kind of pissed.
I know we got 4 games left, which includes this one, but the gap between first and second, it started at 4 points today. Now it's about 50 points. Vico and Flixi and their consistency is insane. And what Levin said, you're almost counting on them going down early in order for that gap to kind of lessen up. And I'm not sure that's going to be the case. So hopefully a little bit more control over their game. Eliminations, we know 160 is just a 10 elimination win. You can close the gap, but it just relies on you taking a little bit more risk in your game.
A little bit more risk, but high risk has a high reward. So we'll see if that saying will live true to its name. Clown and Axe Force, although there's only one team contesting them now, later on they have a bunch of duos that end up rotating through Pleasant Piazza. And it looks like this time around, although they don't have another duo contesting them for a triple contestation, it does look like Haijo and Kaido are going to win the better end of this drop spot and get that slurp truck.
It almost looks like they just switched sides completely, because this is where Haijo and Kaido were landing yesterday. Phantom and QNDX were going for the easy slurp truck, but they were at a huge loot disadvantage when actually fighting it out if they didn't get the shots they need, but that's not going to be the case here. A purple gatekeeper, 2 big pots, 9 splashes. I don't know what QNDX and Phantom have on the other side, but they better be ready for this.
Yeah, it's not looking good for QNDX here, especially if Haijo's able to connect one more shot. Now the upper hand is for Haijo and Kaido. Phantom might be put into a little bit of panic here as he's been completely cracked in the 2v1. He's just trying to survive.
Even trying to pre-throw some EMPs through the window. He might even have one left, but he gets caught off guard before he can get it out. QNDX and Phantom have dropped. Haijo and Kaido now get a chance to move up that leaderboard.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, all the games that either QNDX and Phantom or even Haijo and Kaido ended up coming out on top off spawn, they've gotten pretty good placements. I mean, Kaido Haijo, 11th, 9th, 1st place. QNDX Phantom, 13th, 8th, 1st. They've done a good job of getting those pop-off matches as we take a little look at the replay from Akira and Easy. Once again, potentially taking out Cammy and Seti. There it is, the cleanup.
I feel like this is something I don't think anybody would have expected ever in the history of EU FNCS. And Levin was talking about the rotation away from their POI. It doesn't look like Akira and Easy are going to let that one go, but in comes Chap, in comes Teeny. They hear fights across the map. almost like a bloodhound when you take them on a hunt. They could just smell the weakness in the lobby, and they're just attacking at every single turn that they can. But there's so many more teams moving up the distance. Hap takes the brunt of that third party. Teeny's being forced back. They're biting off just a little bit more than they could chew in this situation. Have to figure out a way to reunite.
Extra mats being used here to cover that protection. As now chat might get a little time to breathe. The issue is so many duos are in the area. Are you ever going to be safe?
What?
In this situation?
Why is there so many duos in this area right now? I'm trying to count.
3, 4, 5. At least 5, 4 or 5 duos.
Like, man, and then some of them got eliminated, like 6, 7 at one point or another, just in this small mini map, not even in the overall position of the South, because we know there's even more numbers there. As Chap and Teeny have found a way to breathe. They can now just kind of think, formulate the strategy, wait for those duos to kind of disengage on out, and that's already happening. The two that were directly on their location have disengaged elsewhere.
Teeny. Let's see. Already tied for the most victory royales in Major 3 finals across all regions. That is impressive by itself, but if they're able to finish off now from 3rd place to the top end of the leaderboard, it could be huge. Vico and Flixie are leading the pack by quite a bit, though, but one early game going down is all it takes. And Swizzy and Vanyak, they're on the southern side of the map as well, but they're a lot more calm here, Jacob. They don't have 7 duos surrounding them.
Reason and Vidil might have a couple of duos surrounding them. This is a fight that I've seen more than once. They already get the knock and the elimination on the Cantry. Cryfalls instantly disengaging on out with the crash pad. Reason and Vidil wasting no time, even looking for the chase. They don't. They got what they wanted. The zone is moving in their favor, so they can take their time because this is a lot of open land in this area outside of Sandy Steps, of course. So as soon as he continues to move towards the south, if he does, they're going to see him hopping around, even if he uses the nitro rings.
Yeah, gonna have to be careful here. That's the reason of the deal. Have found their prey. Will they be able to land on it, though? Cryfalls has heard the danger. Double box comes through. And now the attempt to escape. I don't think he'll be successful, though. Crack from Reason. Vidil taking shots from the opposing end. Just one more needs to connect. And they can pick up their 2nd elimination.
Gotta be careful, though. Another team is rotated in.
Oh,
Vidil
no
just
way.
goes down. He just got bumped away with the nitro. Chap and Teeny, out of all the duos to come in and try to third party this is their way of coming back into this tournament to take that 1st place. Another one is down, but now Reason's left by himself. And I'm not sure Chap and Teeny have let their position be known just yet.
Did they even see Vidil go down? They must have, right? 100%. Chapantini saw Vidil go down. Reason left as a solo, and they're still choosing to disengage here.
Yeah, a little bit of an interesting decision, but maybe they just don't know how long he's been down. They don't know how long a revive hasn't had. A lot of questions here, but you can't bet against Chapantini because maybe they even see it's Vidil and Reason, and they're like, no. They might be a little bit too good for an early game fight. This is too big of a risk. Let's just go hop around the team. Everybody kind of knows the drops back. What spot and where, so that might be a little bit part of their game plan, picking and choosing their battles. I was saying that yesterday, and I think that could be an example of it here again today.
Certainly could be. As another location of the map that has an incredible amount of duos. By the Underworld, even closer to Pleasant Piazza, we can see a lot of the duos that originally land there, like Clown and Axe Force. Taking a look at the more chilly side of the map, CZB Nathan, Mariah Kaid, even another duo close by.
One disengaged on out, but CZB and Nathan are staying there. And it is going to be worthwhile. He threads the needle, I do believe, with the DMR. Maybe even the hand cannon, just cracking the shields just a little bit, forcing them to expend a little bit more of the resources in which they otherwise wouldn't have. And so if CZB and Nathan choose to follow this one, they know they have a little bit of advantage, but I don't think that's going to be the case. It's a zone that favors them just a little bit, and I feel like they need to take advantage of that.
We talked about Flixie and Vico tapping on Con Reckless. A lot of duos were kind of trying to rotate by the POI to see if they could find damage from some other players in the area. But this time around, I don't think there's been as many rotations through the POI, forcing Vico and Flixie to kind of have to go to the surrounding areas to try and find some tags. This is a great opportunity, though.
And it's a great opportunity for both of those duos, Marine, Cade, Monier, Lunex. They didn't take each other down off spawn, so they both got kind of equal chance. I say that way because they did kind of split loot pathing, so they're not going to be as looted up as they should be. And in the feed, I did see Pixie get taken down. My biggest assumption here is Giannis was probably in the Surge Tower, getting Surge. Pixie looting around on the low ground. He probably got picked off by himself.
Shots being connected by Giannis, though. These are crucial. Without having a duo partner, you have to be landing your shots. This is where the chaos unfolded in the southern side of the map. Actually, even going to take out Cheeps in the feed. Not sure if he was doing his homework.
I think for a second, I'm like, the cactuses aren't there, Giannis.
What?
You can't drop down and get them, but I think he knows that. Just trying to hide his position just a little bit.
He knows that.
And you saw in the distance, Cool and Voltiax, they were the ones who actually took down Pixie. And I could see how they did it. They're over towards Brawler's Battleground. Like I said, a lot of teams leave one duo down below to stagger themselves, loot up. A lot of that brick gets expended, so they have to refarm it.
Looks like I might have spoke too soon regarding the Reckless Railway rotations, as Mariah and Kai are going to be the duo that decided to walk on through. Vico and Flixie trying to capitalize on this. Mariah has been fully cracked, no shields currently. Vico knows this, which is why he's hunting him down.
Yeah, I'm not sure he knows it's Marine and Cade. Remember, I was talking about the earlier situation, splitting loot, since both of those teams were alive in such a small, close proximity. I feel like if he knew that, that would be an opportunity for them to try to get aggressive. But it's not going to be the case. They're just going to continue to rotate around. You notice there's no Surge Tower over towards Reckless. As Kudenberg just gets that elimination on Philip Bunkert there. But there's no Surge Tower there, unlike yesterday. So even though teams already know Vico and Flixie are going to stay around Reckless Reels, they don't know exactly where they're at because of the lack of the Surge Tower.
Genio. He's lost his duo partner, Skavi. We saw the kind of issues they have. I wouldn't say they were issues, but the aggression that was played out towards them in the mid game when they had their Surge Towers built up. Now something has gone wrong. Skavi went down, and he's going to be forced to potentially find a reboot here. There are a couple duos in the area, though, so it might be worth it to tank a little bit of extra storm to safely get his duo back in the game.
Yeah, since I did see bandages there, I know there's a couple fire pits that can be used around this location of Grim Gates. So I wouldn't necessarily be worried about the HP. It is very, very early in the game on top of that. As we tune back into Vico and Flixie, I wonder what happened here. 0 eliminations to 2. No Marine and Cade in sight. I got to imagine they probably traveled back. Got a couple of those early shots. Just took the full-on fight. 526 points. And this is what every team below them needs to watch out for. It's not just their consistency to make it to endgame. It's the ability to get eliminations throughout the course of all 6 games today, which means they're getting 6 points, 6 points, 6 points before placement points even come in, Takada.
You'd love to see, right? Especially with the buff of those placement points. Quick replay of how Marine ended up getting eliminated to Vico here. Nice little quick cleanup in and out of the box, even picking up another one. Vico.
Okay, that
your
cone,
duo partner.
That cone was not. That cone, I give him credit for that cone. I for some reason thought it was the other player's cone, but I saw it went from wood wall, wood stair, wood cone. He coned himself, dodged the shot, dodged the nitro blast. That was actually a good fight if you actually break it down in slow motion.
I mean, did a great job there, not only connecting his shots, but keeping himself safe for Flixie to come back and assist. Nebs Kiduo, another duo fighting their spot for the global championship, but with Nebs going down, there's another situation similar to what Chino was in. Issue is now there's a lot more duos in the area, so it's nowhere to be for a safe reboot.
Nah, he's going to have to wait. He already knows here he has to start looking for more heals, because if he's going to get that reboot back, it's probably going to be in Grim Gates or one of these close reboot vans, which means they know they're going to stay a lot in the zone, getting ticked down to very little HP. So med kits, floppers, small fries, anything is going to be needed. And that's not in.
Not anymore, for sure. You can see Kaido and Haijo there on the hill looking to see kind of what's going on. What party were they not invited to this time? For Chapantini, though, they've already gotten elimination. They've done a decent amount of damage, and being in third place right now, they don't want to put themselves at risk. especially so early into the match.
You just kind of hear all the crash pads around him. And that is going to be the only team that is still kind of in this position back of zone. They're probably looking over at Chapentini, say, hey, when is this duo going to rotate? I don't know if they heard Pablo up there, but he's a solo. This is going to be a tricky situation, but I think they're just trying to clear the space. Not necessarily to go after Pablo, but you can kind of see what they're aiming up. Crash pad. They don't want to bump into any roofs, kind of lessen it. But right now, I think they just saw him. They saw him at the tail end. They're breaking through those walls. Pablo's scrambling around, giving away his location, his audio. And Chapentini, if they know he's a solo and spot him out, they're going to continue pushing forward. But more teams are coming from outside of the zone, making it more and more of a risky situation.
You asked if they knew. I think they do. At least they do now for sure. But with another two duos rotating on the edge of Storm, Pablo shortly behind them. Walks and Pink are going to be taking some back and forths. But as their ultimate goal is to get back in zone, I don't think they're going to be continuing to take a lot of shots. But Chapentini are going to capitalize on all these duos rotating in from Storm to kind of box up on the edge and potentially look back for some shots.
It's interesting to see like the rotation and think about how it kind of happened. Ping and Walks, they land at the underworld. They probably saw it was going south. They rotated all the way down towards the west on the most part and found themselves a slower side of the zone. And they do have access to Rift Island. That's not too far away. If they want to move in, grab one of those rifts for later on in the game, they just kind of got stopped. They got spotted outside of zone. Not only that team that's kind of on that line of the zone with them, now Swizzy and Vanya have a good line of sight.
A southern pull. And it's going to be Swizzy and Vanya on top of Malibuca Mustach's POI of the day. How long will they hold off here, though? Rift Island being close by. It's almost a perfect location on Rift Island to take shots at all these players in the south.
Swizzy and Vanya, they're in a situation here where 9 out of the current top 10 teams, at least one player, it would be their first FNCS title. But then Swizzy and Vanya here at the top of the leaderboard said, nah, no new titles for everyone. I need one to match my old one. I want this Axe of Champions to last just a little bit longer. I think we're going to have a revive train going down here.
Yeah, they're not going to let that one slide. Hopefully Nebs and Kiddo have enough time to make it back in. I mean, just 6 HP. The bandages have been found in the last moment. Is there time, though? 1 HP? No, not enough for Nebs. Kiddo is going to be forced right back. The good news is they do have bandages when Kiddo ends up picking up Nebs, but are those bandages going to be enough for the both of them? Is Kiddo even going to have time to pop his bandages, or is he going to go down as well?
And then they have to worry about Storm Surge so far out of zone. And they need to keep themselves healthy enough to where when they do go down like this, Storm Surge pops, they have enough to continue going forward. But I think you can hear the plan. You see it. Storm Surge, the lack of heals. Kiddo and Nebs make the call. I'm going to have to do this one as a solo.
Will he be able to is the big question. As zone has pulled to the north side.
Oh, no.
Which is going to favor Nebs, but at the same time, 197 below, not even close to the zone. You see a duo, and this might just be Nebs' opportunity.
Yeah, it's his only chance here. His only chance, and he has to hope somebody has a med kit. Oh. Nice knock on the Trulex. Storm Surge even turns off, but no med kits. No med kits yet for Nebs, and he's using his last bandage. He still has the crash pad. He still has the Flowberry Fizz. And he's done what he's needed to do. He's got the Storm Surge. Just hopefully with a 2-tick now, he can make it in the zone. He finds a banana. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. How many more fruits and vegetables can he find? Come on, Nebs. You can do it. No, you can't. Almost just mere inches away.
The Flowberry Fizz effect ran out as he popped the bananas and hit the Nitro ring. So close, but so far. At least he took down an alone with him. Another 6 points will be added from that.
It's something. At least he doesn't leave this game empty-handed. Because once you have those 0-point games, you start to think, like, what's going wrong? And sometimes it might not even be you as a team. It might be the zone. It might be other players. So you start to switch things up. As Giannis spotted, I don't see I don't see Pixie anywhere, not even on the mini-map, the additional color arrow. So Janus still doing this one by himself as well. 83 below the damage threshold for Swizzy and Vanya. They instantly take that rip because they don't want to fight this far out of zone, especially since you look, there's only that one trail up the left. Everybody else is going to have to climb straight up that mountain, expending builds and resources.
Great rotate into zone from Swizzy Vanya, though. Now they can potentially take some shots onto Sky and Scroll. They are 117 below, but they're elevated enough to have a lot of angles on their opponents. Shakeoff's going to get tagged. Vanya going to get cracked alongside him, though. Now only 45 below as shots continue to be connected.
Hey, but they're a persistent team. And I feel like they know how to get out of these tough situations, but they're running out of resources quick to try to out-heal this zone. And a good portion of those teams are on that mountain. Everybody else down below. Thunderburst. They do have a little bit of a DMR. And they do see some teams towards the outside, but they're still getting ticked down. They're not finding and capitalizing on any opportunity to deal with Storm Surge.
The only other duo in their surrounding area that's getting tagged, I believe, is the duo directly on top of them, but they're not really peeking each other, so they're kind of forced to look afar. Good news is, though, now 69 above, they got a bit of time to get some fresh air.
But they've used everything. They've used everything. So the fighting for them isn't going to stop. They're barely above Storm Surge here in this zone. They have no resources. Yeah, they might have builds, but you can see they're even kind of chunked down already. One fight, one surprise attack. I feel like they will both go down. Once we check in on some of the other action that's going down around the map, you know how heated the day is getting, especially for what's up for grabs. Vico, Flixie, they take down Nasia. But it's only going to be a knock, though, so at least the solo's still left alive to try to get as many points.
Speaking about solos, Swizzy's been knocked down. Vanya left alone with just 30 to 40 HP. So many duos surrounding him as well. Chaptini being one of them. They are going to choose to potentially rotate here, though. Still not in zone. Crash Pad's going to come through, but the shots are on them. They're going to hold the build. They're going to make sure the eyes aren't on them as a nice, clean rotate is coming through.
This is becoming a little bit of a scary situation. Vico and Flixie still up, first place by 50 points. Vanya's a solo. Nebs and Kaduo are gone. Janus is by himself. So a lot of the teams that are looking like contenders are kind of in shambles here in this game, except for maybe Chapatini, Ping, and Watts. So they're going to have to keep this one close if they want this FNCS to stay within grasp.
Just 15 below. One shot is all it's going to take, but surprise, right into the box, taking down Chaptini. Left alone. He does get that elimination, but is he going to be able to get his duo back?
Okay, so I didn't curse him, right? That does not count because I was just talking about them being the only team, the only full team still left in the game that can kind of contest with this one. They're still on the low ground, staying alive. Janus, but it does look like he has some active Storm Surge. Being a solo mode of this game will tend to do that to you in a rough spot. That's Chaptini. They got a second chance here in this game. Still 172 above that Storm Surge threshold. Placement points are coming in as well. Everything's stacking up here in this game to become close.
Might have been cursed, but the good news is they're back in business now for Janus. He's been playing it out as a solo for a significant amount of this match, now 12 below. He was able to get a decent amount of tags, but one more was all he needed. Unfortunately, he is going to be forced to kind of out-heal it here with the medkit and Flowberry.
I was saying, I was hoping he at least gets that shield up before it actually strikes down his HP, but he's still 57 below the threshold. You see he's hunting around, looking, but not necessarily jumping out in the open because he knows these opportunities will come as long as he's just patient. But a full metal box means he has to look elsewhere, and he spots out a team towards the high ground trying to take advantage, but quickly notices there's so much going down on his layer. It's not going to be easy. He has to go ahead and reposition if he needs to find the shots that he wants.
He can't miss either. The issue is, too, if the zone pulls back south up this hill, it's going to be an incredibly difficult rotate for Janus. In just a couple seconds here, we'll see where that moving zone pulls. It pulls northwest, so I don't believe it's going to pull over the mountain. It actually might just be pulling back, which is perfect for Janus.
Yeah, maybe just a sliver on the mountain before it goes off. But you're talking about perfect for Janus as a solo. Vico and Flixie are the ones everybody has to watch out for. About 40 points in this game so far, with almost double that still to come, maybe even triple in some cases. Malibuca and Mustache really haven't seen them too much in this game, but as we do, they've elevated themselves on the high ground. They have the mythic hand cannon, and they have a rotation. It means they have multiple opportunities to do just that, especially here, flying through the sky, trying to make a little bit of a montage. Misses that shot, but he got what he was looking for. Elevated position.
Levin was talking about them not yet being in the running for that first place spot. They're just outside the top 10, but one big match can be all it takes to put them in top 5. As Giannis is still going strong as a solo, but now he desperately needs to do more damage.
Oh, Vico, Flixie, they just got taken down. A blessing for everybody that's in shambles at solos, including Giannis. Now it's time to try to close the gap. One elimination, scrounging for loot, but he's 225 below the damage threshold, which means he needs more than just a singular elimination. Even if he takes out Art Skill, it will still be below the damage threshold. He needs some shots on Shakos as well, but with the zone pushing in, he knows if as long as he pushes forward, stays above everybody else, those opportunities to land some surprise shots will come.
Storm Surge is active. He has no more minis, no more heals at all. So all that's left is for the Storm Surge to no longer be activated or to do enough damage. He's got a bit of time to breathe now, as Vidil's also been left as a solo, and Murstache and Malabuka are still holding strong above.
Even Queasy is starting to build that momentum again. Another one of these end games by himself as a solo. As CZB gets beamed, Vidil unable to take advantage of that one because he knows he has to continue rotating. Even though this doesn't necessarily drastically pull over a mountain, but you see a good portion of the zone is off the side of the mountain, making it unable to play.
They continue to tarp down. Malabuka Murstache claiming the height here, taking shots at all the players that are close down below. Not a single one in sight looking to contest them so far, but it's Teeny who's been left alone. He connects his shots, but he's only has 6 builds left, and he's going to have to drop down soon.
Yeah, this is not a good, and it's not even a fun situation to be in, but he's trying to land some shots before the inevitable has to happen. But he looks up, Malabuka Murstache still going on the high ground. Nobody really having a chance to contest them, but a sneak comes in. Teeny landing a good shot, but unable to get the elimination. He's out of mats and resources, so it's a vital must if he wants to survive.
Riding the wave of the storm right now. He cannot go ahead due to having 0 mats. He has to find an elimination here, but he gets spotted out from above. It was Malabuka and Murstache that are also getting contested. Murstache left up with just a sliver of HP, now forced to heal.
Not weak at all. Malabuka looking down, trying to put pressure, and he needs to because he can't have teams looking up. They are almost out of builds. A chop is going to come through unless they want to drop down. And the fact that he's not healing means Malabuka and Murstache do not have heal off. If they want to win this game, they're going to have to drop down and win by eliminations.
They have 0 materials as well, so 100% we're going to see from aggression from Mally Murstache. Easy, though, with 4 elims. Akira with 3 is the duo that consistently is taking out Cammy and Seti, but they have yet to close out a big match. Can this be the one with Malabuka and Murstache applying pressure from above? It's going to be almost impossible. Elimination comes through, and now Kovacs in the zone trying to make it back.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough. You see him kind of chopping pickaxe and trying to find the heals, and all he finds is Malabuka and Murstache, and they find a 9 elimination victory royale, 156 points. These 1.5 multipliers are going absolutely crazy today.
Look, I'm thinking about the quick maths. I can't do it in my head, but they're 11th place with 267 points going into this match. They're actually 15th place with 267 points. And now with that victory royale, I guarantee that they're back in the top 10. But you know Malabuka and Murstache, they want to continue climbing that leaderboard. They want to be in the top 5. And this is exactly what they had to do to continue on that route.
You can kind of see they just kind of knew. They knew as long as they didn't take any big shots, they had this one in the bag. And this is where it is beginning to heat up because now we are halfway through the game, Takada, with only 3 games left. It's all or nothing for either the win or that top 10 global championship spot.
I'm getting nervous, Jacob. I want to know what that leaderboard is going to look like, but there's still so much more excitement to be played out. We'll be right back, but don't go anywhere because we'll see you soon.
What? No. Sorry, scared. No. Oh. What's up? Just kill myself. I'm an idiot. I'm fine though. Oh, ow, ow. Give me 1 second. What's up?
You guys, I'm just feeling nostalgic for Major #1 when we saw Mersash and Malabuka book an early spot in the Global Championships. And I feel like they were probably not very comfortable sitting at number 11th on the leaderboard because they've only gone and started on that epic comeback 11-2K, taking the victory royale with a whopping 9 eliminations, I believe.
What a game for them. To be honest here, I was going to sit here and make a joke about how typically it's like a double-digit win for Malabuka. I was going to come in a bit unsatisfied, but it was an entertaining game, so I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Minnie, this is what we talked about at the start of yesterday when we said we want to see these guys use that Mythic AR to play for height more often. And the beam that Malabuka hit to take height off a trap, look at that. Oh my goodness, that is dirty. Really nicely executed game from these two.
Yeah, absolutely. They use that medallion to their advantage. They use that assault rifle to their advantage. That's where it's most powerful up on high. And believe it or not, this is actually their first victory royale in grand finals, all chapter, including all chapter indeed, actually, or including the one that actually won in Major #1. So they haven't actually ended up winning a game in grand finals until this very moment right here. And even there at the end, they need to get that final shot onto Kovacs to secure that elimination. Really nicely well-played height game from those guys, even just batting off anyone that decided to try and take it off.
I mean, the performance was so impressive. I was just looking off that, just trying to see if we had any more stats about these guys coming in, because it was just fantastic to see them absolutely mastering the high ground. And the thing I keep noticing, Mini Miner, with these two, as long as they can get off Redline Rig, they always have one of the best loadouts in the game.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what Redline Rig gives you, isn't it? It gives you that assault rifle, gives you that medallion as well. We spoke about it, Levin, as well at the beginning of yesterday. They can trade Surge with that medallion. They don't have to expend loads of their heals in the mid game. It seems like they've got a little bit more contestation, a little bit of drama around them at the moment as well on today. Seems like that's going to be a little bit of a problem for them, but they seem to have solved it so far, and in good time as well with 3 games to go.
That game was interesting, right? Because they had some really nice zone pulls. We saw them actually when we were watching Janice sitting on top of that large rock, right? Solo trying to like get Surge. A lot of the damage he was receiving was coming from Malabuka and Sasha. Those guys were taking so much shots at him. They obviously got a good island pull as well, which they played for. It meant Mustache could use that mythic hand cannon. Like, everything just sort of like played perfectly for them in that game. And it's good to see that with the perfect circumstances around them, they were able to actually deliver and get the win.
But Malabuka in particular is on fire this weekend. So let's take a look and see if he's made it onto our list of highest eliminators. We've got some important numbers from the game so far to bring you. And I do have it on good authority that actually it's Mustache
Yeah, I was
who
gonna say.
is fourth. And if you consider that they were just outside the top 10, the fact that he's one of our highest individual eliminators, Miniman, is pretty impressive.
Yeah, very impressive indeed. And again, going back to yesterday, we were talking about how Mustache kind of has this ability and has this tendency maybe to start off the chapter really, really well on a really high note in Major number 1, and then start to fall off in terms of performances and placements and whatnot. But now he's just thrown that completely out of the window. If they can get a good performance here, they're going to be definitely squashing that theory.
Yeah, I mean, the focus though has to be on the MVP of the whole weekend right now. Vico with 34 eliminations. I mean, come on. We saw them. I don't know what it will be now if we look at the leaderboards. Because I remember earlier when we looked at the standings, they had like, what, 44 eliminations or something? So the fact that he's got 34 all alone, I mean, in that last game, some of the fights in Reckless, I think it was against Cade and Marine. He was bossing it. Like, he is on fire right now. Like, Vico is unbelievable. Yeah, 47 elims today. He's got 34 of them. He is a different gravy. The question I had for him coming into this weekend's Grand Finals was, will he be able to play how he's played all season long? Will he, be able to make up the previous Grands maybe where he didn't quite have that superstar performance like you would have expected? My, oh my, has he shut me up? This is an unbelievable performance we're seeing from Vico right now.
Big thing now, though, for this duo. Sorry, Frankie, before we move on. It's that now that's their worst game of the weekend that we just saw them go down right there. 18th place with 3 eliminations. That's the first time, really, where we've seen them have a bit of a rocky game. Of course, luckily for them, another team in that top 3 also had a rough game right there. But I hope that doesn't become a trend for these last few games, because although they're up there on the leaderboard 40-odd points ahead, it's by no means safe yet with this 1.5x points.
But now you've mentioned Swizzy and Vanyak in third place, because I have a feeling, Miniman, that's the duo you're hinting at there. It's an interesting one with these guys. I feel like maybe they were struggling for Surge earlier in this game, and that maybe led to that early exit. And I feel like their eliminations aren't as high as I expect them to be, or am I barking up the wrong tree, Miniman?
No, they're definitely a team that have had a decent amount of eliminations, maybe not as many as we've seen from some of the other teams, sort of like mid-range in terms of that. But yeah, you're absolutely right. With Storm Surge getting forced into these sort of fights, you can see there, Vanyak 23 low, getting ticked, and there's another team there as well that is trying to fight. At this point, it's just so difficult to even get that damage at that point, because there's just everyone starts to look at you. And yeah, it's a difficult one. It was an awkward zone for them as well. I think they couldn't quite find the damage early on like they used to.
Don't forget that the top 10 is where all of our duos want to be right now if they have not booked a spot in the global championships yet. And if you cast your eyes to 7th, we've got CZB and Nathan. They're managing to hold on pretty steadily to their spot in the top 10. They've never been to a global championships before. And I'm starting to believe they can do it, Levin.
Yeah, I mean, they were a team that I picked as a potential, global championships qualifying team. I mean, they've been spectacular the past 2 majors throughout the season and capitulated a bit come the back end when it came to Grand Finals. Nice to see them picking up a bit of momentum here, as again, yeah, it's getting dicey. But I think the good thing, right, for any team that's like looking to try and qualify for the global championships, you look at the top 10 right now, right? You have Vidal and Reason in there, Mustache Malibuka in there, Suzy and Rania in there, Champion Team. That's 4 teams who have already qualified for globals. That means you top 14 is what it's going to be right now. All the teams in the top 14 would qualify to globals right now.
Yeah, but only one can win the top prize of $170,000 and the Axe of Champions. So let's see who is going to be in pole position after our next game with Takata and Jacob PR.
Time truly flies when you're having fun, Takata. We've already been through 9 games this weekend. This is the 4th one of the day, and it's the second half where you have to leave behind no regrets.
Yeah, what Levin was talking about too. Right now, with the amount of duos that are in the top 10 that have already qualified the global championships, top 14's Pablo Bevis. We got Prism, we got Kovacs and Hootie. A lot of top tier talent on the edge of qualifying. So let's get right into the 4th match of the day.
This is the first game of the second half of the day. The last quarter of the entire tournament, and we're still going at it down here. And even though we saw them kind of contest the other side of the drop this time around, we're switching things up. Let's contest the Slurp Chuck. Let's contest the only chest that's there. Haijo's down first. Phantom quickly scrambles out. I don't know if he was actually able to get the weapon, and it's Kaido who does. He's landing a few shots in the distance. Phantom finds an SMG.
was
He's trying to
insane.
fight
How
back, and he
fun.
wins it. A big win from Phantom here late in the day.
Kaido missing the crucial final shot needed to take out Phantom from the 50-50 2v2 pickaxe battle to the last moments of the shotgun versus SMG engagement. Phantom and Q.
Leave no regrets behind, and I didn't think it was going to start off like that. A true 50-50 straight pickaxe at first knock due to the actual pickaxes, allowing for Phantom to get away and scramble around instead of kind of 2v1 in that situation. Now he has the freedom. We know what both of these teams can do when they can actually play out their games, when they win off of spawn. We just need to see Phantom and QNDX take advantage of the fact that they won this time around.
It's crazy to me how much the southern side of the map is changing, though. Like, if you look now at the mini map, there wasn't a single duo in sight. There was a point where there was like 4 or 5 duos this time around. I don't know where they went, Jacob, but they're not here anymore.
I realizing it's not as easy to get Surge on that side of the map as it once was. Everybody's kind of more spread out due to the changes in the cactuses. But others, they do get this off-spawn fight, and it means double. Not only do you win, not only do you get the loot, but you get an early start to that Storm Surge. You just got to be able to capitalize in and not fall behind the curve. As you see in the feed, Queasy and Thomas down again.
Not the best day for them. Alongside Cammy and Seti, some of our most dominant duos on EU in general, just not really getting their way today.
Y'all hear me?
Sky and Scroll, on the other hand, this is one of the duos that's just on the borderline
Y'all can
of
hear me.
qualifying. They're literally one placement away from qualifying to global championships if we were to end the tournament right now. Good news is they've got a few more matches to play out here. Bad news is they got to land their shots. All it's going to take is one more shot to connect, but Sky's getting a little nervous, unable to connect it. But the good news is his duo partner is there to save the day.
Yeah, that was looking a little shaky and scary there for a moment. I felt like all he had to do was pre-fire. And I was just about to talk about this team today alone. They're managing a 10th place on the leaderboard. If it was just today, 174 points today alone. They're just struggling to find that consistency. They have a 5th, a 12th, and a 26th, but with 11 eliminations. 66 of those points are off straight eliminations. If they can find a way to make it deeper into these games, they're definitely going to move up the overall cumulative leaderboard.
This might be the one. I mean, coming out the start of the match with a couple elims is kind of a good way to set you up for that later half of the mid game and even potentially the end game. Kiduo and Nebs now choosing to kind of disengage here, even though they do seem to have the HP and shield advantage, but it might have just been Nebs now as he got a crack. Cause Kiduo to say, you know what, maybe we're not going to disengage. Let's get back into this box fight and see if we can close it out.
Yeah, the last couple of games that we've been watching from Nebs and Kiduo, they're just either going down early in zone, which makes them fall behind Surge, or they're just down behind Surge altogether. So I could see some of these early game fights making a little bit more sense, but not when there's a third party shooting into the distance, making it harder. Hero Mappy going through some of those same struggles after how well they performed to start the day off yesterday. A good thing to see them win a big fight here. Again, Surge and the way it has changed throughout the weekend has been impacting a lot of teams' control over their own games.
Mappy and Kira with one elimination, not two, so not sure if there's been a solo left around or if they picked off a solo.
So there goes the first one. Quickly resets that cone. Just kind of toying with your opponent that much for a quick second.
Yeah. Nice way to pick it up, though, than seeing that his duo opponent didn't get fully finished. Just knocked on the ground, so not going to waste too much time. As we take a look here at Classy Courts, haven't seen too many fights around this side of the map, even zones in general. They've been a lot more kind of north, I mean south, southwest compared to the north zones. Look at the duo in the zone, though, right behind them. It's Kaid and Marion.
I see them kind of move out of this position because they already got those 2 eliminations on the Queasy and Thomas. But Ryan and Cade probably need a little bit more surge depending on how their off-spawn battle went. They have 2 eliminations as well. But I got to imagine Ryan and Cade, there's not so much of a worthwhile elimination. It is an off-spawn. A lot of the time, there's typically not a lot of shields on your opponent that early on. And I like that out of Moran and Cade. They're just not
Oh,
getting
see ya.
confident. Oh, I won an off-spawn battle. I got Surge. They know that there's still more Surge to go. They know how impactful Surge is on these lobbies. As
Yeah,
well.
they were.
Well, Lucy now talking about how impactful Surge is, going for a bit here as he gets the initial shots with the SMG, but on the other end is going to get cracked with a huge shotgun shot. Now forced to disengage, heal up, has 2 big pots, but his duo partner, looking incredibly healthy, is going to have to play defensive.
I'm saying that tree is just a little bit of a nuisance as well, taking up some space in his box. As Trulex gets found out, Cheap cleans that one. Chicho just dropped to just a sliver of HP. Even if he survives this, I'm not sure what he's going to be able to survive after, because they're breaking into the box. Even with a flip ramp edit, trying to attack off guard, it's still not going to be enough. They have almost every piece in that box. Turtle and Cheeps are not slowing down here.
Not at all, as they can continue with that momentum. Great way started off here. We'll take a look at Vico and Flixie now. Something interesting about this duo, showing just how dominant they've been, is they've had at least 3 eliminations in every game. But if you look at their opposing duos, their enemies, no other team has even had 1 elimination in every game, Jacob, and they've had 3. So we'll see if they're able to maintain that. Only 1 on the board so far, 2 more to go.
I mean, there's 3 players in their line of sight, one of them being a solo. See them kind of protecting their forecast tower as well. On top of that is Fire and Flipmunk just trying to go all in onto Snazy. I don't know where Podesai is even at, but I gotta imagine he's down and out, especially since there is no knock. That one gets cleaned up with ease. You can see at the top side of that mini map, Vico, Flixie, they separated just a little bit. They're putting the full trust that no one's going to contest them at that tower. They have been one of the most aggressive teams fighting for their tower as well.
Taking a look at the mini-map, kind of thinking of the next steps here. I mean, Vico and Flixie don't need to do anything aggressive. We've seen how it's played out for them, especially seeing they already have an elimination and some shots from afar. Take a look at what happened. More towards the Grimgate side of the map. Axe Force and Clown that originally drop at Pleasant Piazza do tend to rotate to this side of the map, but it looks like this time around they didn't get the winning side of the coin.
Yeah, it's just very troublesome. They have to not only fight their off-spawn fight, and then so many other teams that are rotating in. It's like the action doesn't slow down. You either disengage completely very quickly, or you just play a little more careful and slow out of that one. Reason of deal, trying to make a late case here for a top spot on that leaderboards. And they're one of the teams, when we talk about going to the global championship, they already have that secured. Into the top 10, that will just trickle down into top 11, mini 11 set at top 12, 13, depending on all who finishes in that top 10. For some, it could realistically be a blessing.
Kovacs and Hootie now. One of the bunker battles. As kind of these situations end up in one duo continues to apply pressure, and they both kind of take shots back and forth, or even they just let the team go inside of the bunker and kind of camp out the outside. But this time around, looks like they're kind of scaring them off towards the bunker. Kovacs and Hootie going to be the ones with the builds already placed. Are they going to hold them?
I looked like he was just going to run away, box up, and give it up. But yeah, exactly. That just puts him in a different, tough situation, because Chroma Unlocks, in theory, now could just hold them in there, not allow them to escape. But at the same time, that doesn't progress their own game if they were to do that, because they're not getting surged. They even have an empty loadout slot with 2 minis, a huge lack of materials. So I do think they're making the right decision. Just disengage, farm up, put yourself on a better footing instead of trying to just camp one team.
See how Chapentini were able to pick up a couple eliminations. So you already had one. And it looks like they got the second one shortly after, right on the edge zone, so they'll be able to rotate back in. Malibu Merstash choosing to stay on their POI here in the red line rig. Swizzy Vanya kind of stole their position in the last match later on once the zone continued pulling south. But it looks like the good news this time around is they do have an opportunity to take some shots of the players already boxed up. It's where Yanis was boxed up in the last match. You can see Pixie close by.
Walks and ping, kind of business as usual out here. Over towards the underworld, not too many teams rotate in this direction. It's usually they're rotating south, of course, unless the zone does pull over here. But we do got another south zone, which creates a lot of flexibility and freedom for a fight just like this. And throughout the day yesterday, Ping and Wox did not take Storm Surge a single time. Their strategy was kind of solid throughout the entire day. But this time around, it does seem like with a lot of teams Vonderboom from day 1 to day 2, the changes that have been going down, they haven't had as good a success.
What's going on here? It looks like we're looking at a highlight reel from Chapatini just going back and forth between replays of them getting elim after elim. I said Vico and Flixio were the ones that get 3 limbs each game, not Chapatini. Don't know if they heard me right. Camisetti this time around. They're up. They are up, Jacob. They are alive.
Hey, at least they get a chance right now. They just need, you know, a couple of 10 elimination wins back to back to close out the day. Sounds easy. Sounds easy, of course. Zakir and Easy, 328 points. I think everybody on the region might be just a little bit surprised to see them not only performing so well, but they're doing it against the FNCS Invitational champions, against Seti and Cammy. So, to me, as long as they can keep up this pressure, maintain their position on the leaderboard, make it into these consistent games that they've been having, I think they're going to do well all right.
It's definitely giving them confidence as well, being able to be so dominant off the spawn. I mean, mind games are a lot of competition, being able to stay mentally strong. You even get those kind of boosts if you're consistently winning your off-spawn fights. You're just going to have even more confidence into the next match. So they've been doing a great job of maintaining that dominance throughout both days of competition.
I'm not the best at FNC yet. Let's say that.
You know they like to go for that one, especially when it is right there next to their POI. You have to be careful because we also see Malabuka and Mustache start to go up on top of Rift Island. Queasy and Thomas, Hero and Mappy. We see a lot of teams like to make this their home, but they're just so isolated as of now. I don't think any team is going to contest them for the actual capture point. I would think maybe later in the game to try to get that elevated position to get Storm Surge off the side of the mountain, but as of now, I think Swazzy and Vaniac are just going to remain uncontested.
I hope so. As we take a look here, Anicia, who has his duo partner looking incredibly healthy. On the other hand, the solo trying to do what he can to stay up.
Focus is just trying to hide. They know he's here somewhere. Kashi just being careful. Letting Macia heal up as much as possible. They're going back in for that loot. Whether they want to keep hunting for the solos, up to them. But at least now they know exactly where he's at. Great shot on the Kashi. Trying to turn things around. Now Zone is moving as well. All of those med kits. You see the floppers. That's going into Macia and Kashi's inventory. And it's rightfully earned because they're the ones who got that elimination.
Let's see, 2, 3 duos at least surrounding them that have yet to make it into zone. Looks like they will make it in before them, but if there's any duos already boxed up around the Nitro Drone, there's going to be free pickings, free shots onto the players rotating back in. And all in the meantime, we've got Chapatini, who've decided they want to cool down a little bit and start swimming around the map.
I heard it is one of the hottest summers in EU. So sometimes you just need to go take a trip to the beach, cool things down just a little bit, slow things down, kind of rethink their strategy. But zone does appear. You see Rift Island on the far left. 5th zone might be too early, but by the 6th zone, it usually does tend to pull away from that island. They have about 10 seconds.
What do you
nothing,
think? What do you
nothing.
think?
Oh, it's probably going to keep Rift Island in a little bit, but then in 6th zone, I think it's going all the way to the east.
Think he's going to pull water, though, in this next one?
Oh, no. Maybe a little bit, but no.
Look, I got faith. I want to see them chilling there. Cool, though. Going to get knocked down by Vico. That's the potential third elimination, maintaining that consistency that they've done throughout the day of at least 3 eliminations per match. Already doing so before the late game once again.
That's 54 points on the minimum elims. Not counting if they get more, but that's 54 points through 3 games. You added another 18 points for those 3 elims they got here. These guys just tearing things up. And I think Chap and Tini have noticed that. They have their gap mainly because of the elimination difference between them and everybody else in the lobby. So Chap and Tini can continue the same amount of pressure, kind of match them in some of these end games. Obviously, they're going to have to overtake them overall, but I think we're going to have a contender on our hands.
A deserved first place spot currently for Vico and Flixie. You can see boxed up on a Nitro barrel. Meanwhile, Malabuk in the previous game did not want to get their spot robbed from them this time around, as more and more players start to rotate towards them.
Yeah, it's just going to give them more and more chances to just build up on that surge. See them just looking all around, trying to see, okay, who's where are these players positioned, just in case the zone does pull over towards the south. And that's what's going to be key, because that's why you see them both peeking, both in zone, outside of zone. You see them at times look in two different directions, just trying to get all this information, soak it up so they can formulate a strategy.
I like the line of sight that Mustache and Malabuka have here. So much vision on all the players rotating on in. Desi's going to crash pad themselves out of this situation. It was Casper and Prism that were trying to take shots, but Casper, huge shot connected onto him. I'm wondering if it was T-Chips in the sky or another duo that's already boxed up. It would have been an insane shot if it was Desi or T-Chips.
Yeah, just unfortunately they don't have the heals to kind of out-heal the zone opening up. So they're forced to kind of launch pad in towards the zone. They have the choice if they want to try and backtrack, but immediate looks like Voltiax and Cool might be low on surge, so they have nowhere else to go. It's usually the first team that you box up next to. And it even looks like Voltiax is by himself. That makes it an exponentially harder position to be in as a solo with very, very few options.
46 damage above. One big pot solve that's left for Casper. They barely made it into zone here. Good news is they have pulled 6 zone. Issue is they need that damage. They have a lot of options close by, one of them being T-Chips and Desi, the duo that they were fighting just a moment ago.
This is where the game's going to get tough. Like I said, 6 zone. It will pull away from Rift Island. This one's going to go open up. And then we kind of got a 50-50 anywhere on the edge of these zones. So hopefully position yourself in the middle. So you got equal ground as Kiduho and Nebs just trying to find their way out of zone. What I said early on in this game is they usually find themselves down on Surge, and this time around they're 59 above. It's not a lot, but at least they're above on Surge, which means they're at least attempting to adapt and change up their game plan so far.
Yeah, that's progress. Progress and adaptation. That's what it's all about. Solve the deal and reason, kind of flying through the skies with their Crash Pad Flowberry combination to put themselves onto an elevated location. It's a great idea when you need that damage. Just stay elevated. If you can do so while conserving materials, even better, as you'll have the best line of sight and options to get those tags on the players rotating on in. West side is where the pact is going to be. All those duos boxed up close to each other with even more options to get damage. So if you need surge, stay close to the pact. If you don't, stay away from the pact for safer rotates, consuming less shields and mats on your rotation. But
Needs to heal.
be careful.
Yeah, he needs to heal. He needs to heal quick. I think Storm Surge is getting ready to activate. Literally seconds off of going down, and they're falling further below that damage threshold. They need to be proactive now while it's manageable, while they can still get it from a distance and not force themselves all in. One tick, that's all Nets can take. 25 HP and shield. He still ends up with 1 HP somehow, some way, and that's the chance that he's trying to take, but he goes down, leaving it all on Kaduo here as a solo. There's a duo in the box, but they pre-fire, take him down all together. Their struggles for Storm Surge continue on the day.
Very unfortunate timing on that crack. Was forced to kind of pop the Flowberry and not even look for tags at that point. Just stay up. Swithy Van, yeah. They had the elevated position previously. Now they're down in the sand, as they are going to be forced to use a crash pad to get themselves right back up. That's quite clean.
Yep, quick and easy rotation for them.
Well,
You see again, they just kind of position themselves above everybody else. They elevate themselves on top of that, just making sure if they have a chance to go at high ground, they can at least see it and get ready for it. But right now, they're focused on Demacia and Kashi on the other side of that build. The team that's isolated as of now, but if you look at the west side of the map in the mini-map, at least half of the lobby has yet to make it into zone.
Malabuka Mustache being the only duo on that east side, west from the position we're looking at now. 309 above, though, so rightfully so. They're not in desperation for any dags, basically. You can never have too much damage, but 323 above should be more than enough for the time being.
It's only a 44 differential in points between first and second. But Mustache and Malabuka almost 140 points down. Which doesn't seem like too much with the 1.5 times multiplier. What's going to make it hard is the fact that Vix have been so consistent and things getting pushed back. 451 points. This is not a time to go down while you're in the race in the last half of the day, last half of the games overall, but he is going to fall, make it exponentially harder for Ping and Wox in the next game if they want to take first.
They were in 4th place going into this match, close to the top 3. But that could be detrimental to them. Swizzy, Vanya, Chaptini, and Viko and Flixie can continue to lead the pack.
Good portion of the lobby pulling zone as well. And you got to keep in mind that Viko and Flixie do have that forecast tower. Whether if it's the one by Reckless Wheels or a little bit farther away, they do like to contest for it. Give them the best chance to make a lot of this early game rotation, save a lot of their resources. Not everybody else having as easy as a run. Malibu and Mustache, with the elevation that they had in that last zone, they quickly make it towards the front side of the zone and elevate themselves above that mess down below yet again.
Just connected by a couple of ramps. They might get shots taken at them, but Yanis has found something.
I'm playing Fortnite right now.
Getting eliminated, both him and
I'm
Pixie.
watching this.
Something quickly went wrong for that duo. Swizzy Vanya rotating a bit later than the rest of the pack to try and elevate themselves more. Chapantini, 5 eliminations already. Solid loadout. More than enough materials and shields. This could be a huge game for them.
Yeah, they still got a little bit of a gap to close, but they're on the right track. I saw Malibu Mustache at least try to gain some elevation, but above them, even higher in the sky, Swizzy, Vanya. But this is kind of like business as usual. I feel like you cannot be surprised anymore by their consistency and ability to get the high ground.
You can see how extra elevated they want to go. We know potential of Flowberry crash pads in the late game for retaking that high ground. So you really want to stay extra elevated and doing a good job of building that middle. So it's going to be fully constructed by the time they want to use it. Chinyo losing his duo partner. Skavigo's down now. Forced is rotated out as a solo. Good news is he has a bit of damage, but how long will it last?
He doesn't really have any builds. He's just trying to hide underneath, but he gets spotted out, forced to reposition yet again. The great scramble as high ground comes crashing down, but Swizzy saw that one from a mile away. He quickly drops. He knows Malibu and Mustache are right below, but he also knows he has to keep on rotating. Zone is forcing them in, and with great shots on the Mustache, he tries to follow up on that elimination, but it gets stolen away by Nathan, and he's not wanting to get too greedy. Keep control of the high ground, because there's still teams like Chapantini that are waiting. You see them in the corner to chop down the high ground and steal it away.
That was perfect from Swizzy and Vanya. They saw the Mustache Malabuka were second height and potentially going to look up, so they applied that pressure. Mustache went down, and now Malabuka has been left alone.
Swizzy, Vanya still trying to elevate themselves, but Chapantini have now, it's that point in the game, they're trying to go up, and they know they have some damage spraying down into their boxes, taking different angles, not wanting to let them breathe there in the situation, but they're going to be forced to continue to drop, give up the high ground for free, and look at the materials on the Chap at the bare minimum. If Teeny can barely match this, they're going to be in high ground, and they're going to be up there for days.
I have a vision, Jacob. I have a vision in Chapantini. Bright light in that vision as they continue to target ahead, but it's going to be Swizzy Vanya. They're not done. They say, give me my height back as the shots connect. Last person standing up above for Swizzy and Vanya to annihilate.
They got their get back there in that moment, but Chap is still trying to hold on. Both of them got just very little HP. One's going to be forced to drop. Swizzy just watching all around, but they're only doing it layer by layer. They don't want to fully give up this high ground. Flowberry fizzes out. I think Swizzy saw that one coming and immediately builds up, trying to expand the map. This is probably the longest battle for high ground we've seen all season long.
And it's not done yet. Teeny and Chap do not want to drop down. They just continue holding their roof, making sure that the bullets don't pass through. But Vanya and Swizzy keep applying that pressure. When is the second retake going to come through?
Yeah, you see the mat differential moments ago to now from 80 plus builds to 13. That shows how persistent, how bad Chapantini want that high ground. And another crash pad play is coming out. It's getting formulated right now, but Vanya, great defensive fire yet again. Teeny's gonna get dropped. The defense is looking real for Swizzy and Vanya, but Chap is not done just yet. He knows there was a lot of damage that got dealt out just a few seconds ago. He's got to guess that they're weak on builds as well. Another shot being fired. Swizzy's down. Vanya strikes, but he goes down as well.
Both third place team goes down. And to who? Guess what? To Vico and Flixie, the #1 duo currently on the leaderboard, taking out second place, taking out third place, and looking to close it out.
Yeah. You guys can go ahead and fight for second. You guys can fight for third because first place right now from Vico and Flixie is looking like it's going to pull further and further away from everybody else in that top 10 situation. And now they have a chance to win a big game here late in the FNCS tournament. They have full pressure. They have full elevation, and nobody even has a chance to look up.
The job's not finished. Annihilation continues as Vico drops down. They've already secured two incredibly impactful eliminations on the top duos, but they have to close it out now, and CCB and Nathan are the ones blocking their path.
If any time is to prove your formidable opponent, it's this one, but Vico with the quick shutdown, Flixie with the high ground. They get both of the eliminations on Nathan and CZB. They win the game, and they've extended their lead further.
No problem at all for Vico and Flixie, extending that gap within the leaderboard, standing high on their throne in the first place spot. You know that this match meant everything. Yeah, Vico and Flixie.
They had to be watching high ground almost that whole time. They were Swizzy, Ivania, Chap, Teeny battling it out. A lot of builds from Chap and Teeny came out. They just weren't able to hold it. As soon as Vico and Flixie went up, everybody else got taken down and sent out of the lobby.
I can't wait to see how that shakes things up on the leaderboard. The confidence is there for Vico and Flixie. There's just a couple matches left before we crown our champions. But before that, we need to take a minute to refuel the battle bus, so don't go anywhere.
I don't know my password. I'm done with it. So freaking done, bro. Can't do anything. It is so terrible. Okay. Let me go here. I need to go to Microsoft Store. I'm gonna go do something. Gosh, like 20 minutes. Maybe even longer. I don't even know. Hold on! Come in. You do it. So not we're not doing it. Okay. Yeah. Short area. I'm gonna wash my face. No way.
Well, if things were not hot enough, there goes Vico and Flixie showing why they are currently the odds-on favourites to pick up the Axe of Champions at the end of today's competition. Just an absolute masterclass from these two. High ground, no problem. We'll let our enemies eliminate each other. We'll just do a quick clean-up, then we'll pop back down and secure the victory royale, Evan.
That is FNCS winning performance right there. That is a defining performance. The way they took height at the end there was just, it was very symbolic in that you just saw all these top teams fighting for you. You had Swizzy Vanya up there, you had Chapentini up there, who swoops in at the end to solidify their claim as the #1 team in the lobby. It's Vico, it's Flixie. What a game it's been, what a 2 days it's been for the Mini Miner.
Yeah, I mean, just watching them throughout that game, it's just so good to watch. Vico in particular, they're dropping down to find those final 2 eliminations. And going into this game, they had an 18th place in that last game just before, right? And I was like, how are they going to bounce back from this? We haven't really seen them have that bad of a game so far this weekend. And they have just proven why they deserve to be in that top spot. Looking at the stats as well, Frankie, there's so many amazing statistics that just trump everyone else in the lobby, it seems like.
And the game sense from these two is just on another level. They get at least 3 eliminations per game, and the average being 5.4. It is just unbelievable. They are a Geo 11 that can do it all.
They are just unbeatable in fights. They just eliminate everybody in their way, right? We can talk about game sense, this game sense. These guys are 2 of the best fighters. It's funny because at the start of the season, you know, when they got together, everybody said, is this going to be the EU version of Peterbot and Poyo, right? And when I asked Vico about those comparisons, he said, look, we got to chill a bit. I don't know if we're at that level, but I mean, they're sure as hell doing their best impression of that, right? They are doing so good when it comes to just fragging out.
And what I love about this duo is, apologies for interrupting you, Mini Miner, but the fact that they're so confident. They might not be getting ahead of themselves in terms of their interviews, but the fact that they're ahead right now, some teams might rest on their laurels or maybe get a bit nervous about holding on to that lead. But I feel like Mini Miner, that's not going to be an issue for them.
Yeah, we saw no signs of nerves right there. Maybe we might have seen a little bit of nerves going.
What the?
If you're a man who makes at least 150 grand a year and you're still embarrassed to take your shirt off at the pool, I will get you shredded like a god for the summer, or you won't pay a dime. This is
I torpedo in the middle of the floor. I'm gonna get a good 20 bomb. I remember running out of here for the Wasteland quests.
This time around 11.
They absolutely have. Chap, again, Vico take all of the plaudits as being the best player in this grand finals. And
do you remember this Fortnite player? The 13-year-old kid from Argentina who completely dominated in the Fortnite World Cup. What happened to him? While everyone was playing scared, he was playing it like it was the Cash Cup and took home 5th place and $900,000. And that's the last most people heard of him. But the thing is, he hasn't stopped. Over in the Brazil region, he has been dominating, winning 4 FNCS championships and still playing as aggressive as ever. And that's not all. He's also the biggest streamer in the region, streaming everything to thousands of fans. Think of him like Clix, but he's actually won an FNCS. And today, he announced something crazy. He's tired of people downplaying his skill because he plays in
and get that big victory. Maybe you're just on the cusp of getting into those global championship spots.
long spoiled their day, and then Vico ended everyone's dreams in a flash. But if you think back to Major 2, I mean, Swizzy and Vanya just dominated high ground almost every single game. So to see them in their comfort zone makes me very happy indeed.
Yeah, I was really optimistic. You know, I think Mini, you called it, yeah, they won this game at a certain point, right? Because it just looked so set up for them to do really well. But then in the end, again, like we sort of highlighted, it was so many top teams up there. It's interesting for Swizzy and Vanya. They're the only team in the lobby that on a consistency game-to-game basis could chat to Vico and Flixie, right? They've been ultra consistent throughout these games, making it to endgame more often than not. But again, they're just getting out-fragged by Vico and Flixie. On average, it's almost double what Vico and Flixie have than what Swizzy and Vanya do. So again, top performances from Swizzy and Vanya, but they're just a better team in the lobby right now that is just better in all facets, it feels like.
And we have just headed on to page number 2, but in 4th place at the moment, Nathan and CZB. They are actually gaining in momentum as we head towards the end of the grand finals. And yesterday, I mean, I was praising them. I was like, right, these are human highlight machines. Levin, you didn't want to go that far. But you have to admit, 38 eliminations on the board. Now we're seeing them in every single end game. I think these guys are stars of the future. I think they could be future champions come next season.
They've been really good. And that's been the theme across the season. If you've watched Nathan and CZB, if you've watched any of the cash cups, they're always going to be in the top 5. It feels like it was just about, can they deliver on that sort of performance in a grand finals lobby? They finally start to figure things out. I'm super happy for them. UK on top is always what I love to see. So I'm going to be rooting for them to be at Globals and supporting them there.
However, man, we want to see CZB representing in the United States of America. We just have 2 more games to go. Can anyone dethrone Vico and Flixie? I'm not so sure, but I want to find out what Jacob, PR, and Takata think.
I don't know if anyone's going to dethrone them, Frankie, but what I can tell you is last major after 10 matches, Swizzy and Vanya were leading the pack with 89 points. And now Vico and Flixie are leading the pack with 108 points. More dominant than what we saw in last major. Can they keep it up for the last match, Jacob? Only time will tell.
Yeah, and I like what Levin was saying. Eliminations has been the difference maker. It's 108 points between them and second place. There's a 14 elimination difference. That's almost 80 plus points of difference on that leaderboard. But the next game is ready. Can anybody close the gap? Let's find out.
Vico Flixie leading the pack. Chaptini right behind them, and Swizzy Vanya in 3rd place. The 3 duos that all battled out height at the same time in the last match, and the duo that came out on top is the duo that's leading in 1st place. There's still 2 matches, Jacob. Anything can happen.
Yeah, anything can realistically happen. And you don't even necessarily need Vico and Flixie to go down, but 100% you need them to slow down. And yes, I see what you're seeing, and I hope Perhawa has different thought. Yeah, he's going to that little split drop towards the left. And this one is looking like another true 50-50 on that chest.
The pickaxe battle, 2v2 pickaxe. They get the weapon out of the chest. Will they continue swinging their pickaxes? Hydro goes for the weapon, and he secures it. They get the knock with the pickaxe, but unable to pick up the weapon. QNDX now put into panic as he looks for any sort of weapon.
This was best case scenario. The best case scenario of him getting that weapon. It was a DMR. I've even pickaxed somebody going up against a DMR. So Hydro knows he has to scramble around. But it's now, if he found any loot, could be still in this match. I'm trying to see what he has on the other side. It does look like he has a shotgun. So this is not an advantage to QNDX, whether he has the sneak attack or not.
The good news is that Cola granted him so much shield that even though he doesn't have the weapon advantage going against the shotgun, he just has to connect his shots now with Hydro on top of him, avoiding to break that slurp shot because it will heal both of them. QNDX is now cracked just 1 shot away from getting eliminated, and he goes down. Hydro and Kaido coming out on top once again.
Basically made him walk the plank off the edge of that ship, say, hey, we don't need you anymore. But Perhawa and Comeback, you were the one that spotted him out floating through the sky. Gwen is landed not too far off here just to loot up and put themselves in this position to play janitor, clean up through, and sweep this team out of the lobby.
Oh, this is not good for Hydro and Kaido. You can probably tell they're so happy right now, but Perhawa might not even look for the initial tag. They're both going to crouch up in a building, and it looks like they're going to go for the surprise attack.
I just want to hope that maybe they saw the footsteps running away through those audio visuals, maybe heard them, because right now this is looking like for Hawa and Comeback. If Haijo and Kaido think they're uncontested here, they're going to run into that building, try to get some of that loot, and get caught off guard. But I just want to give them the benefit of the doubt.
It's been pickaxe though. They literally pickaxed the door frame. You can see it's been damaged. And they know that QNDX and Phantom didn't go back here. They both landed on the dock side. So once they see that wall that's been pickaxed already, I'd hope that's going to be a red flag in their mind.
Wouldn't it be sweet if they did know they were there and they're just trying to farm up? Because Comeback and Hawa, in theory, did not have a lot of materials overall. So this could be a chance for them to push forward.
Kaido.
2 angles. Yep, they did see him. They're trying to get the sneak attack. Kaido just bit off more than he could chew. Haijo stuck by himself. Crash pad and the launch pad could be possible to try to get out and maybe circle back, especially with another team. You see them in the distance. The third party's rolling in. That's what Haijo is going to use. That distraction is the key for his survival.
But it looks like going right towards Haijo. They aren't even going towards poor Hawa. They went to block the launch pad, but now the chase continues.
He just got a little bit too greedy, going right back. And now he's really trying to just catch him off guard, but Comeback for Hawa still dealing damage. This isn't a situation I would wish onto anybody to be in, because even though he is by the launch pad, he doesn't really have HP. He has to use his crash pads, and that still makes him susceptible to taking shots just like this.
Yeah, if he takes the launch pad, he's going to go down in the air. If he takes the crash pad, he's going to get tagged. He's made it out for now. But as Chroma lands on him with the HP and shield advantage, it's only a matter of time until Haijo goes down.
And now you got Yanis and Pixie right above Brawler's Battleground. Comeback for Hawa. The ones that kind of landed not too far off. And this is a good chance for Yanis and Pixie, honestly, if they see all this, to try to get some surge. Chapatini looking to keep their aggression alive. We talked about a huge elimination difference. Even for them, it's only 14, which is about 84 points. They're losing out on eliminations to Vico and Flixie, which would kind of inch them closer. They wouldn't be in first, but they would be much closer to that first place spot than ever before.
Making sure to stay together, stay grouped up. As the shots continue to come through, Teeny's been dropped down to 15 shield. Chap is quickly healing up. They have the Flowberry Fizz, have a Coal activated as well. They will be able to get back to a good amount of shield and HP and even cause their opponents to potentially disengage here.
Yeah, that's Trash and Splash. They land just a little bit more north on the map, and they have been making their rotations on toward this direction. I think since game 1 today, at the bare minimum, this has been an overcrowded spot for a lot of players making their rotation in, whether the zone pools here or not. And I think that's what makes it a huge part of Trash and Splash's game plan, because it's going to be the best chances they have to get surge, because Rebels, Roost, you know, those two teams fight it out. There's not a lot of opportunity there.
Where is the opportunity is the question. Chapatini went for a couple shots and instantly continued with their disengagement. Asa and Ju, though. What's gone wrong over here? They've secured one elimination so far. Hoodie's going to be the last one up now. Do they know where he is, though? Footsteps coming through. They must.
He can at least fake out the revive. He knows he has him weak. The damage is there. So as long as he goes for the revive, Hoodie has to do one of two things. Disengage like he's doing now, or the other would have been to try to push in, stop the revive, handle 1v1 while you can. But he has less than 50 HP. I think he's making that conscientious decision to just stay alive, get those points, get your teammate back, and really have a strength in numbers. There's no point in doing it as a solo if you don't have to.
Once again, Vico and Flixie going for that forecast tower, securing it. So we know that they are going to have vision on the upcoming zones before they appear for other players that don't have a forecast tower.
It's kind of like business as usual for them.
Sure that Flowberry Fizz.
Hopefully they can keep their 3 minimum eliminations alive, because that's what's really been propelling them above and beyond being contenders here in this game. As CZB Nathan, they jump on to Lunex. He's all the way out of the game overall. And you got to think of those off-spawn contested fights. Even if you win them, you disengage as a solo. Teams like this will take note of that.
Launch pad coming through for CZB and Nathan. That's what I like about this even north and northeast part of the map around Mount Olympus, Grand Glacier. There's so many environmental launch pads that you can use combined with the Flowberry Fizz to basically get yourself a significant distance quickly. On the southern side, you have those nitro rings. Swizzy Vanya, though, looks like they're hungry for something.
They're ready to chop him down. Even if they're not going to take fall damage, at least puts them in a more fighting position than just being elevated so far up. And they're ready to just fight all the way from the low ground. You see him with that combat all the way from Brutal Beach. It packs a punch with distance in mind. But now Flyground comes crashing down. Kavii, Genio just trying to run away. But they run closer and closer to Vanya, who's landing just more and more shots. They know they have their opponent's weak, and that's going to give them the confidence to continue to put pressure. Multiple angles yet again. They're not letting them slow down, forcing them to change layers and to survive, which means they're expending them at a rapid pace.
Applying an amazing amount of pressure. This is everything for Swizzy and Vanya. Being in the top 3, they need a big match if they want to take home that Axe of Champions. And they do not want to let Storm Surge get the best of them. They applied the aggression. They did a great job. But once they saw Vidil and Reason, the third party, come through, they said, it's too risky now. We need to get out.
With how consistent they have been, they're very, very calculated in their approach to fights. 350 points so far for Vidil and Reason. They already have that one elimination. They started the game in 10th place with 344. So already looking to progress. And for them, like we keep talking about, they already have their global championship spot secured. So if they end up in the top 10, that spot is going to trickle down to the next player, which would mean Akira and Easy could scrape into that global championship if the game ended now.
That would be insane. Akira and Easy have been dominating the early games throughout these couple days of grand finals. Let's take a look here at what Vico and Flixie have been up to.
Oh, they see two teams fighting out. That's just easy pickings.
Wow.
Easy. No one even expected them to be there, so that's one elimination. Goes Stormy just trying to hide behind the vet. No, we saw you. No hiding for you.
Had a little
That's
too big.
the full duo, yep. Out in this game.
Looking over the bed. Unfortunate. Kiro and Mappy, though. They've got the nice little 2024 Storm Surge base set up. Have they got enough damage, though?
Got a little surge base here. As long as the zone keeps pulling towards the north, this isn't necessarily a bad surge base. But I feel like they just need to stay here just a little bit longer. I don't know when they're rotating. I don't know exactly the direction, but every time we see them, 5th zone, 6th zone, they're down on surge, kind of having to go box to box to get it. Yellow and Fnayan just getting attacked, even separated here for a moment. A full duo is going to be on the chase. 51 HP as he continues to get tagged up. He's trying to reunite with Fnayan, who's on top of one of those buildings, quickly trying to close the distance, but in comes Marine from the top, crash pad, just trying to get another angle. Breaks in. Nice shot from Fnayan to back down Marine. Now both him and Cade have to get on the defensive if they're looking to keep control of this fight.
And he's getting popped. Marine going to be able to recuperate that lost HP alongside a potential Cola, but it looks like he wants to save it for 9 on the other end. Big pots, full Flowberry Fizz if they decide to use it. I don't think this engagement's going to come to a full close, but maybe a bit more tags back and forth potentially as both duos just looking to get damage here.
Close, but
with how well Vico and Flixie are playing, I know there's limited rotations where you land at where Cade and Marine, top of the mountain, a little bit of a split drop, especially since it's contested. But I feel like I just would not want to rotate near restored reels, near reckless railways, where you know Vico and Flixie are more than likely going to be positioned up, especially if you've VOD reviewed from yesterday.
Which I hope these players have. We had a lot of south zones so far throughout the day, like extremely south ones. And once again, zone kind of looking like it could potentially pull towards this side of the map once again. Yanis and Pixie already have a good position for that, as it has pulled south.
You see Rift Island in the distance. You know what I think about Rift Island? So to me, it's a lot of information seeing it pop up here at the southeastern portion of the map at Redline Rig this time. Like I said, 5th, 6th zone. It typically does tend to pull away, not 100% of the time, But if you're in the game and you're starting to notice some patterns, it might be worth it to make a rotation across the map. Either that or just kind of box up on a Rift to make that a little bit easier instead of just rotating on foot, where you know a lot of teams are, especially because the Nitro hoops all around.
Crash Pad going to come in. Perfect landing onto Kiduo. If he's not aware enough, it might just lead to his demise. Kiduo gets knocked down in the blink of an eye. Dexy and Eclipse are going to be the duo taking advantage of it.
I just can't help but feel bad every single time that happens. It's just you got to be able to learn. That's why we see those 2024 Surge bases, Trulex and Chicho, full house on top of the hill. However they build those things, it's primarily to keep you from getting crash padded just like this. No matter how safe you feel, it's always going to be possible, especially if you're outside of the zone in a direction where a lot of teams are going to rotate into. As Dexy and Eclipse waste no time after getting that one, trying to rotate in. Chapatini find another elimination on the Pablo. They have Bevy's just a sliver of HP. Even with a third party, they're quickly going to try to move in that direction, but they have to be careful. Reason and Vidil, they're jumping on top. They're not necessarily going just for shots. They're trying to go for pure eliminations. Chap is there stuck by himself, but Tini quickly goes and tries to converge on that location. And now he's just forced to reload. I'm not sure how much of that shot he did hit.
Tini has to hit a big shot here. Chap did a great job playing defensively. I believe he even cracked the deal as he was trying to push him. They already have 3 eliminations. Such a good start for our second place duo, but it almost got put to sleep as Vidil and Reason came with that push.
3 eliminations so far. Almost makes me wonder if they're seeing Vico and Flixie in the feed, does that kind of sparks? Oh, we got to get another one. We got to get another one. Because they've been averaging at least 3. In some games, you see 7, 6, 8. Because at this stage in the game, exactly what you just said. It's game 11. There's only 2 games total overall that you get to play. And there's not that many points possible left in those 2 games. So the only way to close the gap is go Elim for Elim and even try to outmatch him in that case.
Elim for Elim. That's what I like to see. 4 on the board now for Chapatini. I think that's even more than what Vico and Flixie have right now.
You saw how south the zone went early on in this game. So I want to look at things like this. Yeah. You're staggering back. You're waiting in zone. You have 3 med kits, so getting out might not be too hard. But by the time you get there, that's where you're going to find a lot of those troubles. And I just hope this time around they're not following in the same path as those previous games, not getting a lot of surge, which forces them into engagements as soon as they get towards the zone.
CZB Nathan, 3 elims as well. This match has been looking incredible for them. They've had to rotate all the way from the north side of the map down south for a 3rd time today. And it looks like they're adapting well.
And this is we were waiting for them to come online. We always keep talking about the potential of this team, you know, another team, so-and-so team, but just the inability to live up that potential leaves a lot to be missed here from some of these competitors. So Nathan and CZB, 1.5 multiplier here on day 2. They're just trying to take that and run from it.
Says you.
Run with it, I should say. 511 points. They're just trying to make sure when this day ends, they're inside of that top 10. And right now, they're in 4th place.
What
so
really Slinky said.
They were 11th yesterday, so from 11th to 4th place, they've put their slot in the World Championship qualifying range so far. Still 2 matches, though. Can they keep it up? Malabuka Murstache connecting some shots onto Art Skill. And it's going to be just enough to pick up that 2nd elimination.
So for Art Skill, Shakos, they were doing good to start the day. But they slowly but surely have begun to fizzle out as Thomas is down. Weezy falls again. Chap and Tini just all around the map. 6 eliminations, like you said. That's 36 points before placement has come in just yet. They realize the situation they're in. They're 14 elims down from Vico and Flixie in the overall elimination leaderboard going into this game. And the easiest way to close that gap in the point threshold is just get those eliminations. They're worth 6 points each.
Going into this match, they were 108 points behind Vico and Flixie. Chapatini know that if Vico and Flixie don't go down, they need some big matches to close that gap, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Just got to keep on that pace. Giannis, Pixie still in the conversation as well, learning from their past mistakes, making sure to not only stay together as a duo, but make sure that they're ahead on that surge, gets the piece on the other side, almost boxes him up. T-Chips Desi, they're doing a good job fighting back until Pixie has to say in the matter, getting a knock onto one of those two players. They don't know exactly where that player tried to escape from, but they know he went somewhere and instantly he's found out. That's 12 points. That's 2 more eliminations for Giannis and Pixie. For them, it may not be about that first place spot, even though they are close. It's probably more so about that global championship spot.
Right. Playing for that cutoff. But with shots being connected like those, Giannis put into caution. Scared the sense of emergency in his bones as he quickly uses almost every material he has to stay up and pop that med kit.
108 points to start the game, but it's been narrowed down to about 96 points. I said they got to just go for elimination after elimination every time they at least see Vico and Flixie in the feed. Giannis and Pixie wasted no time. Even though they do have to heal up, they're just worrying about getting to zone first. They don't want to be one of the last teams to rotate in and get gate out.
Yeah, especially, I was going to say, if you have materials. The issue is they don't, so it might be difficult. Dexy Eclipse, another duo that's just on the borderline, but bad part is Eclipse has gone down. Good news is Dexy has picked up the eliminations, but even then, now forced to play out as a solo, forced to tank this storm and get in to the zone as there's so many duos that are going to be already looking back and taking shots at you. I'm not sure if Dexy's going to be able to make it.
He's just getting chunked out. I think it went from like a 2-tick to a 5-tick, maybe even 6 there for that quick second. He was forced to waste both of his colas, and he has almost no HP to show for it. But that's what happens when you're late to rotate, especially as a solo. Teams like this would just kind of keep you out. Even if they don't get the elimination, they're just making sure that's one less player in their path. More loot they could probably hop over and try to drop down low.
Will Chiefs continue the aggression or let Dexy kind of hide here for a moment? It's Moran and Cade that are close by. Do they know that Dexy's crouched behind that tree, though?
That same tree is the same material he probably needs. He might be able to go up the ramp instead of Cade and Marine and take the route. Only time will tell if he's able to make it past this. Tune into Kiro. He's 6 below the damage threshold. Not as threatening as it was before, but it comes from me out of nowhere. And Chino, again, the crash pad plays, catching the team of Kiro and Mappy off guard. They do not learn from their mistakes, and they're doomed to repeat them.
Mappy now is going to be forced to play it out alone. He's going to pop his big pot. Not too far of a rotation, but this is not the position you want to be in, Jacob.
Yeah. Not staying too far back. Knows it's only one cola. It's not worth holding in the inventory. He's trying to get the shields up and the rest of those resources as much as he can before he crash pads right back in. It happened to him, and he's ready to do it to somebody else. Only lands a little bit of a shot, but at least he's above the damage threshold, feeling safe and elevated away from all those duos down below that are currently in a fight.
Issue is the zone's pulled to the far side here. So even though Mappy has the high ground, he's going to have to make a rotation. Look down below the chaos. Dexy goes down. Kite goes down. Turtle's cracked. Chino's cracked. And it's Vico with 6 eliminations looking like the Terminator.
I was talking about Chap and TD saying match him. Vico Flixie said, nah, every time you see that name on the feed, we need to match them. We need to keep our lead. The thought process going through here is absolutely incredible. 749 points. You know they're going to make this rotation easy with a crash pad and a Flowberry Fizz. So will they get beamed out of the sky with every other team trying to rotate their way forward? Flixie takes some damage, but not enough for any team to feel confident and push up in their direction. And as soon as they get to the front side of the zone, you can see they just elevate themselves again.
Look, if you're Teeny Chap, if you're Swizzy Vanya, and you see Vico Flixie, especially in the late game contesting height, it might be an all or nothing play. You're going to want to eliminate them before they keep on securing placement, keep on getting eliminations. But if you go down to them, that's bad news.
True Legs Chicho trying to have some late game heroics here. Don't see a med kit on the Chicho. Wonder what True Legs has. They do like to stagger this health back, get a couple of extra placement points when things do look rough. but all around, it's just eliminations lighting up left and right. Forzen, Gudenbra, Vanya's down as well. That's one of our top teams, but at least Swizzy's still alive. And you know what Swizzy can do when he has the flexibility as a solo.
Being top 3, hopefully a lot. Chaptini, though, I believe are still up and going. Chicho, Trulex, 298. They're going to be looking to get themselves into that top 10, that spot at the Global Championship, as the rotate's going to come through.
And Trulex and Chicho have that experience of the Global Championship last year. Getting contested almost every single game, still finding a way to win 2 matches on the biggest stage. They just need that opportunity to get there. And that's what really matters at the end of the day. But if you look at the field, Chaptini, they're elevated above, might be too early. Sky Scroll jumping across, and Nathan and CZB waiting in the wings for the opportunity. We know how many times a late high ground retake has come into play. Night Zone, that's when you can start watching the clock, but everything comes crashing down. A blessing for Chap as he finds another elimination onto CZB, 1,200 above the damage threshold.
And they continue moving forwards. 8 eliminations for Chaptini. This is exactly what they need to take home that first place spot. But in the feed, Vico, it's continuing his annihilation, getting Elim, the first place team, the second place team, clashing it out.
This is a big opportunity. Chaptini, they need to make up that point gap, and this is the biggest way to do it. But where is Vico? Where is Flixie? They're probably waiting somewhere. Last game, it was 11, 10th zone that they had those late high ground take, or high ground was all distracted. You see them up. They're looking all around, but they have that focus on the high ground late in the game for that opportunity, that moment where they can go above.
6 eliminations for Vico. He's continuing for more Pixies down below in the dirt. Sky's close by building, but he gets the double edit. He gets the knockdown. That's another elimination for Flixie and Vico.
Count him up, knock him down. But the duo is not out just yet, so it's only elimination points. 6 on top of that one. 7 total so far. This is looking like a runaway if nobody takes down Vico and Flixie.
Still moving strong. They've been split up. On the other end of the door, it's Chicho, it's Trulex, but Vico gets out. He's low on shields, grouping up with his duo partner once again, and that Cola, it's saving the day.
They found a way again to unite at the front side of the zone, but the zone is once again pulling back. Now that's going to give them an opportunity. Teeny's down, Chap to force the medkits. Even though they have 9 eliminations, you cannot go down and let Vico and Flixie stay alive. That's going to continue to spread that point gap even further.
If Chap wants to take the throne, he has to clutch this out as a solo. Vico and Flixie are both up, but it's Malabuka and Merstash contesting them on high.
I don't know where Vico just went, but he just went to the front side of the zone. Scary place to be in, and he's down altogether. It might have come in, but it's a little bit too late because Flixie is still picking up a massive amount of points.
Medkit's coming through. Chap is popping that Flowberry Fizz as he's still inside of the zone. Flixie has no more medkit. He's going to be forced to use this crash pad. Can he successfully do it? He cannot. Flixie's going to go down.
5th place. 5 players still alive. They're going to get 6. A ton of eliminations. Now's the time to shine, Chap, with everything on the line. You might be new to this situation, but now it's time to really make it worth. But he gets trapped, stuck on the other side of the zone.
Malabuka Merstash, they're still holding strong to the high ground. They want to close this one out as Reason and Vidil down below in the dirt. It's come down to a 2v2.
It's looking like a back-to-back here with Reason going down. They finally make the final drop. Vidil scrambling around, and they do it. 8 eliminations. Malabuka and Merstash, they want that first place spot.
You can see it in their eyes. Merstash and Malabuka capitalizing on having the top duos go down, securing the victory royale in the second to last match of the day. Jacob, I'm getting hyped up. We just have one more match left after this, and I can't wait for it to happen. But before that, we got to head back to Frankie, Levin, and Minnie. You got to let me know what just happened. I got too excited.
I mean, you showed us what happened, boys. Mersash and Malabuka do not want to be forgotten. They're sending a signal now to everyone in all the FNCS regions around the world to say, oh, we weren't done at the start of the year. You think but we are fragging our way to Fort Worth, and we are going to be such tough competition, Miniminer.
Yeah, I mean, they're having a really, really good day, aren't they? I mentioned earlier that their first win of the day was their first of the entire chapter. Now they've got 2 in the same day, 2 of the whole chapter as well. So another South Zone for them. They took advantage of it, and they took high ground at a really good time as well, which is crucial as we've seen so far.
I think what we're seeing from them right now is a bit of embarrassment. They're doing this out of a bit of shame, because before the weekend started, when we saw the changes to the Slurp Cacti, Mustache actually replied to a tweet from Queasy saying, if we don't win, we are the worst players. So, he understood that they were the favorites coming into FNCS, obviously with Redline Ring and all the advantages that come with that. Day 1 was not the greatest performance from them, right? They were still sitting in the top 10 after day 1, but it wasn't amazing. It wasn't what you expected. Here in day 2, they've been one of the best on the day, absolutely. 2 wins, of course. They've been phenomenal, all accounts. And yeah, that will be pushing them way up in the standings. Don't know if it pushes them into first place. I know Jacob and Takao talk about them wanting the win in that. We did still have a big game from Vico and Flixie there, but definitely pushing them up and making them a bit more wonga, a bit more money.
I mean, you make a good point there, Levin. I don't think there's anyone in the background or on social media going, shame, shame, shame at them.
There'll be a couple.
Given that everything was in their favor in that game yet again, if they didn't get the victory royale, they might have been slightly disappointed in themselves. Let's take a look at the leaderboard, though, because they're definitely not going to be disappointed with the points that they just picked up. And this is where it's starting to get incredibly interesting, Miniminer, as if it wasn't exciting enough. Because you can see Vico and Flixie, as long as they have a fantastic final game of Major 3, they are looking very likely to be the new owners of the Axe of Champions. But as we go down the leaderboard, there's still so many interesting fights going on. I mean, Chap and Teeny and Mustache and Malibuka now fighting for that second position.
Yeah, it's getting intense, right? It's getting really, really intense. Mustache Malibuka up to 3rd place, so they'll be happy with that. And even there, Vadil and Reason moving up in 7th place right there. I feel like, yes, again, it's been another grand finals where we really haven't seen them too much. It hasn't been an absolute display of excellence from those guys. I'm sure they'll be the first to admit, but coming off the back of a really, really nice game from those guys. And of course, we can't forget about Chap and Teeny. What a performance from those guys. They really gave it their all. At the beginning of the game, they were just W-keying Levin. We saw them in the last game just before this one, sat out in this game. They were like, no, 3 eliminations is not enough. We want to continue going. And they continued it into the end game as well.
Look, I don't want to get people too excited. I don't want to overcook here. But we've seen this play attempted before. Chap and Teeny are in 2nd place by 90 points, almost 100 points above 3rd place. Do you try and land on Vico and Flixie to go for the win? Do you make the play? I mean, they've tasted 2nd before. They know what 2nd's like. Maybe they want to win. Do you go for it? Do you try it? I don't know. Maybe. It's Teeny of all people as well. Who else but Teeny to try something like it?
I would camp the forecast if I was Teeny. That's what I'd be doing. I'd be camping that forecast. I could see that happening.
That's such a good point you make, because when we were watching that last game, there were so many duos just like rotating into Reckless Railways, and then Vico and Flixie were like, oh, hi, thanks for the surge, guys. It wasn't trouble for them at all. But then when you look at Chap and Teeny, when they're taking fights across the map, like Queasy and Thomas, absolutely no problem for them. So if these two are going toe-to-toe early game, that could be the decider, Miniminer.
Oh, I mean, as a fan of Vico Flixie, I love Vico, I love Flixie. I don't want to see it happen, right? I don't want to see it happen at all. But as a Fortnite spectator, as someone that wants to see action, as we all do, I think I'm going to be on the side of please something crazy happen in this last game. Either they get landed on, whether they camp something. We'll have to wait and see. Levin, would you do it if you were in Chap and Teeny's position right now?
If I'm Chap and Teeny, I'm making the play.
Yeah?
You're qualified for globals. You're guaranteed top 3, it feels like, with where you're at right now. I say you make the play. Go big or go home. But of course, Vico and Flixie, again, it'd be heartbreaking to see them not win if that was to happen. But yeah, man, this is FNCS. I'm trying to see some entertainment. You get me? So yeah, let's see how it goes, man.
What?
Well,
it?
the question that has been posed this weekend, really, by FNCS is, can you go grand and go all the way to Fort Worth, to the Dickies Arena on the 7th and 8th of September, the Global Championships? And looking at the duos in the top 10, I know that maybe towards the bottom, they're just like, right, we've got to just keep a performance, at least get mid-table and just secure that spot. But I have to say, like Nathan and CZB, we mentioned it between the last two games. This is a duo that just the tenacity, the consistency today has just impressed me so much, Levin.
Absolutely. I've been so impressed by them. I'm really excited at the prospect of seeing these guys at Globals. You have to think with that game, they're sort of almost safe to do it right. Obviously, you can never be too safe and too secure, but they're looking really good with the 565 points. Mini, I mean, a lot of people had questions about Granglation, whether they'd be good enough out of that POY. I think they've answered those questions well.
Yeah, they have, and they've just continually got better as the majors go on from Grand Glacier. And if it is to stay at Global Championships, I hope they stay there. I hope that there's not too much contestation for them, because as we've seen today, they've seemed to have figured out the best method of getting out of there. They seem to be making endgames so much more often than not. I think they only had one game where they went down early, so they seem to be a team that's just on fire right now, and surely a surefire fit to go into Globals.
Yeah, it's very interesting because yesterday you guys were talking about the fact that they were succeeding when the zone was in their favor. We've had so many South zones today and they have adapted so well. It's incredible to see. I wonder if we can bring up the leaderboard again, because it'll be interesting just to see who else is fighting for their place in Globals right now. As we look a little bit further down to Reason and Vidil, this is a duo that, to be honest, after the semi-finals, I wasn't expecting too much from. They've already booked their spot in Globals, and it feels like there was a bit of a momentum slowdown, should we say, 11, but now they're proving that they are back and they're contenders.
It's just a Reason and Vidil classic. I mean, it's been like this for ages, it feels like, when it comes to grand finals. So I'm not surprised there, but like you said, they are going to global. So there was never really too many concerns about them. It was more a matter of, what sort of level were they willing to show here.
Well, let's take a look at page number 2. This is where it gets really, really interesting. Now that Reason and Vidil have got their spot in the top 10, and hopefully they're going to hold on to it in terms of getting themselves extra prize money, we've got to look at spots 11 to 14, because these are the guys who have got their place in Globals on the line right now. Mini Minor, they are fighting with those duos just below them for those spots, and I'm wondering, can Trulex and Chicho just keep things over the line as we head into game number 12?
I'm so happy that they're just on the border. I said it's 11 during that game. I was like, oh, it's so sad to see Trulex and Chicho so far down the leaderboard, but they had such a good performance there. 4th place with 2 eliminations, just a classic Trulex and Chicho game. And it really wouldn't feel like a Globals without Trulex and Chicho, especially considering how well they did last Globals, Levin. I really want to see them fight here. They're just on that bubble, so they need a good game in this last one, but they're a box office team. They're great to watch.
Absolutely. I mean, when a team can win and be as consistent as they have been, you want to see them at Globals. When a team can come 3rd place at the Global Championships while being contested in a major where nobody expects them to do well, you want to see them back there, right? So hopefully they can hold on. And I mean, it's been a great comeback from them. Going into that last game, they weren't, in contention to be in top 14. So they've had a good uprise, and hopefully we can just see a final sort of game to just closer in. Or just give us the traditional classic Trulex and Chicho game, nice and safe, easy top 10 performance, and get your ticket to Dallas.
Definitely we want to see them there, because if you think about these guys and the way they did perform back on LAN in Copenhagen, this is, to use a probably very 2019 phrase, a LAN-proven duo. We know they can perform. We know that once they've booked their spot, they're going to do everything they can to challenge for the grand prize, and it would just be so fantastic to see if they can replicate the success we've seen them have in the past. In terms of other potential newcomers for Global Championships, who would you really like to see make it, Levin?
Not a newcomer for me, but I'm looking at QNDX and Phantom in 19th, right? They have had a very interesting season by many accounts, but so close to qualifying for the Global Championship. So people maybe don't know too much about them. They are a Middle East team. They moved to EU this season to try and qualify for the Global Championships. For them to do it here in the last game would be special, but we've seen the Osborne situation at Lil Dirty Doc Mini. It's so tough out there. Let's see if they can do it.
Yeah, I mean, Kaito and Hydra, they're 22nd right now as well, so they're so close, within 4 places of each other. So I feel like if any of them have a chance at qualifying to Globals, that Offspawn is going to be so vital. And judging on how the Offspawn went last game, it was a real mess. So for both of those teams, they're going to be hoping for a clean 2v2. Whoever wins Offspawn can then go on to maybe have a good game, but it's going to be a heck of a task to get up into that global spot, but it's not impossible.
Well, you know what, boys? We've just got a few more moments before game number 12. That means I can ask you for your final bold predictions. 11-2K.
I think Champion Teeny will make the play. I think they'll land on. I think they'll go for it, man. Because it is Teeny at the end of the day. I think they'll try it.
I think they'll make the play, but I think Vico and Flixie will eliminate them like we saw at the Invitational. I think they will prevail. I think they've been so good over this weekend that I think it'll be the perfect cherry on the cake.
Well, you know what? We have seen the tightest competition of this entire season so far. In a word, it has been epic. Vico and Flixie's Axe of Champions has not been guaranteed. Can they hold on to the top, or will another contender steal the crown from their hands? It's time for the final game of FNCS Europe Major number 3. Let's get into it.
Thank you so much, Levin, Minnie, and Frankie. This is coming down to this moment here. A lot of predictions are seemingly like Chap and Teeny will land on Vico and Flixie, something we haven't seen in almost 2 years.
I'm shaking, Jacob. I'm shaking. I'm too excited to see what ends up happening, and we don't have to wait long. Let's kick off the last match of the day.
The last match and the last chance, not only for teams to win, to get into the top 10, but most importantly, keep their FNCS dream alive. If you do not make it to the Global Championship, you are done. So even though with Vico and Flixie have a massive lead, Chap and Teeny, the potential for what they have cooking up here into that last game, there's still so much more on the line.
There's the last chance, last opportunity for players like Phantom and QNDX that are currently in 19th place at 315 points. The cutoff right now to qualify to the Global Championship is 349 points. So they're not in qualifying range yet. They did not want to risk that 50-50 drop spot against the duo they've been contesting throughout both days. Instead, they want to go out against a brand new duo, but was it the right call, Jacob?
Yeah, I think if any time to do it, maybe 12th game, a little bit more surprise, let them feel comfortable. Those EMPs are doing a good amount of damage, but they don't really have the resources, the builds to fight over the way they want to. Neither does Gudenbra and Forzen. They're just kind of trapped in a little island by themselves, really left up to what QNDX and Phantom actually do, and you can see the builds being expended. And then on top of that, the danger of CZB and Nathan, who are already beginning their rotation over.
It's always risky to change things up in the last match of the day because you haven't practiced it. You don't know what can go wrong, where the opposing duos rotate through, but QNDX and Phantom, they want to take those risks, and those are the risks that have high rewards.
I can kind of agree with it. You're everything on the line here in the last game. You can't hope, you can't pray necessarily that these teams continue to perform as well as they have. You just got to take over your own destiny as Jude just takes down one. I mean, Asa just got a little bit of freedom. They see the other solo running away. He used the Nitro boost to try to create some distance. And it does look like Jude and Asa just going to continue to let him get away because they know they need to farm up. They need more resources if they're looking to be a contender in this game.
Yeah, they don't want to spend any more time hunting that last elimination. They want to focus more on the mid-late game, get their mats, get their loot, continue with their planned route and path. Kovacs has now put himself inside of a jail cell. That's where he's going to be hiding here.
Now, nobody's currently there, but I feel like it really just depends. Did you land at Shipwreck Shallows? Did you loot that up already? I want to imagine yes. And here on Mappy, that's where a good amount of loot is going to be at on this position. As we continue to look around the map, you see some early game fights from some teams, but a lot more passive play from others. Akira, easy, not necessarily contesting Cammy and Seti. They too are almost in that range. They're 16th place, 328 points, and they've fallen out of the top 10 in recent games.
What I think's happening here is Easy and Akira have everything on the line. They don't have the Global Championship spot secured yet. And on the other hand, you have Cammy and Seti already qualified Global Championships. Nothing to lose in this match. And having been contested by Easy and Akira throughout the whole day, they're not going to let them get away without a fight.
Yeah, I feel like maybe because of the way Akira and Easy are playing in this game compared to others, they know that they're running away. They know they're trying to disengage, and they don't really want to fight this. But with the Easy drop down low, they might have no other choice. They break into the box once, but Seti lands a good shot. There's other teams near around. They have to be careful. PotisEye is even getting an elimination on the Chroma across the map as Cammy finally cleans up Akira. Easy's just trying to get out, and I think he may be able to due to that third-party team of Geras and Chari slowly but surely closing in.
Cammy, though, is going to crash pad right beside Easy, but does he know that he's hidden? Currently in 16th place with 328 points. Cut off right now to qualify to the Global Championships. 349 points, as there's already duos in the top 10 that have qualified previously. Akira and Easy cannot go down if they want to qualify.
Yeah, third party is not just closing in, they're just moving in onto Seti, who's kind of left by himself. Cammy had no choice but to disengage if he has any hope of trying to get that reboot back. Seti's doing a good job of fighting back, but there's no builds. He can't protect himself. So the 2v1, the elevation difference is what's going to matter there.
And now Cammy, he's lost his duo partner, but he's going to be chasing Easy. He does not want to let him get away, as Easy has picked up the reboot card from Akira and continues now to try and bring him back in the match.
Hey, sometimes when multiple teams rotate into your position, you don't want to be left with scraps. You can't necessarily go back for the reboot card just yet. You have to be proactive in some way, whether you're farming, looting, or figuring out a way to get Storm Surge. That way, when you inevitably circle back and try to go for the reboot card and get him back into the game, you're not starting from scratch.
This is huge for Geras and Cherry, though. 15th place, there's one placement off the Global Championship threshold. So those two eliminations are going to come in very handy. And for Sky and Scroll, it's all about maintaining their spot. Currently just a couple spots ahead of the borderline threshold for the qualifying range. Cammy in the feed has gone down to Swizzy as well.
Yeah, it's good for Swizzy. Because we were talking about Chap and Teeny. Are they going to go and contest Vico Flixie? Are they going to push them later in the game? Well, Swizzy and Vanya, if they go down, that could be an opportunity for them to try to close the gap. They would need a win. They would need a win with a certain amount of eliminations to overtake them on the leaderboard. But anything is definitely possible.
Sheeps and Turtle kind of making a sandwich of Sky and Scroll here, taking shots from both sides. I don't know if they know Turtle's exactly there. Nitro might even come through. I saw Turtle take it out, but it's a little too early for that full-on aggression, in my opinion. They need a big tag, some sort of damage first, as Sky looks for the shot, but he's unable to connect it.
Him and Cheeps quickly going right next to each other, rotating on out to a little bit more safer position. Sky going all the way down low to the low ground. Instead of just running on the water, he wants to dip a couple toes in. He knows how fruitful those dashes can be, especially when you're disengaging just like this, as Mystic and Maxi are also in that location, which is garnering the attention of Cheeps and Turtle.
Sky and Scroll going to elevate themselves now. I believe they saw another duo getting closer and closer to Cheeps and Turtle, so maybe even a potential for a bit of damage. But now with all the duos disengaging, I think it's back to the regular route.
And it's already judging by this first pool. You can see like Rebels Roost, this whole top left portion of the map is not in zone. Not even an inch of it is on the corner, which means we might have another south, maybe a little bit of an eastern zone this time around. You can see Nitrodrome right there, just in the location. So yeah, kind of confirmed. Southeast, whether it's drastic south or drastic east, we'll find out later in this game.
Phantom QNDX, they've made their way to Mount Olympus. Roaming the map like they don't know where it's home, but they got to be careful with those side shots. X has been cracked, 73 HP. Good news is, though, Minis, Flowberry, they can recuperate that quickly.
Yeah, even if we'll use it now early on in this game, could be an opportunity. And I think, you know, you're just trying to trade for Surge just a little bit. You get cracked like that, shield gone. It kind of makes you second guess. Is this worth it? Especially since they're, 19th place to kind of start the game. They need these points. They need to be able to stay alive and kind of get these placements. Don't need these big risks, big elimination games if they're looking to go to the Global Championship.
You can imagine the pressures on the line. It's not only the last match of the grand finals, the last match of Major 3, the last major and last opportunity for these players to get their spot in the Global Championship. Literally the most important moment to qualify. Everything is on the line, and Trulex and Chicho right now are just on that borderline.
Yep, 349 points, 14th place, which as it stands right now, isn't too bad, because we talk about if you already have a global championship spot secured, it's just going to roll down. You have Chaptini, Merstash Malbuka, Swizzy Vanya, and then Video and Reason, who all are in the top 10 and got their global championship spot. So as of now, obviously things could change. We're looking at the top 14, which is Trulex and Chicho on that line.
I was hoping to see Chaptini against Vico Flixie contestation, but both players going to continue with their game plan. Vico hitting his shots. Chaptini doing their thing. They played very aggressive in the last match. Had, what, 6, 7 eliminations before the end game even started. Vico as well managed to pick up 6 by himself going into that end game somehow. Both players showing how locked in they currently are, as Voltiax is going to get knocked down. Cool shortly after. Archskill and Shakoth now with 4 of the elims on the board.
Voltax currently in 27th place. They can only fall down the leaderboard from them. But Art Skills and Shaco, on the other hand, 35th place coming into this game. Global Championship might be a little bit of a stretch, but with eliminations, a big win is definitely possible.
Anything's possible in this format. 100 points for the VR, 6 points per elimination. Prism Casper are going to use a Flowberry launch pad to make their way towards zone.
Ooh, turtle down.
Uh-oh. I'm hoping Cheeps can do something. Shout out to Cheeps, pro Fortnite player, part-time teacher, not the other way around. We'll see if he can make something happen. I'd love to see him in the Global Championship, but he's going to have to clutch it up as a solo now.
He's going to have to go back to class, take some notes. How am I going to get this reboot back? How am I going to school these other players here in the lobby? There's a lot on the line. Even though they're in 9th place to start this game, that can change in an instant with the 1.5 times multipliers. Malabuka and Mustache inching themselves closer to the top of the leaderboard. But barring any big mistakes from Tappuccini, Vico, and Flixie, they're not going to have too much control over moving up the leaderboard unless there's a big mistake made by the top 2.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be fighting each other until later on. The best case scenario for either duo is one of the opposing teams just get in an early game engagement and end up losing it.
Moving on over towards Reckless Reels, and you see Chapatini trying to make a sneaky play, but they were spotted out. And strangely enough, I don't think that's enough to kind of push them away from this location. It just lets them know, hey, this team might be ready to fight. So let's continue to inch closer and closer, and they got to be careful because there is a third team in and around Reckless Reels towards the outside. Probably got a surge base of their own built up, so they'll be able to spot this fight out if it does extend outward outside of Reckless Reels. Next zone pulling in. And the trend of the Eastern Zone in this game will continue. I was talking about it early on and how drastically it does like to pull. And this one is going to be another one of those drastic pulls over some mountains. As Chapatini continue to move forward, close the distance. Almost makes me wonder if they like fighting in locations like this. This isn't going to be the first time as they're trying to trap their opponents down, really not giving an escape plan as Chap just trying to go on the other side, grab an extra angle. But sometimes that little bit of separation is all that's needed for a team like Fnayan and Prism to take you down, land a good shot just like they did, weakening Chap just a little bit. Almost lessening the confidence and the likelihood of an overall push coming out in this game, or at least now in this game. A 4-team rotating in as well, so it's just going to make it tough for them to continue this fight. So it almost even looks like they're going to continue pushing over. There's multiple teams rotating around. They went from the team that's boxed up at the bottom to one that's rotating around a little bit more free, landing some damage there. And you're seeing, even with these high elimination games that they are having, that's not the only time they're picking up Surge. They're weakening players in and around the lobby, and as soon as they feel that confidence to push over, they will, and that's exactly what they're doing on the Splash and Trash, but another team is there. They got to be careful. That's Sky and Scroll that have a little bit of elevation, but Teeny and Chap are closing in on the distance. A nice shot there on the Splash, the Nitro to make it easy for the knock to come in. They separated their opponent, cleaned that elimination, Now they have the choice. Do you continue chasing? Do you slow things down? Because more and more teams are rotating through Reckless Reels, try to get their spot on the map as safe as possible. And this will eventually become one of the more contested spots on the map, the whole western edge.
Let me take a look now at Sky and Skrull, looking quite calm in their box currently. But in their minds, I don't think they're going to be calm, Jacob. You know what's on the line.
It's almost like a mind game for them because they were playing so free and comfortable, but now you kind of see the leaderboard and the chances that they have to get it. As F9 picks up the other Elim, Trash and Splash are down and gone. FNCS is over for them, but that just inches Sky and Skrull just a little bit up that leaderboard for some late game heroics.
Look at Vico and Flixie here. They've got their up-to-date Storm Search base built right on the forecast tower. 800 points, looks so clean. Leading the pack, but if there's anything that Chap and Teeny can do to not let this one slide, they're going to try and do it.
I'm trying to do some math and figure out, because there's a very limited amount of points in this game. We're talking about 160-point games. That's if you win with 10 eliminations. So even though these guys are winning, you got to think how many points. They have a 90-point deficit to overcome. So at a certain stage in the game, if Vico and Flixie are still alive, doing what they do best, 3 eliminations minimum, it's going to be a runaway train.
Yeah, I mean, Chap and Teeny, if they're going for that first place spot, ideally we'll just have to take a fight against them. They'll have to play the 2 versus 2 and take them out before they start securing a significant amount of placements during that late game.
And we're just talking about everybody here trying to get their chance. V and Gino are just so in shambles right now. 2 loadouts missing, no heals, less than 60 combined HP and shields. And look how many teams are around them right now. And look how many more teams are going to have to rotate in. This is just a scary situation for Gino and Skvi to be in, especially since you see where they're out in the leaderboard, 13th place.
The party has ended up on Vico and Flixie's drop spot. The storyline is looking crazy right now. The last match of the Major 3 Grand Finals ending in the POI of currently the #1 duo. Will they close it out, though?
Like, this is scary, though. Vico and Flixie get their POI as a zone. Don't have to rotate far, but Gino and Svi 2 below this threshold. I was talking about how down they actually are in this situation, and this elimination is going to mean a lot if they can get it, because they can possibly get a loot and back into the game. Nice shot on the 1, but Chiefs is there on the other side, just quickly ends that one. Now Svi is just feeling the pressure, still below the threshold, but Dio on the other side, and now he's getting forced. He's getting forced to a position that is outside of zone, which is slowly but surely going to close. He's running out of builds and running out fast. He tries to go in for a sneak attack and landed that first big shot on the Reason, and they just were unable to clean it up overall.
Great job securing the elimination, but the zone's going to keep on closing. They have to make their way up that little ridge. Vidil and Reason currently making their way back into zone, while Pablo Bevies do the same. Both duos now made it in with a few elims to their duo.
Everybody's just grabbing an edge. I think this was the best case scenario for this zone. I was talking about how it keeps pushing towards the east. Those mountains, the snowy mountains, are going to be in the zone. It pulls back on over towards Reckless Reels, which is dangerous in its own mind, because throughout these moving zones, if it ends up here still, all those buildings that are there could have any players hiding around any corner. And since there's no builds, they're not going to be easy to break through either.
Here we have them. Chapentini, 710 points in the second place. Vico Flixie, 800 points in first. 1 elimination so far for Teeny. Looking to continue to increase that as the match goes on. My question is, are they just going to play it by the book? Are they going to play for that consistency and do what they can to stay up as long as possible? Or are they going to hunt down Vico and Flixie like their prey?
It's almost scaring me a little bit, because they are visibly not as aggressive as they have been in any other game this weekend. So they're kind of leaving on Vico and Flixie possibly going down, or maybe they just want to cement that second place spot. So a lot of situations could be running through their mind, because even though placement points have yet to set in, as soon as that starts to happen, every duo that goes down is going to make that first place spot just that much more out of reach.
Well, Chicho doing a great job getting tags, but they still need more. I don't know if you saw Jacob, but Vico Flixi also were getting very close to Chapentini, so we'll see how that ends up closing out as Haijo Kaido is going to get a few tags landed onto them. It was Chicho continuing to hit his shots now, brought the 76 above. He'd be comfortable for now, but it won't last too long. Chicho has to continue hitting these shots.
As it looks now, we've got about 4 teams inside of the top 10 that are down and out
He's
of the
down.
game. And now Teeny's down
He's
as
down.
well. The top side of the leaderboard are just having a few struggles. He was at least able to get 2 eliminations before actually going down. That's a lot of loot. And if they can get that revive, that's a good chance and a refresh back in the game.
We'll see if they're able to do it. Meanwhile, Phantom QNDX on the borderline of qualifying to the Global Championship. They need to have a big game here. Let's take a look at what just happened with Teeny. He got put into pressure, but it was no issue as he was actually the one to secure the knock.
Really just fell right back into the box, into Teeny's hands. Quick edits, man. Teeny's just playing with everything that he has to try to stay alive, closing the gap. A few eliminations there, but a 90-point deficit with Vico and Flixi still alive. And now every team that goes down is going to grant points, 1.5 time points than they did yesterday. You talk about 100 points per win. The closer and Vico and Flixi get to this end game, the further and further away that Chap and T will get from getting first.
So on east side of Reckless, Vico Flixi. No, they have players close by, but they're playing extremely passive. They've had at least 3 eliminations in every single match they've played out, but this game, they don't want to risk anything.
Yeah, Vico has the #1 spot all time for EUF NCS eliminations, taking it away from who had 40 the last time, but Swizzy's down. That's an open
Swizzy's down?
leaderboard
No way,
spot,
no way.
possibly up for grabs. Vanya, he fights back. Down goes Cheat Chips, down goes Desi. That was a huge battle there for Vanya, and a great
Hi,
chance for
Tyro.
him to get the revive. But in comes Vico, in comes Flixi. They steal away all that loot. As hard as they fought, they get none of the rewards for it.
Yoink, Vico Flixi taking the free rewards. Little loot llama without the llama, as they've just gotten a nice refresh without having to put themselves at risk at all. But they're kind of in the middle of the pack now of all these duos that are boxed up close to each other. Swizzy Vanya, they need to find heals.
And they need to find it quick. The more and more they keep themselves in this position, they can't necessarily take the risk to elevate themselves with that crash pad like they did in games prior. They're flying through the sky like that. That's going to make them easy targets to get tagged out, especially from the players that are hungry for Surge.
You can see Sky Scroll elevating themselves. Great position to have that vision on the duos rotating through. But for 9, Della are going to be the ones highest in their tower. Prism Casper getting tagged, but they're going to choose to continue with their rotation before looking for those shots.
Quickly make it to the front side. That's going to be step 1. Step 2 now. Heal up just a little bit, but you need to simultaneously be looking for Surge. Casper quickly opens up a window, trying to find that opportunity. It's Chicho who gains their focus as Trulex gets taken down right before our very eyes, and Chicho can't do anything about it.
Has to stay up as long as possible. Phantom QNDX have to be careful to not let the focus get onto them. Prism, though, they decided aggression is going to be the play here. A 2 versus 1 against Chicho. Can they close it out?
It's going to be a great chance to get up that leaderboard even further, but it ends the dream of Chicho and Trulex on the side, potentially. 6 teams where the placement come in. Snazy and Podesai are going to go down. 20th place for them in this game. Everybody's still alive, getting pushed across Reckless Reels. So the green,
Real.
the silver lining is going to be the fact that the north side of it is
Oh.
opened up for a few
Oh, they're
seconds.
saying real.
Vico taking shots onto Chapentini. This could be the fight that decides how this major is going to come to a close.
No
Tini
way.
with 3 eliminations already. And on the other side of his door, the #1 duo currently, Vico and Flixi.
Hey, this literally could be for the win. There's more than enough placement points left on the map. And then if they get both of those eliminations, that's 12. But they quickly elevate themselves upward. And there goes the crash pad. They're trying to block them out. They're trying to keep them stuck in the zone. So that way they have to rotate through all this madness.
Vico has been cracked.
Oh,
Vico's been
no.
knocked down. Flixi is now left alone. This is everything for Chapentini. Flixi cannot let himself go down.
Hey, but we've seen him make some big solo clutches already throughout this FNCS, the qualifiers, the semifinals. He just needs to do one more in this 12th and final game. And somehow they find themselves 5 above the damage threshold. This is not going to be a situation for Flixie where he's going to be the most confident. He knows he's going to have to somehow, some way make a beautiful play to stay ahead of the game.
One shot left to make it happen. Everything is on the line for Flixie. He's now 30 below. He needs to look for a little bit of damage. One above. He has big pots. He has a med kit. He can tank Storm Surge for a little bit, but he cannot get eliminated.
And in the high ground, you see them just looking down from above, just pressuring everybody that they can. They want to make sure they don't get contested. Another shield crack, but Flixie gets an elimination right there when he needs it most. But this is where, again, he's going to have to make himself...
Stays calm, stays cool, stays collected, and that's exactly what he has to do. Securing placement after placement, and the 6 points already from that extra elimination. Flixie is doing an amazing job staying up.
But there's still so many points behind on the side of Chapentini. They did a good job with Vico going down. They were the ones that caused the pressure of it all. And now Flixie's outside of zone. The medkit's popping off, and it's his only chance. He has to move in, because as soon as that medkit is over, he has 4 ticks of zone. Just 4 ticks is all he would be able to take. And now the chance for Chapentini has arisen.
In the meantime, Vico and Flixie's worst nightmare, Chapentini on height in the last moving zones of the last match of the day. Flixie needs another elim.
No, it's becoming more and more out of reach with every placement he gets. 851 points. He's looking to climb even further, and he's not necessarily taking any risk. He's letting everybody take each other out. Those placement points mean too much, because there's even 2 more placements that he's get, but he finally gets taken down. This is going to be a photo finish.
8:57 is the cutoff, Jacob. 8:57 is what Chapentini need to pass. Sky and Scroll doing what they can to put themselves into the global championship.
They need every one of these eliminations. They don't have enough. They need the points on top of what they have now. They did a good job of staying alive, but so did Flixie to gain all those points. Chapentini not slowing down. They're pressuring all around. They saw Sky, but they're not going to go down for that one just yet. Everybody left in this game is solos, but Chapentini. But there's not enough points left on the map unless they go berserk. But Chap goes down. Teeny gets the elimination. 1v2 situation, or it's actually going to be a 1v1. Can he win this game? That's 6 points. That's 18 for the placement on top of what he has. He's dancing around, but he's getting slowed down by focus. Until then, the final elimination it is. 7 on top of the win, but is it going to be enough?
Is it going to be enough? Chapentini close out the last match of Major 3 with a victory royale alongside a good set of eliminations. They went into the match in second place. Vico and Flixie holding on strong. Even though Vico went down earlier in the match, Flixie was able to clutch it up. Chapentini got the VR, but was it enough?
Yeah, and even through the course of that game, I said it myself, I was counting, watching every single team in the top 10 that went down. And at one point, relatively early on, there was at least 4 of them. 4 of the teams in the top 10 down and out, left to wait, left to wonder if what they did that game gave them enough points to get into the top 10, or even just a little bit more down, because we know a couple of those teams that already qualified for the Global Championship are in that top 10 as well.
Look, one of the storylines is who's going to take home that Axe of Champions. But the other one is this is the last shot to qualify to the Global Championship. Your last opportunity to get within that qualifying range. I'm not sure who is going to make it, but I know 3 people who can tell us that. That's it for me and Jacob. Let's head on over to Frankie, Levin, and Minnie.
Thank you so much, Shakata and Jacob PR. It is a photo finish with Chapentini giving their everything to get 7 eliminations and the victory royale. But was it enough to secure the Axe of Champions? Or did Flixie get the clutch of a lifetime? And Vico is going to be so happy that he chose him as his duo partner, because after a heroic performance by Flixie, they are your official FNCS Major 3 champions. It's Vico and Flixie.
Wow.
Absolutely insane performance, Levin. We saw earlier in that match that Vico now holds the EU record for individual elims in an FNCS final. He's taken the crown from Venno, and he's taken the title potentially of best player in Europe.
Unbelievable performance. One of the best performances we've seen from a player ever. I mean, For years now, Vico has been hyped up as this player who had insane fragging potential. He showed us that potential in plenty of situations, right? He's won lands before. He's, been leading in eliminations and stats all throughout his time in EU as a top player. But now this crowning moment, an FNCS title, the record for elims, it's just a perfect weekend for Vico here.
Both of their first FNCS champions as well. They'll be enjoyed with it, and you cannot say that it was via luck, via zones, via RNG, via anything other than pure skill, determination from Vico and Flixi himself. I always see them grinding the streams, grinding the scrims, grinding the zone wars, grinding the ranks, no matter what it is. They've been grinding it so much, and I can't think of two players that have been grinding more and that deserve it more than Vico and Flixi, especially after this weekend's performance.
It's so exciting to see how much that hard work's paid off for these two as well. We knew that Vico could be a solo champion on LAN. We've witnessed that firsthand, but now to see him working so well as a duo partner, the development in this young player in the past year, Mini Miner, has just been such a privilege to witness.
Yeah, we've always talked about the development of Vico, and then it always just goes a little bit wrong at grand finals. So much hype going into each grand finals, and now he's delivered. Now he's been able to prove, yes, I am an FNCS champion. I am one of the best individual players on the region and is such an asset to this duo. And of course, Flixi himself as well. He's been on the come up for so long. I mean, he performed incredibly well. I think it was major number 2 of chapter 4 when he played with Grippy. And he always was one of those players that had the potential, that had the fragging ability. His IGL ability as well this weekend has been second to none. You've mentioned it so many times, Levin, the positions that they found themselves in, the game management, the zone management from both players. It's been so perfect, and I've never seen a greater duo come together here and just prove why they are one of the best teams in the EU.
When you look as well at this duo, their average eliminations per game in the grand finals was over 5. Where other duos would maybe take less risks and maybe be almost like a shadow of their former selves when it comes towards the last few games, this is a duo that just held on so fast. Maybe it was slightly surprising to see in Reckless Railways the zone falling in their favor, then maybe not having as many eliminations. Their average slightly went down after that final game, Levin. But this is a team that's going to do us so proud at global championships, because you know they're going to fight tooth and nail for every victory royale and every elimination on LAN.
I hope they bring this energy to globals, man, because what a team. What two players. I mean, when they got together, again, everybody just sort of had these ideas of what they could be and what they could achieve. And to see that they've exceeded a lot of what people said, right? I make the comparison all the time. A lot of people said, are they going to be the EU version of Pure and Boyo? Forget comparing the levels of those two teams. They did what Pure and Boyo did last season. They've won the FNCS, right? And to see Vico and Flixi do that, two players are so deserving. I mean, when you look at two of the biggest grinders, hardest workers, humble guys in EU, those guys are always at the top of the list. And so, yeah, hopefully at Globals, they can keep this going. I mean, we're seeing a trend in Fortnite, new era in Fortnite, where maybe you just need to get the two best fighters you can who have good chemistry with each other and let them cook, because they're going to give you results like this.
Well, let's take a look at the standings. We're looking here at the top 14 for the Global Championships. Don't forget that some of our duos in the top 10 have already qualified. So we're looking at Chapantini, Swizzy, Vaniac, Murstache, Malabuka, Radil and Breeze, and basically the top 5 outside of our winners, Vico and Flixi, were already qualified for global championships. So that's actually just really putting me in a good mood about Europe's chances on LAN. Yeah. But then also we've got to hand it to Nathan and CZB. It's going to be their first time competing on an international FNCS LAN, and Janice and Pixie as well, they've managed to hold on to their spot. It's just such an exciting time to be a fan of FNCS in Europe, Mini Miner.
Yeah, really happy for CZB and Nathan. As I mentioned earlier, they've been on the come up for this whole chapter. Every grand final has just been improvement on improvement. And this weekend, they've proven to us why we need to start looking at these guys as another duo that are just so consistent, making it to those end games, getting eliminations here and there as well. And they're one of those teams that I think can perform well under a LAN environment. They seem to know each other very, very well in terms of play style. They seem to be able to bounce off each other. They seem to be just tied together in end games at some points as well, Evan. And they just seem like a team that can do it on that big stage.
Yeah,
And
man.
Chap,
No,
No, you go,
apologies.
you go, you go.
Yeah.
They
No,
actually
I was just about to say, looking at the points difference
No way they won at
between
50,
first and second, Chap and Teeny, I mean, what an incredible year in particular for Chap. He's just risen through the ranks. He was just 11 points away from getting his first Axe of Champions 11. And I mean, he's equaled the record from Major number 2, second again.
Really impressive, man. Your average placements in FNCS Grand Finals being at second is unreal, right? Like, I know he's only played the 2, but to come second in both and so close to first. I mean, yeah, a lot of people going into that last match wanted to see them maybe Lone Vehicle and Flixie maybe do a bit of a teamy strat and camp them on like a forecast tower or something. They didn't. So excited about what these guys are going to offer us online again. 2 players who are so young, so talented, but so passionate and so
Saving on your education should be a right, not a competition. At University of Phoenix, you'll get the best scholarship or savings you qualify for.
I got into some drama because this weekend I was playing in the FNCS qualifiers with my duo Noah, and in round 2, only 1,000 teams move on to the 3rd round. And we were playing pretty well, but in our final game, we finished with 160 points. So when the tournament was said and done, we finished in 1,002nd place. I thought it was over, but our coach said that maybe just get some cheaters banned and you'll qualify. I didn't even really think it would work, but I thought, why not? There was nothing else to do. So I looked through the leaderboards for people with crazy high kill wins, and sure enough, my stream and I found some suspicious players, but some of them were just blatantly aimbotting. They weren't even trying to hide it. So I reported 2 teams that were obvious using the in-game report system, and I tweeted about it. And after around 45 minutes, they actually got banned and were removed from the leaderboard, meaning me and Noah were able.
I've tried almost every meme strat in Fortnite, from skybasing all the way to pretending to be a cactus. And they've worked really well in normal games and pubs. But honestly, that's too easy, and I need a challenge. And what better place to test it out than today's solo Fortnite tournament? Now, in order to qualify to the next round and win prize money, I need to get in the top 2,000. Can we qualify to the finals of this tournament using different meme strats every game? And some of these are insane. But before we get started, you guys need to go on Fortnite right now and get your free cosmetic. That's right. If you go straight to the item shop, type in code Lucky or any other code, you'll get a free emoticon. And this could end up being rare. So if you want to support me and get a free Fortnite cosmetic for your locker, make sure to use code Lucky. Let's dive into game number 1. All right, for the first game, we've got Batman, and we've got him for a very special reason, because we're actually using a very, very OG meme strat that hasn't been in the game for a very long time. Now, obviously, with the new update, we got the pirate ships on the map, and they brought back cannons, and they're actually in tournaments. Normally there's no vehicles in tournaments at all, but cannons, all good. So for game number 1, the meme strat is simple. We're going to try and bait people / hide in a cannon. It's going to take a little bit of setup and hopefully get contested, which we probably will. Okay, yes, there's a cannon over there, and there's also a chest that spawns underneath it. So we can just get uncon here. We should be set up quite well for it. All right, so let's just get a decent loadout here. Alrighty, there we go. We've got a shotgun and we've got a rifle. All right, so we got most of the loadouts sorted. No one actually went for the ship, which is kind of crazy. Do you have a chest underneath? We do. Okay, so here's the plan, right? We're gonna grab this cannon here and we're gonna steer it over here, and we're gonna point it right at the door. We're gonna shut the door here and we're gonna put big potions there. Now, it's actually very important that we use the Batman skin because the top of your head is showing. So we're going to wait here and see how long it takes for people to come. It may take a while. When somebody does come here, we go boom. And here's the best part, because a lot of the meme strats we're going to be doing today are ones that require me to not actually fight. So we're going to get a crazy amount of placement points, which we need. Ooh, I heard somebody. Alrighty, somebody's using a flintlock pistol on the ship itself, and they're fighting on the ship. Hopefully they need some potions after, maybe. All right, well, let's just say it's been a little quiet. They'll come eventually, I hope. All right, well, this is going to be fun. Trying to walk my cannon into zone. Do you not get placement points if you're in a cannon? Like, why do I feel like that might be like some type of weird bug in this game that like you don't receive points in a cannon or something? Here we go. Here we go. Here, crash pads. Bro, he's silent. He just went past a big pot. What are you doing? Bro, come get your bigs, man. Come get your bigs. Wait, someone else come get the bigs. All right, we have to get out, which means we have to try and take this bad boy into zone. This is probably where we die. Oh, wow, this is more scuffed than I remember it. Wow, it's good speed sometime, though. Yeah, so it's like a shopping cart. Anybody with half a brain sees me pushing this cannon, I die. Don't look this way. Nothing to see here. This might work. Someone might come in for this cactus. Come get the cactus. I know you're low. Come get the cactus. He's where my mini-map is and lines up a shot on my head. Surely someone's going to want this cactus, though. I know bro wants this cactus. Come get it. Come on, man. The problem is it makes such a big noise lugging this thing around, and I've pulled max zone. So if I don't want to go through the river, I have to go through the road. And if somebody shoots me, it's all over. We're just going to start turning. All right, tell me it's a one tap. All right, we're taking the road with this baddie. Let's go, cannon. No, we can't flip this. We actually can't afford flipping it. Come on, we need to get to zone. Let's go. Will this make us go through faster, or is this going to like completely just go wild and like crash the server? 50-50, this crashes the server right now, low key. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, let's get up here and hope there's no one over the hill, because the cannon doesn't look sus on the side of the map anyway. Okay, we're just going to stay here like this. This guy over here shooting like crazy. Bro's just like, oh yeah, they added a cannon there. Honestly, I'm going forward. No, I gotta go this way. Okay, I'll make it. I'm gonna chill here. We're gonna get this cannon in. Problem is, if somebody uses their eyes, that person over there is shooting. All right, I'm gonna point at the tree. We have managed to reach 20. Somebody with the medallion is on me. I'm hoping they come over here. I think if somebody comes to my cannon and shoots the cannon, they'll shoot me out, which would be funny. Someone's here. Here we go. Shoot the tree. It should hit him, but I don't know if it's close enough. No, I didn't mean to shoot. It shot the tree. Why didn't it shoot the ground? Okay, well, put me in zone, which I still don't like because I have no actual cover. I shoot an alpha into one of these rooms. Oh, I didn't get the kill for that? No. Okay, bro was stacked though. Hey, bro's got flintlock pistols. Flintlock pistols to play? All right, well, the cannon is ripped. We can't get the cannon in anymore. That sucks. He had flow and he had shocks. Did he have a combat? If he had a combat, I might take that. He had that. That's better. They're fighting. I get 100 points for an assist. I'm just pissed that I shot the tree and the tree it shot me through the tree. Also, what's with these points, bro? I should be getting way many points. It's like bugged. Place meant to start with top 75. Unless they changed it. All right, so my plan is to shockwave quarter fort. How do I have 0 kills? That's so unlucky for me. Hello. Just got a free bunker. Wow. Of course I shoot the guy with the mythic. That's insane. All right, 24 points. Not bad. I definitely could have won that game. I actually threw. Let's do the next one. All right, it's cactus time. Now, cactuses all over the map this season. They give you health when you hit them. But trust me, you don't want to hit this one. And yes, I'm going to be hiding among those other cactus. So it's going to be fun. 24 points to beat for the cannon meme. I could have won that game. That's actually such a throw for me. If I want to make money in the finals, I can't make a plays like that. Okay, so for our cactus boy, we're going to land a triple cactus and look like we might be contested. So we might have to frag some people off rip. Might just be that way. Oh, well, I'm going to get the gun, buddy. So I hope you ain't dropping on me. That is not a gun. That is embarrassing. Okay, bro's coming this way. All right. Wow, that's insane from him. Now I want the cactus to stay there. Wow, this guy's actually incredible. Bro, that guy is legit cheating. What the hell was that? Okay, well, that doesn't count. All right, we got our full loadout and we've got our nitro. We need to be careful. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to position ourselves right in the middle here and just pretend to be a cactus. That's all we need to do. I took the back bling off. I took the power back bling off for this. Now, the idea is that hopefully we're situated nice and evenly between these two, that it's fine. And when they pickaxe one of them, I turn around, hit shotgun, and shoot him in the face. Also going to have my face that way, because the face is what gives out the most. So I want my face right up against the cactus. That way they can't see my face. low key, I like my odds here. This meme is a classic, by the way, except not really around these guys. That's new. And the points are still bugged. They're not even panning out. Oh, there we go. Points for me. Wee. Low key want to make a play and drop a crash pad for bait. Drop a crash pad out there for bait. So I place a little crashy over there. Now we chill. Now we vibe. Oh, and that's the other thing. So I just looked it up before. I think we need around 90 points to qualify. So right now we're a third of the way in, but we only have 7 games and 2 hours to play them. And we've already played 2 because of that real good player. Probably hacking, but you know. Playing tournaments is hard work. Come on, guys. Somebody wants some cactus. Let's go. Come on. I know you want it. Alrighty, we pulled Storm. Not the greatest pull, but we're in. As long as there's cactus in the zone, I can continue this meme strat. So we have to keep praying for more Southern Zone balls. If you haven't played a lot of tournaments, there is... Oh, there we go. Another 2 points. Something to keep in mind is that points are good and bad because the more points we get, that means the next lobby is going to be harder, which means it's going to be harder to pull off the meme strats because they should be a better player. I just had a person land on a cannon, but I'm waiting for the visuals. Also going to be ready to hit my shield in case people could be lining up headshots. Yep, here we go. Yep. Is everybody hacking or something? Like, what is going on? Like, what? How is he hitting those shots? I think we only got like 10 points out of Cactus, so that's crazy. I thought I was going to cook there for a lot longer. All right, you guys can already see the fit we got on for this game. This is a meme strat that is so powerful. Lannon used it to get to Unreal, which is insane. We're not going to move at all, and we're going to see how many points we get. Yeah, the whole meme, I'm not allowed to move at all. So I'm going to die to Storm eventually, but hopefully we get a few points on the way. We're going to get out of the boss, and we're going to fly straight to mid. I think we might even land with some points, to be honest. All right, we want as much center zone as possible. The radio tower over here, I low-key think it's central enough to go for, hoping that nobody's there when we land. Nice and nestled in this tree. And there we go. That is not a good spot. Anybody going along this road will see me. I should have gone for the tower. This is obviously my first time here. See, there was a guy over there, and I knew he would see me gliding in, so I couldn't go for the tower. That's actually pissed me off. If he ends up killing me anyway, that's going to piss me off even more. He is running this way. There he is. Don't look this way, please. Don't do it. Good. I stand out like crazy. If he looks this way, I'm dead. Okay, we got top 50, which is honestly more than we should have got. I'm going to be honest. Shouldn't be here. All right, well, I'm going to go, and we'll see where we get. Got a good tree.
5 minutes later.
Am I dead yet? Am I dead yet? Am I dead yet? No, I'm not. Let's go. How am I still alive? It's like such a bad spot. Landon would be pissed. He saw my spot right now. I only have 2 points right now. Not good enough. There we go. Top 40, baby. Let's get top 30. Come on. More people die, please. We're officially 1 hour into the tournament, and we're at 38 points, which is just under halfway. Someone's walking underneath me. Insane. Which, yeah, please don't turn around. People looking back on people coming in. He literally turn around any second, but he didn't. Okay, he's trying to get inside, and he's inside. All right, so in order for me to get another placement point, 10 more people need to die, because I don't love my odds of pulling the next zone either. All right, down to 39. 9 more people need to die. Please pull zone. Please pull zone. Please. Yeah, I know how Lannon feels. There's a chance we might get top 30, but I doubt it. I think we've got roughly 3 minutes to live. All I want is 30. 2 more points, baby. I should have been dead already, so I actually think anything after, like, honestly, any points are bonus points, because we should have been dead. Oh, top 35 is a placement? Oh, let's go. Okay, let's get top 30. Come on. Okay, there's 32. We need 2 more people to die. It's going to be a 1 tick, and then when it closes, it might be a 2 tick, but it might still be a 1 tick. Someone pop nitro behind me. A lot of people die on rotates. I just need 2 to die. Come on. We're not moving. Oh, it's going to be close. All right, from this point on, we have 1.5 minutes left from now. We need 1 person to die. 1 person needs to die. We got 100 seconds. Let's go! Okay, push 25. Push it. Come on. I need 5 people to die in like a minute, 90 seconds. Come on. 5 people can die. I've seen it done before. They just keep diving on each other. 1 fight turns into another fight, turns into another fight. Now the real question is whether it goes to a 2 tick. Okay, that's 1. Is it gonna go to a 2 tick? It's still a 1 tick. I got 1 minute, 4 people need to die. It's not happening. I think we take that. Realistically, we take that. Yeah, no, we do. 3 people die. Bang, bang, bang. Now. All right, hey, I think that's like low-key our second best placement. There we go. We are dead. 28th. We started with 32 points or 34 points, I believe. Okay, so right now, currently, 44 points puts us just edge of qualifying. It's not good enough. We need better memes and we need to pop off. All right, for the next meme strat, we got Mystique. You already know why we've got her. We're going to try and pretend to be an NPC. Now, I want to play these finals out. I'm going to try and pretend to be an NPC the whole game. All right, so here's the game plan. We're going to try and eliminate these guys over here and then become NPCs there. Just hoping we don't get contested. And then I've got to set a keybind to do the walk animation. Looks like we're pretty safe with the uncon, which is good. I want to leave that as little looted as possible. And then I want to loot this here. Oh, there we go. This is a good loadout. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's get our full shield. There we go. Okay, so my goal is to do this guy's job here. We're going to become him. Now, is there only one or is there two? It's just one. All right. I got to bury the evidence, though. I'm going to make this look like a pistol spawn. Okay. And then I'm just going to stand here. And I'm going to set keybind for the force walk. I don't have that. Okay. Just going to walk through like this. Yeah, boy. It worked. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. That's scary. That timing could mess me up badly. We're going to change this keybind. Force walk toggle. There we go. So now it's just a toggle. Okay, I should start timing. I don't know how long it lets you do it. I'm terrified though. Because Mystique's timing of it is what'll get me. I should start timing. Okay, I don't know where this thing goes, but I also don't think other players know where this robot goes. I also probably shouldn't have picked the one with all the rainbow colors. That was an L. I heard somebody with a cannon land nearby. I should try to plan to do my runs like this, and then when it gets closer towards the end, I go back out and around. I am going to try and, if I eliminate somebody, I lose the skin. So I actually can't eliminate anybody. There's like a 3-second gap. The person with the medallion's coming. I want to say it's about a minute. Here we go. Somebody nearby. It's the medallion. He went away. I don't know where he went, but I'm going to get behind over here in case he went in that bush. I also don't know if I show up in visuals. I don't think I do. Come on. Quick, Mystique. I really want to play finals tonight. I don't think you guys understand. I should have gone no weapon wraps. I went with black, but black's fine. Black actually looks believable. I think the gun skin is already pretty black, so it doesn't look too ridiculous. I don't know. I'm going to have to play this kind of legit. But if I get a chance to get an elimination, I'm taking it. Because if I also lose the zone, then this place doesn't make much sense either. There's a person in that bush. I'm pretty sure I'm dead anyway. All right, let's look for height. Yep, looks pretty empty. No medallions near me. All right, what's zone saying though? Here we go. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I cannot believe it. He ran into me with nitro, and that exposed me. Are you serious right now? We've got 2 games left. What? Bro. Okay, so we got 2 games left, and we need to pop off with some points. So we pulled out the big guns now. We've got the reboot van strat. Now, obviously, this is a solo game mode, so nobody needs to reboot. But you can still bait people pretty well. And I think I'm going to go for this one over here because it's a very built-up area. And I'm just going to lay a bunch of shield potions and stuff around and just pray that somebody goes for it. Or I might land restored reels. I don't really know yet. But we have to pop off this game. I still can't believe that Mystique game. That's pissed me off, man. I was going to be chilling there for so long and bro runs into me. That's just so ridiculous, bro. You know that would really ran into me. You gotta be trolling. He's chasing me, I die. He didn't chase me. Wow. Okay, well, we've lost our off spawn spot. Not exactly lovely. I'll need to go find another reboot van. All right, so we need to get kitted first before any of these strats start. But we need to get a combat shotgun is perfect. Oh no. You're actually not that good at the game. I want you to know that. Oh, okay. I've got my load out. Jeez. Heart rate probably at 1,000 because I know I can't lose this game. Like, if I lose this, oh my God, my heart rate's actually like giving me a heart attack, low-key. Oh, I need to chill. I don't know. I need to find a reboot van. As long as nobody saw me go here, we're just going to chill here. And the only way we're really going to get kills is if I have no idea. We're just chilling here and hoping for free placement, honestly. I could put porta forts in front of me. What am I going to do? Now, the cool part about reboot vans is that you can move around a little bit because the actual logo moves. So because it moves, you can also move. Bit of a dodgy start, but we're here. I got a combat shotgun. Should be able to get them before they get to the porta forts. Finish them off. GG. I like a blue combat here. I like it. The only problem is that if somebody is hacking in a zero build tournament, which no one ever do, they would be able to see me because they would see a massive stick figure above the reboot van. So let's just keep hoping we keep pulling these zones. These are crazy. No, but we need like 80, 90 points to qual here. So we need points. We only got like 2 games, this being one of them. We need to end this by like 70, 80 points. I think if we win, we qual. Also, if you're wondering why I use porta forts are like one of the most premium drops you can get in a zero build tournament. They are like the difference between making endgame and not, because it's literally cover. And for some reason, they're really kind of rare. Versus gliding in. I'm terrified. He sees the porta fort, maybe. Oh, bro. Like, bro, what? How? How'd he see it? Oh my God, bro! How'd he see it? No! Is he streaming? He is actually streaming.
Dude, he's still spectating me.
Well, he wasn't hacking. At least there's that.
Dude, what's up, bro? I'm a huge fan. Dude, I was flying in, I hit a rift, and your body loaded in before the reboot van.
Bro!
I saw your body float, and I'm like, oh my God, I feel so bad.
What the Are you
That's
serious?
So crazy.
Can't see it on your screen. Oh, yeah, look, there I am. I'm literally floating in the air. And then the reboot van, look. What? Are you, what? Are you gonna be for what, bro? What?
Didn't bro? Dude, no, that's so.
Oh my God, I just killed Lachlan.
Are you serious, man? Like, GG's only. All right, this is my last game, and we're going back for the reboot van because I don't think that's fair what happened that last game. I just need to make sure I was around enough buildings as well. That's the crazy part. Starting the game a lot like the last one. I'm gonna go for the reboot van now. Yeah, we're at the reboot van. That bunker spawns, which is good for me. We chill and vibe here. I'm pretty sure it's bad because I need elims to like actually get a chance to qual here. But I've also got no protection items. I got no ports, no forts, no nothing. He flew in, which scares me. He's in that bush. He's trying to do that strat where he's going to kill somebody that tries to go for the tower. It's not dumb. Hope the person runs away, runs to the reboot van or this area here. Cover. Go for that shockwave over here. The game is like also dying as well, which is not good. He's in that bush. Yep. Pretty sure he could see me. I'm pretty sure this reboot van like strat just does not work. Like, I actually genuinely think it just doesn't work. I think if they're too far away, they can just see you. Like, I'm sorry. This used to be one of the best strats in the game, and now it just sucks. Shoot you. Yeah, now what's funny, huh? Pretty sure old mate's still in there. Or did I kill the guy? Well, I got to kill at least. I want to get that loot. Oh, I need that loot. Maybe that's my strat. Get old mate to come around here. Yeah, get him to come around here. All right. The DMR there, which I actually don't love the idea of. Okay. I'm now baiting the key, which I realize is not good. And the bunker's there too. I'm in a very high pressure situation here. The guy over there, does he see me? As soon as he looks at me, I gotta go. He's got all the medallions as well. I'm pretty sure I killed the guy who originally got my reboot van strat. I think, at least. I can go for late bunker after zone closes. Here we go. Here we go. Don't get sold. 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 That's not enough damage. That's insane. You got away with it too. I'm so bad. Bro literally got away with it. That's crazy. Now I'm in trouble. I push off 25. Oh, it's been fun. Ah! Bro! I actually sold. If I had a combat shotgun, he was just moving so fast. Like, he's got all the medallions. Like, what's he got? I can't see, but he's got nitro. He was moving so fast that, like, I couldn't even kill him. That's just, like, so shame. I just ran around, put the card in, did a U-turn, and got out. GG's only. Oh, that's just so annoying. Well, at least we got a back bling. There we go. Poggers in the chat. We didn't qual. You hate to see it.
If you're actually on the stream, I think I'm actually on the stream. Oh, shoot.
Picture this. Saving up to 10% when you bundle your home and auto insurance with USAA. Some things just click. Get a quote today.
This one? Yeah, I loved it. Yeah, you did really good.
What was Fortnite's prime? It's always been a fierce debate, but today I know how to settle it because I asked about each season in the biggest poll in Fortnite history. And here's what's crazy. The Fortnite community has a clear answer, but it's definitely not what I thought. So to figure out what its prime really was, we have to go back through Fortnite history and start its season 1. Fortnite was basically an experiment thrown together in just a couple of weeks by Epic. They launched it in September 2017, and millions of players would experience greatness. It was a lot of fun, but this wasn't even really a season. Instead, there was a season pass with the first skins in Fortnite. There were a ton of bugs and glitches, and the guns just did way too much damage. But Epic were quickly fixing things, and players remember it fondly. They were communicating every single week and making balance changes and fixes, and the community really appreciated that. And so overall, people really can't dislike this season. It's the beginning of it all, and we see that in the data. I asked people to rate this season out of 10, and it looks like the average score was around an 8.5 out of 10, and quite frankly, I agree with that rating. This season was really short, and we quickly went into winter of 2017 with season 2. This was our first real season. It had a medieval themed battle pass with the Black Knight and, of course, new POIs. I bet a lot of people don't even know what the OG map looked like before Tilted Towers, because this is when Fortnite really started getting popular, and there were really no complaints. We got mini shields, boogie bombs, and the 50 versus 50 game mode, which took everyone by surprise. Every little thing they added to the game felt extremely crazy. Something as simple as the silenced pistol or even the impulse nades had people going crazy with different clips. Squads were having fun with the new minigun, and when the Valentine's Day update dropped, we all pretended like the Cupid's crossbow was actually useful, even though it was probably one of the worst items they ever added. Getting a win back then felt so amazing. You had to share it to your Snapchat or Instagram, and all your friends were asking you to hop on so you could squad up. So it was no surprise to me when I asked you guys to rate this season out of 10, it got a 9 out of 10. There wasn't much debate. It's actually really cool to see your answers match the season so well, but if a lot of seasons receive a 9 or 10 rating, how will we figure out which one is the best? Well, using all of your answers together, there's a pretty cool final conclusion that I'll go over once I've gone over all the seasons. But get ready, because we're about to enter Fortnite's first prime, season 3. Now we have our first full battle pass. The last one wasn't even 100 tiers. This one is a space theme with astronaut skins and some iconic ones like Rust Lord and the Reaper, aka John Wick. Every game these days have battle passes, but Fortnite was the first ever to do a battle pass on the big stage. Season 3 was amazing. Fortnite went from a huge game to a gigantic game. Ninja became the #1 streamer and was pulling insane viewers, and everyone else who was pretty much playing Fortnite started to blow up. They released more legendary items, the Deagle, the hunting rifle, C4s got added, and of course, the iconic Fortnite llama. This was also when double pumping became massively popular, and some people loved it while some obviously hated it. At this point in time, everyone knew Fortnite was a special game. So special that I was waking up at 6 in the morning to play this game until the sun went down. That's how serious the grind was. And we all had the opportunity to play this game. And it wasn't just an opportunity. It was the most fun all of us have had playing an online game since ever. This was considered the start of Fortnite's first prime. And most of you guys voted this season to receive a 10. And up next, we have personally my favorite season. This is when Fortnite stood out and showed the world that it was ready to be different than all the other games out there. Donald Mustard was working on a story. So when we saw the comet appear in the sky, people started going crazy. It was teasing the start of the Fortnite storyline and the build up to the first event in Fortnite. This was Fortnite Season 4. This is my favorite season. Season is the start of what made Fortnite the game it is today. We got an incredibly cool superhero-themed battle pass, which eventually manifested into the Chapter 2 Marvel season. And we got skins that had edit styles, and everyone was going crazy over the Omega and Carbide skins. And if you missed out on those skins, to this day, you're still regretting it. I remember dropping in for the first time and going to Dusty and just checking out the crash site the comet left behind and being amazed at how much the map has changed from just the day before. And at Dusty, we had the new hop rocks, which were awesome for movement. We also got the jetpack, which made for some legendary clips. And then, of course, our first vehicle, the shopping cart. It wasn't just a bunch of gameplay content. We also got the start of the storyline. Doing weekly quests so you could uncover the secrets of the island and figure out what force was building a rocket on the map. Players were engaged week to week with different Easter eggs, loading screens, and a bunch of crazy quests, including, yes, search 7 chests in Risky Reels, which is now considered one of the hardest quests to ever exist in a video game. And then one random morning, we woke up to find the Thanos LTM, their first collab ever with Marvel, of all people. You can transform into Thanos and destroy all the players on the map. When I woke up that morning and I played the Thanos LTM, I knew that I was going to be playing this game for at least the next 10 years because no other game up until that moment has shown me that they're capable of moving that fast and adding content that quickly. It was just unheard of. And then all of this built up to the legendary rocket launch live event, the first grand live event in gaming history that had millions of people hop on to just watch the rocket launch. And guys, this happened all the way back in 2018. And to this day, in 2024, no other game has had a live event that comes even close to the live events of Fortnite. And with this being my favorite season of all time, it's not a surprise that you guys gave this season a strong 10 out of 10. Much stronger than Season 3's 10. And now we move on to another great season in Fortnite's prime, Fortnite Season 5. Fortnite Season 5 was another pretty iconic battle pass. We had the drift skin. We also got an entire biome with Paradise. We got Lazy Links and the ATKs as our first real vehicle. And when streamers hopped on to get their first win, we had the slow-mo victory royales, which are now a staple in Fortnite. This season, though, showed us a couple of very overpowered weapons. There was a lot of spraying. The drum gun was really strong. The blue silence SMG was better than a SCAR. And the P90 before they nerfed it, and they took their time, was the spray weapon in Fortnite history. And there was a ton of more. Fortnite also dropped their first ever competitive events in the Summer Skirmish and the Pro-Am. It was awesome community come together around competitive Fortnite, and of course, the Reddit and social media went crazy for Kevin the Cube. It's clear that Season 5 is still in Fortnite's first prime, even though there were a couple of OP weapons, and it makes sense that you guys still rated this season overall a 10, but it's not as clear-cut as Season 4. But unfortunately, Fortnite's spotless record would change in Season 6. The fall of 2018 came with a spooky themed season. We got the floating island and a bunch of zombies around the map. They were mostly received well, even though they were a bit too strong in endgames, and there were some amazing items. One of my favorite, the Quad Crasher. I mean, I really wish this would return the way it used to be, where you could fly around the map. Fortnite was still killing it. We got the sick butterfly event that hinted that there might be a bit more to the story of Fortnite, and people were making theories about the bunker and what's underneath. And again, this was a fun and new season, but looking back, there wasn't as many legendary moments as the last few, which is why I'm with you guys when you guys rated this one an 8 out of 10. But controversy really started to pick up in the next season, which was Fortnite Season 7. Now, this season is extremely memorable for many people. The nostalgic music, the cozy, chill vibes. There is a lot to like about this season. The first thing I remember were all the creators being taken to Epic HQ to try something new, Fortnite Creative. And obviously we know how big of a deal that has become for Fortnite these days. But there was also a ton of new content with this season. There were planes, a whole new biome, and
I'm a bee, and I bumbled my way into your car.
End the stream to 4.